Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one and all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Say your head and your shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. And let me just tell you guys this. Ever since the 1800s, right? Honey, I got a cold my damn self. I got a regular cold, but I'm gonna just tell you this. The scientists have been working on different like diseases and everything. They have locations in China, all over the world, that are working on these very, very, very dangerous diseases. They're like putting them in the ferrets and different animals and this, that, the other. And I don't know whether these suckers are escaping. I mean, it's all type of wild things going on. You have like ticks being put on the crops, like all kind of wild things are happening right now. And so now there's this hantavirus that somehow has gotten onto this cruise ship, and people are extremely concerned about it. Let's hear some of the new story about what is happening with this hantavirus, because this is crazy. Let's go.
After being hit by a rare hantavirus outbreak, a Dutch-based cruise ship is now on its way to Spain to drop off passengers. Now, all this comes as a new theory emerges about what triggered the person-to-person transmission on board. Fox senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palkett reports.
The cruise ship at the center of a deadly hantavirus outbreak can continue its journey to Spain's Canary Islands after evacuating 3 people for medical treatment. After arriving, the remaining passengers on board are expected to return to their home countries. Spanish health officials say they are asymptomatic, but some local leaders have concerns.
We still do not have a clear understanding of the passenger's condition, the contagion, or the strain itself.
So far, 3 people who were on the MV Hondias have died, including a husband and wife. Argentinian investigators tell the Associated Press the leading theory is the couple contracted the virus while bird washing before boarding. They say the pair visited a landfill during their tour and may have been exposed to rodents.
It usually is someone who is cleaning out an area where there are rodents. It is a rodent to human disease, not something that ordinarily spreads between persons.
Man, what the hell? Between the bats and the rodents and stuff, why what is going on? One thing, people eating bats. Other thing, people in the area like with rodent poop and piss and smelling this, and they're just trying to go, what are we doing here? You know, and now they done went down there and now that this come on now, this is crazy.
Space vessel departed South America more than a month ago for stops in Antarctica and remote Atlantic islands. The World Health Organization says contact tracing has started in Europe and Africa in search of potential infections in people who earlier left the ship.
Initially, it's very severe flu-like symptoms, headaches, high fever, GI symptoms, but the pulmonary part of this is what's killing people.
The WHO says the strain of this virus can be spread from person to person, but the risk to the public remains low. In London, Greg Palkott, Fox 26 News.
Can this be the next outbreak, you guys? I've been waiting. I thought it was going. I mean, we didn't have the bird flu, the COVID. Then now we got this. It seemed to me they put out viruses every year, like it's like a new fad. You know, like they put out like Jordan sneakers. It's a new virus every year. Oh, the new flu is coming out. The Jordans are coming out. The next, you know what I'm saying? Do you want to get the new flu vaccine to go with the new flu Jordans? You know, it every year. And why is it that it's always hitting cruise ships? During the Coco, I ain't gonna say the word. During Coco, everybody was getting it on the cruise ships and couldn't come into town. Man, I'm straight on cruise. On the cruises, all that is recycled air. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's already bad like an airplane, but you sitting on that cruise for like a week or so, and y'all just breathing each other's, and they might have like some gotten exposed or something. They breathing out, and you breathing it back in. I ain't never been one to like want to jump on no cruise. You know what I'm saying? But every time I hear about a cruise, I'm hearing about some outbreak. Oh Lord. So everybody's talking about the Andes variant. They're saying that this is like the worst one, the one that hit the kidneys, right? Or a pulmonary thing. They're saying that that's the one that be jacking people up. Let's hear about what's happened. The Andes variants of this outbreak.
Officials have confirmed that the hantavirus that is aboard that ship in the sea is the Andes variant, which means that this deadly virus that has a 40% mortality rate is transmissible person to person. This has been confirmed today, May 6, 2026. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest headlines so that way you can see it for yourself. WHO confirms the dangerous Andes variant in the cruise ship outbreak. LUMC prepares for patients. 2 individuals aboard the cruise ship Hantavirus tested positive for the hantavirus and were carrying the Andes variant, according to South Africa's health authorities. Officials noted that unlike many other strains, this version of the virus can spread between people when they are in close proximity. Here's another one. Hantavirus outbreaks rarely happen. This Andes strain is a complicated public health situation. And here's another headline, and you can see these all coming out today, May 6th, with the breaking news that this has now been confirmed. The hantavirus Andes variant warning signs as WHO confirms deadly person-to-person strain on the cruise ship. 3 people have died so far after the virus outbreak on the MV Hantavirus cruise ship. We're hearing that this is the variant that does travel person to person, which is what we're hearing health experts were afraid of, which means that with an incubation period of 8 weeks, these people are going to need to be quarantined, and they're saying they don't want them to come into port for the next 2 months because they could be infected with it right now and not even know it for a month or 2 months from now. So they are stuck out at sea. Now, there's a lot of video footage coming out here with this breaking news that this has been confirmed, the variant that transfers person to person. Now, health officials are saying not to worry. This is not going to be a repeat of COVID, but they're concerned about this potentially spreading as well. But they're saying we're trying to contain it and keep it out to sea in that cruise ship. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Now, like I said, we're going to dive right in. I've got the articles linked.
Man, could you imagine being on a cruise ship and they're like, oh, you can't come into town? They're probably running out of food, all type of stuff. I mean, it was meant to be out the sea tour for a certain amount of time. And now they're saying you got to stay up on there. No, you can't come into town. What? Now, I'm one who believes that the cocoa was being passed through the water. I'm sorry. Because if we're recycling our water, you know what I'm saying? And people might are quarantined, still getting it. I believe that it was the water was the thing. You know what I'm saying? Because whenever you go to the bathroom, they're recycling that bathroom water and like cleaning it out and putting it back into the system in certain situations. So I don't know. This whole thing is frightening to me, but let's hear some other thoughts. Like, well, first, before I even go into that one, let's hear what this doctor has. Now he got something. I don't know. He done went through some things, but let's go.
I'm very concerned because is this going to be like the classical sort of infections you get on cruise liners are norovirus, which causes projectile vomiting. Well, this is totally different from that, and it's highly unlikely to spread in the same way as norovirus, which really, once it gets its teeth into a cruise liner, half the passengers and many of the staff will get infected. This outbreak on the cruise liner, it may be that people who suffered from it were infected in South America by coming into contact with.
So people are known to get viruses from cruise lines. That's why I never was like, people like, let's go on a cruise. I'm like, I'm straight. But they have a whole thing called a neurovisor, projectile virus, vomit. Like there's already things with cruises anyway, getting on them cruises. There's a thing called a norovirus that will have you throwing up and this, that, the other. But now there's the hantavirus. And I remember when the cocoa was going on, people were on cruises and catching that and getting stuck out to sea. So it's interesting. Like to me, they need to, I don't know, figure out how to like do these cruise liners and how they like get their air, because it's recycled air. That's what the problem is. A person could cough, it goes up into the system and gets recycled. And if there's a virus in that cough, they don't even have the system to be able to like siphon all that. Let's go.
With rat feces from the particular rats that cause this virus in South America, which doesn't occur anywhere else except in the Americas. And or it may be that there have been one or two person-to-person spreads. I noticed that 100 husband and wife were infected. Well, clearly they're very close personal.
Yes. Well, the World Health Organization now says they believe that 7 people have been affected by the rare hantavirus aboard a cruise ship in the Atlantic Ocean. 3 people have died and a British man has been sent to South Africa for intensive care. Jake Rosemarin, a travel influencer from Boston, is on board the ship called MV Honduras.
We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people. People with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part. All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home.
Well, Hugh Pennington is Emeritus Professor of Bacteriology at Aberdeen University. You may remember he led 2 public inquiries about outbreaks of E. coli. He joins us now. Good morning.
Hi.
Shall we start with what hantavirus actually is? Because people may not have heard of it before. What is it and how does it spread?
Well, there's a whole family of different hantaviruses, and I suppose clinically they first came to light during the Korean War, where they caused a sort of hemorrhagic fever. But all of them have one thing in common, that they all live naturally in rodents, and in different parts of the world they live in different rodents. And generally speaking, they don't spread to people, or if they do, they don't spread with any particular harm.
Can I just say this? All this is a result of people in factories fooling around and trying to figure out how they can transmit it to humans. Like everything that they're doing in the factories are figuring out how viruses can transmit to humans. There's a whole thing about the H1N1 about how they like use a ferret to make it like transmit to humans. The whole bird flu was a virus that they actually injected into a ferret and then it became transmittable to humans. Like just crazy. Like, what are these people doing? Why? Why are you? What is the purpose of this? Let's go.
But there are 2 syndromes, sort of clinical patterns associated with hantaviruses. One is a hemorrhagic fever, like the one that was discovered in Korea, but the virus wasn't discovered for a long time after that. Never mind. And that is basically treatable with an antiviral drug called ribavirin. The other one, and the more serious syndrome, which is I think the one we're talking about today, is the hantavirus pneumonia syndrome, where the patient suddenly develops, well, they get a lot of water on their lungs, and the lungs sort of fill up, and they in a sense, they drown in their own the liquids that are built up right around the lungs. And these patients need to be in intensive care, and many of them require ventilation and so on. There are also abnormalities in the blood. So clinically, it's a fairly straightforward diagnosis if you're aware that there's hantavirus about, because making a diagnosis of pneumonia is actually quite difficult in the sense of trying to find out what the cause is. And even in the UK, we don't manage it in a very large, quite a big minority of cases. We never find out what the cause of the pneumonia was. However, this virus is an American one, and it came to light about 20 years ago in the United States, the Western United States, and it's also been found in South America, which is particularly relevant to this outbreak on this cruise liner, because I think its last port of call was in southern Argentina. And there have been outbreaks of hantavirus in southern Argentina. And the particular hantavirus that causes these problems is called the Andes virus, for obvious reasons. And interestingly enough, well, perhaps that's too mild a word, there have been there has been evidence of human-to-human spread of this virus in Argentina and in Chile. The evidence is quite hard to get, and the outbreaks have not been very big, but there is evidence, good scientific evidence, that people have infected other people. This has been on a very small scale. These outbreaks have not been enormous outbreaks and so on.
Man, listen. It don't have to be an enormous outbreak of a hantavirus that is airborne. All it takes for a few people to have that within their system and not be finished, like whatever it is, come over to America, get the coffin, and boom, now they affect other people. You know what I'm saying? You're saying, what is this old British guy? It doesn't. He's talking about this virus that's going on. Let's go into it, like for real. Let's really talk about this. Let's go. Sorry.
I see what you're doing. It's not going to happen. You're preparing everybody for the next lockdown, right?
I'm gonna go to hell when I say this, but keep those people on that boat. Keep them on that boat.
Can we stay in lockdown forever this time? Don't even try to prep us.
All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this is so wild. Before we get into today's video, I just want to let you guys know that this video is for educational purposes only. Please remember to be kind to everybody everywhere in your everyday life, in the home, in the grocery store, and especially in the comment section down below. Please do not show hate to anybody, anywhere.
Shouts to Christina.
So good morning. How is everybody doing today? I hope you all are having an amazing day. I hope you all are having a wonderful week so far. I hope everybody is feeling good. You guys, just this morning, I was literally in the ER with my son. Again, does anybody out there have sons or daughters that play sports? For the love of God, it is not for the faint of heart. They're getting ready for football conditioning for his JV year. He's going to be a sophomore next year in high school. And he's the last one in our home. He's our 14-year-old. He's the last one in the home. He literally was getting his hand x-ray, thought he broke his finger yesterday at football practice, right as conditioning is starting. Last year, literally, he went through all his football conditioning. All summer, he trained. 3 weeks before the first game, he broke his foot. I'm like, help, send help. He's good, though. He's having a great childhood. I will say that. But for the love of God, y'all, I need... Pray for me. Pray for me. I'll pray for y'all. Anyways, y'all, we have to talk about this cruise ship situation. It is a lot going on. Before we get into it, though, I did want to let you guys know, if you don't already know, hi, my name is Christina. I do have a second channel, which is Casually Christina. We just do things more casually over there.
Please support
I also
our
have
channel.
a Patreon. My Patreon's for 18 and up. And over there, we talk about more personal stuff. We go live over there. There is a $2 tier for all the true crime stuff that cannot go onto YouTube due to their terms and policies. That goes over on my Patreon under the $2 tier. I'm also on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and Like to Know It. And Like to Know It is a platform where you can find links to a lot of things that I use and that I love or that y'all ask about. Everything from skincare, makeup, clothing items, jewelry. This necklace is linked over there. It says Mama. I love this necklace. You guys have probably seen me wearing this for about 2 years now. I love it. And other things that I want to link over there that y'all ask about, I do. And all of those platforms are linked down in the description box if you would like to come and check me out. So before I tell y'all about this cruise ship, I want to tell y'all about this rare virus called Hantavirus. It is spelled like this, but I see everybody pronouncing it as Hantavirus, so that's how I'm going to pronounce it. And this Hantavirus has one specific strain. It can spread from person to person. Now, that version of this virus is mostly found in places like Chile and Argentina. Okay, so keep that in mind. As of right now, the WHO believes that it is this strain of the Hantavirus that is on this ship right now, infecting people, ending people's lives, and possibly spreading.
Assumption is that it is the Andes virus. It could not be, but we're assuming that it is until we determined otherwise.
Check out a video from this guy that is stuck on the ship.
I am currently on board the MV Hondius, and what's happening right now is very real for all of us here. We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part. All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home.
And as touching as that video is, a lot of people online, they do not want the people that are on that ship to come off.
Keep those people on that boat. Keep them on that boat.
Listen, people ain't playing. They like, keep up, man, bump that. We're not trying to be locked down again. What are we doing?
Authorities are urgently tracing passengers and crew from a flight between St. Helena and Johannesburg after a woman on board later died of Hantavirus. There were 82 passengers and 6 crew members on the April 25th flight, and concerns raised by the World Health Organization about possible human-to-human transmission have increased the urgency of locating them. They said the overall threat still remains low, but concerns about potential transmission are growing.
Y'all hear this? I mean, sound like another lockdown to
and
me.
Just
Let's
a
go.
reminder that Donald Trump pulled the United States out of the World Health Organization in January 2026. There are 17 Americans aboard that ship with Hantavirus, and he laid off over 33% of the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. The Center for Disease Control, there was a part of the agency that actually checked cruise ships.
And that's really what the World Health Organization fears as the number of cases in the past 24 hours rises from 6 to 7. Health workers wearing PPE have been boarding the MV Hondius, treating the 2 people requiring urgent medical care and examining others with symptoms. Of the 147 passengers, there are 4 Australians who aren't reported to be feeling ill, and a British national who's in a critical condition in a Johannesburg hospital. The questions are now being asked of the 35-day transatlantic cruise path and whether passengers could have contracted the animal-borne Hantavirus on their journey.
In addition, they found that it is the very rare kind that spreads from human to human. And one of the ladies whose husband died actually got on a flight and died at the airport. If we have another pandemic 2.0, you can thank number 47.
What the hell? Died at the airport, got on the plane.
This is for humor, education. None of this is real. My video keeps getting taken down about this. The Hantavirus came from Argentina. It came from Patagonia. I have so many things. There's so many dots to connect. Please stay with me. 1, when have you known wealthy people who like to be uncomfortable? What are a bunch of wealthy people doing on a cruise ship in the very bottom of Patagonia in late fall? I'm way the further north in Patagonia. It's freezing. Hence, I wear the same sweatshirts all the time. It's so cold. What are a bunch of wealthy people doing getting on a cruise ship all the way down in snowy, icy glacier Patagonia in late fall? There's not even tourists in Ushuaia right now. That makes no sense to me. So many things. How do I say this? TikTok, I'm just joking. None of this is real. Conspiracy theory. I'm crazy. Please don't take my video down. Earlier this year, $40 billion from the U.S. came to Argentina. Where? What's that money doing? Okay. So many Patagonian fires were set this year. We know we can trace back who set those fires. 300,000 settlers from the I country, quotation, 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 came down here in refugees to Patagonia. Perito Moreno, the largest glacier in Patagonia, the president has just sold the land rights. Okay. There's a real jump scare motherfucker guy, SM are the initials, who said that his ideal world is that the U.S. population goes to $100 million. The Hantavirus was in the files. J.E. was talking about bioengineered weapons and how they can be used. Do you remember what his profile flag was on that gaming app, which is how they found out that he's still alive? This all ties back to the I country settlers and the U.S. government. Ugh, please, TikTok. I'm crazy, TikTok. I'm on a lot of rugs. I'm not. Don't take down this video. This is all conspiracy craziness. This all ties back to the I country settler state, dude. Tie it all back. Oh my gosh. I'm in Patagonia. What were a bunch of really wealthy people doing on a cruise ship in the middle of late fall in Patagonia? Have you ever known wealthy people who like to be uncomfortable? None of this is adding up, dude.
Authorities are urgently tracing passengers and crew from a flight between St. Helena and Johannesburg after a woman on board later died of Hantavirus. There were 82 passengers and 6 crew members on the April 25th flight, and concerns raised by the World Health Organization about possible human-to-human transmission have increased the urgency of locating them. They said the overall threat still remains low, but concerns about potential transmission are growing.
I mean, people are saying TikTok's not a reliable source, but I'm going to tell you this. At least they're talking about it. I don't see a lot of people talking about this. That's why people are saying, what are y'all talking about? You know what I'm saying? What are you guys talking about? Like, oh yeah, there's a whole virus going on a cruise ship full of people, and people are dying.
No, it's inhumane, but I can't go through this again.
I don't even think that cruise ship should dock. They cannot leave that ship. They can't get off that shit. I'm sorry, y'all gotta stay in the middle of the ocean. Buddy talking about, I just want to come home. I'm so scared. I feel it, brother. I feel it, but not.
Y'all aren't freaking out enough for me.
I'd rather play Battleship than let them get off that boat before the summer ends. Like, I swear, you guys, especially after the last pandemic and the level of stupidity that it bred, it would genuinely be the end. And I saw.
Let me tell y'all about this cruise ship. The MV Hantavirus. This is a popular expedition cruise ship. This is not like the huge cruise ships that we see here in America when you think about like Carnival Cruise or Royal Caribbean. Anybody love cruising? I absolutely love to go on a cruise. This cruise is for expeditions. This cruise ship specifically was built back in 2019, and it is operated by a Dutch company called Oceanwide Expeditions. It is designed specifically for Antarctica or Antarctic expeditions, and it carries around 170 passengers. So you think this ship carries around 170 passengers. Royal Caribbean, with all the slides and all the stuff, carries around 6,500 passengers. So this is definitely a much smaller ship, but it's also meant to go on longer trips, and it's more like a floating expedition base camp
for rich people. I'm going to say what she ain't saying. For rich people. Because ain't nobody got money to be going to damn Antarctica or whatever the hell. They charging like what? I think like, I don't even know what the cost is. Like $12,000 to go to Antarctica or something like that. Like $20,000. This is for rich people.
Versus a floating resort. Again, like Carnival Cruise or Royal Caribbean. Now, this ship is actually built for extreme environments. It's not built for luxury entertainment, okay? It has about 7 different decks with all kind of lounges. It has a dining area and lecture rooms in it. And then it also has about 80 cabins, ranging from like the basic cabins to suites. So you can get a suite on this type of cruise ship. Also, this is not a vacation or a casual vacation crowd. Most of the people that are taking a trip on this specific ship, they're not doing it to relax and go on vacation, okay? People pay thousands to tens of thousands of dollars for this type of expedition travel. Think people that are more interested in nature or photography or science or like bucket list trips. Now, I want you to keep all of this in mind because this really matters. This is a longer trip. So this is like a 35-day cruise style trip that is on this ship that we're talking about today. This is where people are together for weeks at a time on a small ship, and they go to different remote locations. Because of them being on this small ship, because of it being everybody being in more tight quarters, they're together for longer periods.
And rich. Because it take too much. You already know that this is like a rich people's ish. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Times. I mean, you guys, it sounds like a dream for, me, like say me and my husband, we have talked about this type of thing when we retire, when we're older and all of our kids are grown and they're living their own lives. They're in their careers, families, traveling, whatever they're doing. And me and hubby are sitting at home. Why don't we go on these types of trips? You get on a boat and you go do all these different expeditions, right? Well, because it's a small boat and they go to these remote islands, there is very limited medical care. And there's a lot of excursions that they go on, meaning that this ship stops a lot over these 35 days at different places. And you have the people getting off of the ship at one remote place, then getting back on the ship. Then the ship goes to the next place. The people get off, they get back on. Again, they're all in these close quarters on this ship. Now, this ship in particular left from Argentina in late March with passengers boarding around March 30th and officially setting sail on April 1st. The route was a Southern Atlantic expedition, which means that it included places like Antarctica. Did y'all see the Antarctica video? Yes, they went there. Sub-Antarctic islands and other very isolated locations. Most people never even get to visit these types of places. If you're an adventurous person, again, this type of thing sounds like a dream. You get to get on this cruise ship with your friends or your family, your loved ones, your coworkers, whoever you're going on this cruise with for 35 days, and you get to go to these types of places that no one really gets to go to. You can't just drive to. But here is where things seem to take a turn, okay? Everybody gets on this cruise ship at the end of March. They leave on the first day of April. They start going on their excursions. They're going to these different islands. They're getting off. They're getting on. They're exploring. They're going to an island and they're meeting people. They're meeting the locals. They're getting back on the ship. They're getting off. They're getting back on the ship. Living the dream. Normal cruise stuff. Then on April 11th, a 70-year-old man on board suddenly got really sick and he just died. Okay, so you're on this cruise ship. Again, you got all the workers and everything. And the man just passes away. Now, at the time, no one knew it, but he had the Hantavirus. So what is the Hantavirus? Okay. The Andes Hantavirus is a rare but very serious virus found mostly in parts of Chile and Argentina. So to put it in simple terms, this is a virus that you usually get from rodents, specifically from their droppings, their urine, or their saliva. Do y'all remember this couple right here? I did a video on them and his wife passed away. And when they found, well, both of them passed away, but when they found her body, they said she had the Hantavirus. Okay. This is a virus that people can get from the droppings, the urine, and the saliva of rodents.
Hantavirus has been found in the United States. You probably remember that the wife of Gene Hackman died of hantavirus. There have been about 684 cases of hantavirus in the United States just in the last year. Hantavirus is typically spread by mouse droppings or mouse urine, which is one of the reasons why we caution people that if you find mouse droppings in your area, please don't vacuum them up. Use Clorox wipes or other areas to pick them up so it doesn't aerosolize a potential virus. Hantavirus is rare in some areas and endemic in other areas, like in New Mexico. So it's worth checking with your local health authorities to see if you are at risk for it.
But this specific type of Andes Hantavirus is unusual because it can also spread from person to person and it mainly attacks your lungs. So again, the Hantavirus, think about what his wife had, right? Probably from the droppings, breathing things in like that video I just showed you. But this specific strand, a person can contract it and then they can spread it to other people. Again, think about this cruise ship. Think about these close quarters, getting off on islands, back on islands, off on islands, back on islands. Now, once a person has contracted this virus, you guys, they can feel totally fine for 1 to 5 weeks, not even know that they have it. Up to 5 weeks. Hello. And the symptoms can just completely hit a person out of nowhere, and their lungs start to fill up with fluid. Their breathing becomes harder, super hard, super hard, super hard, and it turns very serious very quickly. The fatality rate of this is typically over 40%. Yeah. Now, early symptoms can feel like a flu. So a person could have got on that cruise ship. They feel like they got the flu, they got fever, body aches, fatigue, but then it can progress to shortness of breath, chest tightening, rapid breathing. Now, most versions of this virus do not spread from person to person. It has to actually be contracted from the droppings of rodents, but this particular strand can spread from person to person. So you're thinking, if a person contracted this virus in Argentina, gets on the cruise ship, they don't know they got it. 1 to 5 weeks. They're sitting at these bars on this cruise ship, in the lounges, and then they're sitting there talking to people, People could be contracting it. They don't know it because it doesn't show up. Then they're getting off on all these islands, all these different remote places too. Places that never even had an issue with COVID before because they're so remote. But now you've got these excursions getting off. Very creepy to think about. Now, I also want you to think about the fact that when CV-19 hit, they were saying, oh, it can lay dormant in your system, You got this 10-day period. That's why if somebody had a cold or a cough or a fever, they were making people stay home for 10 days from work or from school.
Hey, this thing is 4 weeks. 4 weeks. So you might not even know you got it, and then you just drop dead. What the hell? I mean, are y'all listening to this? What?
And that was with a very small fatality rate. This hantavirus has almost a 50% fatality rate. So when a person gets it, they're flipping the coin. They don't know what's going to happen. Now, remember that 70-year-old that I just told y'all about that had the hantavirus? They just, boom, out of nowhere, got sick and passed away. Now, get this, you guys. His body was on that ship until April 24th when they docked at St. Helena. By this time, his wife was sick. So she ends up getting flown to a hospital in Johannesburg, South Africa, and she passes away shortly after. Now, this whole time, people are still getting off the ships, on the ship, off the ship, on the ship. But still at this point, no one had identified the virus. They just knew they had this older couple. The 70-year-old, boom, passed away. They get the wife off, fly her to the hospital in South Africa, and boom, she passes away. Then things began to escalate. By April 27th, the ship reaches Ascension Island. And now at this point, there's another very sick passenger. They end up taking that person off of the ship. And this is when they finally confirm that it is the hantavirus.
So imagine that these people have been on this ship this whole time. They didn't even know what it was. They just think that the guy just died. He's 70 years old. He died. He's on the ship dead. His whatever body, because ships have, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's recycled air, just like a airplane. What's up, Barack Obama? What do you think about this? This is crazy to me. Like what?
What, the new virus?
Yeah. What do you think about this? Crazy.
Well, I will say this. You know, people that travel, they bring a lot of stuff back with them, and this is what could happen. I'm not surprised. It's not a news flash.
Well, this is the same thing that happened with the cocoa. You know, I'm in love with the cocoa. The cocoa did the same thing. Like people were traveling and was past went on cruises, and I remember like during cocoa cruises were like stuck out to sea.
Yeah, but all viruses react the same. I mean, if I was on that boat, I would have recommended the strongest antivirals or herbs they got and just went at it. That's all you can do.
Do you think that a cruise ship got herbs on it?
No, I'm talking about once they know that they're sick, wherever they took them. Because I unless I misunderstood, I heard they got airlifted.
No, they didn't even know he had it. They just now figured it out. Well, listen to this. They just now figured it out in April, late April. So the guy passed away on April 15th. The body was sitting on the boat, the whole time. So that means his whatever is just flowing through the air. Another person dies at sea on May 2nd. Let's go.
That person also then passes away. So now you've got multiple deaths. And up until this point, passengers had been, again, freely getting on the ship and off the ship, on the ship and off the ship at different stops. And again, this is the really scary part, because this specific strain of hantavirus can sit in a person's system for weeks before they ever feel sick. They could be walking around totally fine, not knowing that they're infected. That makes it really hard to control because people do not even realize that they have it yet. Now, meanwhile, people have already been on the ship for over a month. I mean, they may have been exposed without even knowing it. And right now, the ship is docked and there are people that are on the ship and they don't know what to do. Now, you guys, I cannot imagine. I remember when CV-19 hit. Do y'all remember seeing the cruise ships? I live in Florida. Cruising is really big here. I mean, you can drive 2 hours and get on a cruise ship from where I live in Florida. You can drive 12 hours and get on a cruise ship. I can drive 6 hours. I can drive 5 hours one way. I mean, there's cruises all around us here. And I remember still specifically watching the news of the people that were stuck on cruise ships with the CV-19 situation, because you'd have one person that would test positive and then they'd be stuck out in the water. And DeSantis, the governor, is like trying to get them back in, and they're going back and forth of if they should let the people off the cruise ship. And I just remember thinking, I cannot imagine being stuck, because they had people quarantined to their rooms. So yeah, it's not jail and it's not prison, but it still has to be.
You're quarantined to a room with recycled air.
What'd you say?
You're quarantined into a room with recycled air.
I mean, that's all you can do on a cruise. I mean, there's not much. Open the window,
all you're
I guess.
doing is spreading the virus, whatever it is.
No, if you quarantine in a room and you open your window, I guess it will just be in that one room.
No, like if the air that's full, like, I'm sure that these boats are not like, they're hot in hot areas, tropical.
You can't get, viruses are everywhere. You can't get away from them. So we just hopefully this will be contained there, and it won't be spread.
They're trying to get up off this boat. They're trying to get up off this boat. They're trying to get off of it. Let's go.
Such a helpless, confined feeling. You are stuck in this room with nothing to do. They're bringing your food to your door, and you don't know if you're going to get sick or not. These people are sitting there on this cruise ship, a hantavirus, and they are in their rooms. You've got the employees that still have to keep working. And every door they go to, they don't know if a person is carrying it or not, but they still have to keep feeding people. Like, what a nightmare. Now let's fast forward to May 2nd. Officials end up notifying the World Health Organization that there is a cluster of severe illnesses linked to this ship. At that point, there were 3 confirmed deaths. One person at this point is still critically ill in a hospital in Johannesburg, South Africa. Several more people that we know of right now on the ship are sick. So these are people that are showing symptoms already now, which they could be sick from the flu. They could have picked up a cold and it could be spreading, or it could have already spread, or it could have been spreading and they got off the ships at all you guys, this is like what horror movies are made of. And at least one new suspected case has recently just popped up again. So not only has all this been happening since April 11th, when the 70-year-old passed away, then his wife passed away, and then the next person passed away, and then the other person was in the hospital, and now they got other people on the ship sick, and there's a new case that just popped up. The sick passengers are getting so bad that the ship cannot properly treat them anymore. So officials are trying to get them off the ship and into hospitals, but that has been really, really complicated. I mean, different countries are involved now: South Africa, the UK, Germany, the Netherlands. And this is because there are passengers on this cruise ship that are from all over the place. Cape Verde did allow a small medical team to go on board the ship, and it had 2 doctors, a nurse, and a lab technician, and they went there to really just assess what is happening. But as of now, they're not really letting this ship fully dock anywhere. None of the countries want to let them dock there, and I don't blame them. Especially something like this. You're talking about something, again, that has over 40% fatality rate. Like, I really feel for the people on the ship. I cannot imagine how helpless they feel. I feel like sit on your balcony and just breathe in fresh air as much as you can, because I can't imagine what they're going through, you guys. But also letting them dock right now without fully making it clear if it is the strand that transfers from person to person. The ship is trying to reroute possibly to the Canary Islands just to get people proper medical care, because they're not able to give them the proper medical care right now. But now officially, the WHO is still saying that this is a generally like low risk for most of the public. But that's mainly because right now the situation is contained all on the ship. But the reality is this is a very tricky virus with a long incubation period, that if it is this strain, it can be passed from person to person, and people were already moving around before anyone knew what was happening. So yeah, this is definitely something people are watching very closely. Again, I cannot imagine, you guys, what all's going on. As of now, the last thing that I've seen from the WHO is that they were waiting for the test to come back to see if it was that strain for sure of the hantavirus. They know that the one man passed away or had hantavirus in his system. It's what they're attributing to the 70-year-old and his wife that passed away. And if this is the one that transfers from person to person, how terrifying. Like, actually a scary movie. Wow. So have y'all heard about this? What do you think?
What do you think about that? Thoughts, Barack Obama?
It's just like any other virus. You gotta get the antivirals. You gotta isolate them.
There is no antiviral. There is no cure for it.
All viruses work the same. You can they attack the body the same. Some are deadly, of course. But what they need to do is put it in a lab and then try to, whatever antivirals or antiviral herbs they got out, test it and see what happens. Sometimes it can be something simple that can destroy it. Oil of oregano, ginger, turmeric, high powered soursop. It might be something that we can stop. I don't know. Because once it's here, that's all you can do. You understand? Hello?
I don't know. I think that you might be like making it more simple than it is, because there's no cure for it. But let's go.
Down below, if you'd like to check them out for yourself. They have all come out in the past couple of hours today as we've received this confirmation. The World Health Organization is coming out and saying, yes, this is what we were afraid of. This is that deadly disease that has a 40% mortality rate. There is no cure. There is no vaccination. And in addition to that, this variant, the Andes variant, it is transmissible person to person. So I'm going to dive right into all the video footage that's been coming out so that way you can see it for yourself. And before we do, if you appreciate the live stream updates, it's currently 2:48 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Houston, Texas, May 6, 2026. Do me a favor, take a second, hit the thumbs up, like, appreciate getting the latest breaking news. And to stay up to date, it's totally free. Why not hit the subscribe button? I'm doing daily updates to keep you up to speed on everything that you need to know pertains to you, your family, the world, so you stay up to date on everything. But with that being said, you guys, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the video footage coming out today so you can get caught up on the latest.
Some breaking news this morning. The leader of the Canary Islands rejecting a plan to have the cruise ship at the center of the hantavirus outbreak dock there. All as we also have new information out of South Africa. Authorities there confirming the Andes strain of the virus has been identified in 2 passengers. This is the strain that can be transmitted between humans. The World Health Organization giving an update on the origin of this outbreak, which has killed 3 people so far. Listen.
This was an expedition boat, and many of the people on board were doing bird watching. They were doing, a lot of things with wildlife. So our assumption is they were infected off the boat and then joined the cruise. We do know that some of the cases have had very close contact with each other, and certainly human-to-human transmission can't be ruled out.
Joining me now is physician and former Air Force flight surgeon, Dr. Zaid Fadul, to discuss. Doctor, as a fundamental matter, why is hantavirus so deadly?
Hantavirus is deadly because it's a hemorrhagic disease. And what happens is it breaks down blood vessels and it breaks down and everything starts to kind of flood and crash in your system. And it ends up having a 35 to 38% mortality rate. So if you think about it from that term, it's just pretty terrifying.
Before we get to the cruise ship itself, what symptoms should we be on the lookout for just in general for this hantavirus?
I think it's the same symptoms of the flu. In fact, it's very, very common to be misdiagnosed as a flu early on. People are going to get fever, really high spiking fevers, body aches, they're going to feel muscle aches, and they're going to feel like they got run over by a bus. All that happens in the span of a day, so it can feel pretty overwhelming pretty quickly.
When we start hearing about this Andes strain and the potential human-to-human transmission through this, let's keep in mind, this is a strain that is only found in Argentina and Chile until obviously it then expands, and it is the only known strain to transmit person to person. I hear all that, and it's natural, especially in light of our recent history, to think, is this another pandemic? Is this another COVID? What are you thinking on that?
I understand people's concern and anxiety. I will tell you that with the amount of attention and focus and effort being put in to contain this, it should keep it contained. It's not like the virus whose name we shall not mention on TV.
Sure.
Hantavirus and the Andes variant specifically can be dangerous. It has a long latency period. People can be infected for 2 weeks before they show symptoms, and then they can stay infected for 3 weeks after they've had those symptoms. So you've got this 6-week window where people are going around potentially spreading the virus. But at this point, we've identified it. You've quarantined everyone. Those people who are, at risk are going to be kept away from the general population. And typically, you have to be in really close contact with somebody, intimate contact, to really pick it up person to person. It's not like measles where you can walk in a room a couple hours after somebody was there and pick it up. So, it's not as effective as that. And we've got the appropriate measures in place. And, my suspicion is we've hopefully contained this.
We're looking live now at the ship itself. On the subject of containment, the one word that comes to my mind is quarantine. And I read one report, one doctor saying these folks could be quarantined for up to 8 weeks. You agree with that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because at some point it's going to take up to 4 to 5 weeks to really guarantee they don't have symptoms. And if they were to develop symptoms and survive, they're still infected for another 3 or 4 weeks. So that's where that 8-week estimate comes from. It's going to be a long time on that cruise ship.
Doc, a lot of our audience.
I would say this is that if you're not in a healthy state right now, you need to be figuring out how to do that. If this thing gets onto the American soil, you need to be of good health. I don't know whether that's like being a vegan. I don't even know what that is. Whatever that good health is, try to be the healthiest you could be, because you don't want to be of bad health and this thing hit you. If it does come onto shore, which it probably will, because they're gonna have to get off that boat at some point. They're not that people are gonna be like complaining about, like, my loved one is on the boat, so they're gonna want to get them off, and then that means that people are gonna be treating them, and then it'll spread.
Likes to cruise. What's your message to them? Is cruising safe?
I've got 4 children, and cruising is like the easiest way to go on vacation with small families. The challenge with cruise ships, regardless of what part of the world you go into, is that you're going to be in close contact with lots of people. Now, they work overtime to try and make sure it's as hygienic as possible, clean as possible. But the reality is, anytime you're in any environment with lots of people in a small confined space, you have that risk of any kind of communicable disease. I think personally that cruising is still safe, but I think you always have to take precautions. If you're feeling sick, you shouldn't go on a cruise. If you're on the cruise, hand washing is always one of your best bets. If you're really concerned about picking up a disease and you maybe have some underlying illness, it's not fun, but you can always throw a mask on. And these are the simple precautions that can go a long way to protect you.
What are your thoughts on that, Barack? What do you think about the cruise ship? Do you think the cruises are safe?
Say it again.
What do you think that cruises are safe?
Well, nowhere's 100% safe. Everything is a mystery. I was on 2 occasions about 20 years ago. I got exposed to tuberculosis, and my aunt, it spread to her brain, and my brother-in-law, he had it in his lungs. They was hospitalized. I was lucky. I got exposed to it, and they gave me pills, but my immune system was so strong, I never got sick. So I was like a carrier. So it's the same logic. Like those bad experiences then built me up for like stuff like COVID and this stuff now. Like I'm riding out with caution, but you got to be aware of what could happen and what you could do. Only thing you could do if you get sick is get in isolation and hope it go through you and hope to survive. My brother-in-law ended up in the hospital almost a month because the first 2 weeks he was in the hospital, the antibiotics. It wasn't antibiotic. I think tuberculosis is not a virus; it's a bacteria. The antibiotics they was giving him wasn't working, and he ended up dying young. Not from that, but he died at like my sister's husband. He died at like I don't even think he was 50. He died young, so I don't know if his immune. So that's another factor too. That's why they're saying. I guess they said 40% of the people died from it. The other 60, I guess, have an immune system that can fight it off or that can give it a challenge and survive. But that's all you can do. I'm not gonna if it's true, I'm not gonna panic, but I'm gonna be aware, start masking up, and hoping people don't cough near me. I get real nervous even to this day. Somebody cough near me because you don't know what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so someone says start tapping in the herbs, different strands, flowers, teas, etc. Experiment yourself. I would say detox. If you have a system that you have not detoxed, go ahead and detox, because I believe that certain people, were able to get through COVID because they had a certain immune system. Get your immune system up, guys.
Yeah, I had it twice. COVID-19.
Yeah, I had it too.
No, but I had to go to the hospital because mine was what happened was I was I think it was in isolation back then, and I kept getting these fevers and actually the herbs wasn't working. I had like some of the strongest herbs in it, and it was like, yo, I never got a cold like this. And then 2 guys that I grew up with from New York. I don't know if you ever heard of bless his soul, DJ K-Slay, the hip hop dude.
Yeah.
He had it around when I had it, and they killed him. I survived it. I think Kid Capri survived this. I'm not putting people's business out there. They had put it out there. I think Fred the Godson died. He was on. I don't know if you know who that is.
No, I don't know.
It's an underground rapper. He went on YouTube. He went on social media and would get ready to go on a ventilator, and a week later he passed. So it was a scary thing. Very scary.
What's crazy? My neighbor, he had COVID, and he was saying that the thing that like they were trying to put him on a ventilator, but he said no. And what he did was sing. He just kept singing, and the singing really loud, like cleared his lungs, and that's what he felt like kept him alive. Because
you know what gave me confidence though. I ain't gonna lie to you. Remember the actor, comedian Bernie, what's his name? Bernie Mac.
Yeah.
Well, he had what killed him was something COPD.
Sarcoidosis.
Yeah, my cousin has that, and she had COVID. And when she went to the matter of fact, I was speaking to her sister today. Ironically, she had that, and then she caught COVID, and her family, because it's all girls with them, they was crying because she went into the hospital, and we didn't think she was going to make it. They told us her breathing was so bad that they was going to put her on a ventilator, but she was in the hospital for about a month. But about a day or two after that, her breathing picked up, and she recovered. That's what gave me a little bit of confidence, because she was in bad health. Like she's in, like, she walked 3 blocks even before COVID, and she had a breath. She walked up the stairs. She survived that. We didn't think she was going to survive it, because I told her sisters, I said, cuz, say a prayer, because she might not come out of that. Because at that time they were saying people that had, pre-existing issues might not make it. But she caught it before me and survived. And I said, well, my cousin name was Michelle. I said, if little cuz could make it, I might be able to survive that.
Right.
She gave me, because she had what she still got what our burning, sarcoidosis, whatever you just said.
Sarcoidosis, yeah.
Yeah,
it's like I think it's like scarring of the lungs. Yeah.
She has that, and we was like, yo, this could be it. And then I have a relative, my father's cousin. She's 94 now, so about 3 years ago she had it, and she survived. Matter of fact, I talked to her for the holidays, and she told me she don't have no long-term effects from COVID, and she's over 90. So, I mean, there is miracles like that. So, you know what I mean? I try not to stress or dwell on it. You just hope if you get exposed to it, you hope you survive it. That's all you can do.
Exactly. Let's
but
go.
It's usually
Let off this segment.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying that it's usually travelers, people that go on vacation. That's who I hate to say it. That's who we bringing that stuff around, going somewhere and coming back with it.
Exactly. Especially the other countries, you're not inoculated,
Mm-hmm.
and those people are used to that. Maybe they've been smelling that rat poop and rat pee the whole time, and they don't have no problem. But we go there and then we catch it and then we bring it around and that get passed around. We don't have the immune system to actually deal with that, and that's where we get like this hemorrhagic fever type of thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, different parts of the world got different strains. Like in the Caribbean, I met people that don't have air conditioning. I almost died when I went out there in the summertime. These people don't have AC, and I had all kinds of breathing problems. I don't understand how those people can survive that. It's like almost inhumane. I know a lady with 5 kids in the Dominican Republic, and she ain't got no air conditioning. I feel so bad for them. These people, these people are have to live like that, man. We don't have AC in America. It's like a big deal, but them people, man, I feel for some of them around the world. They got to deal with.
Exactly. So let's go.
By saying the Canary Islands refusing to let this ship dock. While we do understand that these ships themselves have a fairly robust medical establishment on them, that medical establishment could get overwhelmed very quickly with the numbers that we are talking about. So we certainly hope that some area lets this ship dock to get to a hospital where they have a lot more doctors and a lot more medical professionals that can take care of them. Dr. Fadul, thank you so much. This was really good. Appreciate it.
There you have it, you guys. So that is one of the many videos that have been coming out today that are confirming that they have said that this is the Andes variant. This is the one that spreads person to person. Let's take a look at some more video footage so that way you can see the latest coming out today, May 6, 2026.
Authorities in Switzerland are tracking a new case of Hantavirus linked to that outbreak on a cruise ship. They say a man who was on board has tested positive. CBS News foreign correspondent Remy Inocencio joins us from our London bureau with more. Remy, what can you tell us about?
You see how American media lies? He didn't just test positive, he died. And his wife died. Okay? Not just tested positive. Let's go.
This case and the current situation on the ship.
Errol, yes. Well, currently this morning, French media is reporting that the Ministry of Health there, that a French contact case has now been confirmed, and this would bring the total number of cases to 9. Meanwhile, the MV Hondius and its 150 passengers or so are still stuck off the coast of Cape Verde after getting there on Monday. We've also gotten confirmation that the strain of hantavirus can jump from person to person. This coming from health officials in South Africa. And this is after a 35-day voyage there that you're seeing on your screen. Until people started getting sick and then dying. Now, I spoke to the WHO's point person in Cape Verde. Her name is Dr. Anne Lindstrom yesterday about what this means for all those people still stuck on the Hondius. Take a listen.
Do they need to be quarantined? What we know is that we would want to have a thorough epidemiologic investigation, medical exams, of course, epidemiologic investigations, maybe sampling, testing, etc. And then if there is the need for a quarantine, that will be a decision of the health authorities.
How long will this potential quarantine, let's say, last for these passengers?
8 weeks is a horribly long time to be quarantined, right?
Yeah.
And these passengers have already been contained within the boat for a very long time. We have been worried about the mental health of the passengers, the uncertainty, the unclarity, and how they are feeling to be contained in the port of Cabo Verde for a long time now.
If you had to, I guess, make an educated guess as to where this may have come from, what are your thoughts?
This boat has been certified to be free of rodents. And I know that the crew has been scrutinizing every area of the boat to make sure, even having several traps on the boat to be able to see if there are rodents, and none have been found.
Many people say that this is why they will never go on a cruise. To what extent are cruise ships safe in this regard?
I would say that this is an exception. We know that this boat had a specific profile of people who are very interested in wildlife, zoonotic, and so on. So this is, and they had been exposed to bird washing and maybe areas where this aerosol dust of rodent urine or excreta could have been an exposure for them. So I would say this is a very much of an exception, but I wouldn't discourage people from going on a cruise because of this very rare and specific.
Hell, fuck that. I'm not fixing to go on no damn cruise. What the hell?
Thoughts in the
She's like, oh no, you still go on cruises. Like what?
I would. That wouldn't stop me. I would still go. I traveled when COVID first happened. I was traveling out of the country and I wasn't even vaccinated.
Wow. Okay.
I wouldn't let that. I wouldn't let that stop me, because, like I said, it's hopefully an isolated incident. I mean, anybody can get sick. You can get sick in the house, so it don't matter. I mean, that's just me. I'm not speaking for you. I wouldn't let that stop me.
Right. So there's a bunch of stuff. People are talking. Let's go.
Got off my cruise on Sunday. It is now Tuesday, and I am in the hospital sick as a dog. Now, I'm not one to panic when you get off a cruise ship and you're sick. It just happens. You're around so many people. But I'm like really sick this time. Everything hurts. Can't open my eyes too much. Definitely have been having fevers, high fevers. My throat hurts so bad. It just sucks. Just sucks. I was supposed to start a new job and I'm in the hospital. But my cruise was still lit though. I'll keep you guys updated. Last time I was in the hospital, I had freaking mono and I got admitted for like a week. That was awful. That's almost how I feel now though. Like I'm so fatigued. This is rough. It's also like so busy in here that I'm in the hallway in a bed with there's other people out here too. There's no more rooms. So there must be something going around for sure.
This is Jake Rosmarin. He is a passenger on the cruise ship that is plagued with the Hantavirus.
Now, he is one of the 17 passengers that is from the United States. Actually has a travel blog on IG, and he had released a very tearful statement. If you haven't heard yet, the MV Honduras cruise ship was working its way up to the African coast, has been plagued with the Hantavirus. 3 people have died. 1 is in critical condition, and 2 other crew members are now showing signs of respiratory failure. The Hantavirus is the same virus that killed Gene Hackman's wife last year in New Mexico. This virus comes from urine and feces from rats. Officials are saying that this virus usually does not travel person to person, but they cannot confirm that at this time. They also don't know if this was an infection that was already on the cruise ship or that somebody brought in. Now, Jake did post this day 1 update.
So this is older, the older version of what's going on, but it's crazy. That's you know what. So let's go.
The hantavirus is or could be possibility of becoming a pandemic, right? And by the occurrence of things, right? The people who have been affected by this disease have been white. There's no any black person who has shown a case of being affected by this hantavirus. We hope that this disease will not carry on to become something big, because the other pandemic, I don't want to call it, started just like a joke, it became something big, right? The white people are having a reaction towards this disease. I want us to listen to them. I shall be back with a deeper critical analysis. Let's dive.
This hantavirus thing is already out of hand. Okay, the first person to pass away was a man with his wife on the cruise ship. On April 25th, she flew with his body after he passed away with this from St. Helena all the way to Johannesburg in South Africa. She started getting very bad symptoms and deteriorating on the flight back to Johannesburg. Collapsed in the airport, passed away the next day. They test her body. She has hantavirus. Who doesn't know if it's the Andes hantavirus that passes from person to person yet? They assume it is. Now, who is extensively trying to contact trace the 82 passengers that were on the same exact flight with her from St. Helena to Johannesburg? And the Andes virus is a little different than COVID. This is what they say anyway, that you don't get it just from casual contact, which would be if you sneeze, if you're in the same room, you got to get really close contact. So like kissing each other, things like that. But the thing here is, I'm assuming that they would not let her leave with her husband's body if she was having symptoms. And the incubation period between hantavirus is, some say 1 to 8 weeks, and then WHO says 1 to 6 weeks. So I don't think she even had symptoms before she was evacuated with her husband's body. To make matters worse, FIFA World Cup is in less than a month. Kansas City is hosting the Argentinian football team at their base. And there is going to be so many people from around the world, potentially from that area, coming to the FIFA World Cup. Just don't go. Just don't go. I would much rather people fearmonger over this than not fearmonger over this, because the mortality rate with this is 40%. 4 in 10 people pass away from the hantavirus. And there's no vaccine either. So just don't go. I would not travel to South America right now, specifically Argentina. I would wait it out, see what happens, because this is already out of hand.
I'm sorry, you said what was on a cruise ship and 3 people died from it?
What we know about the virus spreading on a cruise ship in the Atlantic where 3 people have died. It's called hantavirus. It's spread via rodents, but occasionally can go from human to human, according to the World Health Organization.
Well, slap me on the ass and call me Sally. Looks like I'm not going on any cruise ships anytime soon.
So the WHO says 1 case of hantavirus has been confirmed on the ship, and there are 5 additional suspected cases so far.
Like, could you imagine going on a cruise where you're supposed to have no worries, and next thing you know, you got to worry about a fucking virus that is killing people on the same ship as you?
1 person's currently in intensive care in South Africa. So people with symptoms are being evacuated while the rest are stuck on board, it seems. Imagine what it's like to be there.
That's what I'm saying. Why the fuck is there still people on board of a cruise ship where there's a deadly virus going around? Yeah, the people that have the virus, yeah, take them off of the ship. Let's bring them on land where they could potentially spread this virus. But the other people that don't have the virus, fuck them. Keep them on board. Like, make that shit make sense.
Hantaviruses are spread by rodent urine or feces.
So this lets me know two things.
Go ahead.
I mean, like I said, what did you hear? Is the boat dock? Did they let the people off? I didn't follow that.
They have the boat. The boat has docked. The woman with the husband was on a plane to Johannesburg with her husband. When he died, she jumped on a plane, and then she died soon after. So whoever was on that plane might have gotten it. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't follow it, so I don't.
Yeah.
Know what's going
So
on.
yeah, it's Lord. I don't even know what to think about this. This is crazy. Like what?
Things. One, either the ship has rodents on board, or two, somebody has rodents inside of their fucking house not realizing this shit. And
No, it came from them going and seeing certain parts of Argentina. It might have been from Antarctica. Who knows? You know?
p.m. Eastern time on May 5th, and we just got the official news that Spain is accepting them at the Canary Islands. Now, experts are also confirming that after sending medical teams to the ship, no rodents were found, which means experts believe this is indeed the Andes virus, which is the substrate of the Hantavirus that originates from Argentina and can travel from person to person.
That's why he's saying that the one girl said a bunch of people from Argentina fixing to come to America for the FIFA Cup, and Lord knows if they got it. You know what I'm saying? Lord.
They might. I mean, if it gets out of hand, they might have to cancel it. It's gonna be a lot of people because money's gonna be lost or made depending on if they let it. But like I said, this world is so money hungry. They might knowing that they got it and still let them come here.
Man, listen, I want to show you something that's going to really blow your mind, because during this whole time that all this is going on, a bunch of scientists that probably could have come up with a solution or whatever have just disappeared. This is another thing. Watch this.
Well, the twists just keep coming. 2 more people are linked to the mysterious web of dead or missing American scientists and researchers, bringing the total number to 13. The FBI is now reviewing the death of...
It may actually be 15 and not 13, but we'll talk about the other 2 in a second.
NASA nuclear engineer Joshua LeBlanc, who was killed in a fiery car crash last July after he went missing without his phone and wallet. Also under review and new scrutiny tonight is the death of David Wilcock, a paranormal UFO researcher and writer whose death was ruled a suicide. We're also learning that several scientists from China have also turned up dead too. Joining me now is NewsNation national security contributor Tracy Walder. Great to see you, Tracy. So let's start with the 13 American cases. Joshua LeBlanc didn't have a phone and a wallet. Very strange, like some of the others who have gone missing. On top of that fact, all 13 worked in related fields. A lot of people watching these maybe obvious connections, government work, maybe secret clearances, but no agency that any of them worked for has definitively said that they are connected. So from an investigative perspective, what are we missing here?
Somebody said they may be hiding out. That might answer a lot of questions too, because if I was a scientist and all of my colleagues are showing up dead everywhere, I definitely would try to go into hiding. So yeah, somebody said that in the chat, and that makes a lot of sense, because I don't know what I would do, where I would go, but I would possibly go into hiding. So yes, some of these people are probably just hiding out somewhere that nobody knows where they are. So that makes a lot of sense.
Well, thank you.
Make sure to hit the like button, and drop your city in the chat. Drop your city in the chat. Drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at.
Thank you so much for having me, Katie. I think the key in this case is what they didn't leave their home with, right? You mentioned before that really all of them, particularly the ones that are still, I guess, considered without their essential personal effects, so things like keys, wallets, that kind of thing. And so I think that's key. It is true. Most of the agencies have said that none of them were working on that exact same project, but I think they don't have a choice in this investigation to go to all of these agencies and figure out exactly what it was that each of them are doing. And unfortunately, that's going to take some time, which isn't great when you have some people who are still missing.
So on that point, the people on the list there's a range of what they did and where they worked. A retired Air Force general, NASA lab director. Is it normal for the government not to know what's happening with such high profile people, or there are enough people working inside these agencies with these types of jobs and security clearances that maybe they wouldn't think twice about something happening to them just in the realm of life after they either left their job or maybe just went out for a walk?
I think it's the latter.
Went out for a walk and don't come back.
In these agencies and even at the CIA when I worked there, we don't necessarily know always what the other person is doing, simply because clearances we have are all compartmentalized, right? And so I think that's part of the problem too, is that they don't all know what they were doing. And the government, quite frankly, doesn't know. The FBI doesn't even have clearance to what some of these individuals are doing. They're going to have to be read into that. And I think.
Thank you, Tamara.
That's going to be problematic.
So China, of course, is no stranger to having their scientists go missing or disappear or end up dead.
Wait, what? So it's just normal over there for their scientists to go missing?
The Wuhan lab researcher who was labeled patient 0 after the COVID-19 outbreak disappeared, was never found, typical of China's Communist Party behavior. But is it possible, we've heard this from a number of congressmen, that there's could be a national security implication here, that this could be some kind of tit for tat between the US and China, or is that taking it a step too far?
All right, so let's go here.
Number 13, and Joshua LeBlanc was
Hold on, let me start right here.
another person who was connected to nuclear propulsion has been found dead. This makes it number 13. And Joshua LeBlanc was found dead in a burnt up Tesla in Alabama, of all places. And is it?
And let me say something about Teslas. I think they are unaliving people using Teslas. There's no way in hell I will ever buy a Tesla. Tesla is owned by this, you know who, and they're connected on a database or a mainframe that no other car is. I'm quite sure for example, if I made a video about Elon Musk, or I made 30 videos about Elon Musk, and I drove a Tesla, I'm quite sure my Tesla is on their database, and they can literally hit a button and cause that Tesla to run off a cliff by just hitting the button. Like, there's no way in hell I would buy a Tesla and actually drive it, because it's on a mainframe. All they got, they can control the steering. They can make it like catch on fire. Like, it's so many times where I've heard that the Tesla won't even let you out of the car. Like, you can't open the door because everything is computerized. There's no way in hell.
And it's suspicious that Amy Esrich, who was also linked to Alabama, was also linked to nuclear science in the propulsion industry, was found dead too. Now,
it's something going on in Alabama for sure involving these scientists.
Of course, the FBI is supposedly launching this investigation to see if there are any links between all of these missing or dead scientists or engineers, but it is looking very suspicious that each and every one of these people have some sort of a connection to one another, and they have a connection to NASA, or they have a connection to propulsion, nuclear science. Don't you find that suspicious?
I'm sorry. All right. So what are y'all thoughts on that? I mean, We talked about the whole thing with the, that. But what do you think about these missing scientists coming up missing,
He's
dying?
talking crazy. I don't know if I agree with that. What he said. He's talking crazy.
You think that he's talking crazy?
Yeah, about the making you go off the cliff and all that. Yeah, I don't know.
You don't think that they could control a Tesla and make it go off a cliff?
No, I don't believe that.
Oh man.
You?
Yeah, man. I mean, I've heard a lot of different stories. Like with it. You know what? You need to go on the CIA website and look at their archives. They have like ways to make a person have a heart attack. They have like a bunch of different stuff that they know how to do. So I would not think that they would be able to control. I've heard they can control a car and make it like just take over the steering of a car. You don't think that's real?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Hotspot.
What they're gonna do it? They're gonna do it.
Channel,
They make a million. If they make a million cars, they're gonna be able to do it to a million cars.
Say it again.
If there's a million cars out there, they're gonna be able to do it to a million cars. I kind of find that hard to believe. I mean, if they focus it on one car, I might believe it. But I'm saying to do that to any car, to every car, I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, Tesla has an IP address.
Yes. Yes, I've heard that.
Hotspot Casino, what are your thoughts?
Yes, they can do it. That's why you remember Cash for Cars?
Yeah.
That's a huge reason why. I mean, the whole point is the futuristic stuff in order to be able to control it. I mean, the whole purpose that they're going to eventually do is to basically create like smart cities. And they'll be able to tell you, hey, you can drive this far, you can drive that far, or eventually get to where they'll have vehicles that are autonomous that run and you can only go wherever you asked it to go. And if they want to control you and say, you know what, this person there aren't doing what we say, hey, just drive it straight ahead into this 18-wheeler that we have automated as well and get rid of them. I mean, this stuff is no joke. This stuff is real. It's unfortunately it's real. It sounds crazy, something like out of
Barack, I don't understand why you are not. You need to get up with the program, like about what's going on.
I'm not saying it can't be done, but I'm saying I don't see them investing that when they could do that with every car. If they sell,
they can't do it with every car. Only like the electronic cars. That's why. But there are certain cars that are a combination of electronic and gas. And if they have like that Siri, not Siri, but like that, like the thing where because there are certain cars that are even still gas that they can still take control of your car.
You mean like a hybrid?
Well, yeah, that and then other cars as well.
No, but I'm saying I don't know if they would do that with every electronic car that came out. I don't see them doing it. I see them if they focus on one, but to do that with the whole fleet, I just find that hard to believe.
Have you ever seen the movie? What was it called? It was all the boats were coming in, and then all the Teslas were like smashing.
With Julia Roberts?
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
No, it was called "Leave the World Behind" or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But all like the Teslas were like just smashing. You don't think that could be a real thing?
It could be. I doubt it. But
all right, let's go.
Because I find that suspicious. There's no way that all of these could be a coincidence. There must be some sort of connection. But what is the connection? And who is taking care of these people if this is happening on purpose? Now, of course, all of this is allegedly, because I don't want anyone to take this video down. There's no misinformation here. This is alleged.
Yes. They have cameras all around them. So there's cameras filming you and cameras filming everywhere you are. So a person can literally tap in to the computers on your Tesla. And if you're like, say you're in California and you're riding up a mountain or something, the cameras can show that if the car veers over to the left, it'll go over the mountain. So not only can they control your steering wheel, they can see where you are. So when they make your steering wheel go this way, they know you'll go off a mountain. Like, there's no way in hell. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So I'm gonna this right here. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna get back to her in a second, because she's gonna talk about number 14, person number 14 and number 15.
Is I just look at the tradecraft that I know China works when I worked Chinese counterintelligence and when I worked nuclear weapons. I think the issue is that's not typically how our espionage tradecraft works. We want people alive, and we want people to have access to current information. If you look at McCaslin, you know, he's been retired for quite some time.
Right. This is absolutely crazy. The FBI confirmed yesterday they are looking into a growing list of missing or no longer alive scientists and researchers. Let me tell you about 11 of them. Amy Eskridge was from Huntsville, Alabama. She was a propulsion researcher and president
Alabama
of the Institute for Exotic Science. She reportedly passed away in 2022 from a self-inflicted wound. Michael David Hicks was from Sunland, California, former research scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, where he studied comets and asteroids. He passed away in July 2023 at 59 years old. Public memorials confirm his long JPL career, but I have not found a confirmed cause of his passing. Frank Mywald was from Los Angeles, California. He was a principal researcher at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. He passed away in July 2024. I have not seen a publicly confirmed cause of his passing. Anthony Chavez was from Los Alamos, New Mexico. He was a former Los Alamos National Laboratory employee. He was reported missing in May 2025 after vanishing from his home. Reports say that he left his wallet, keys, and personal items, and his car was still in the driveway. Monica Reza was from Pasadena, California. She was the director of materials.
You know what's even crazier? Have you heard that people going into New York subways are hearing a voice telling them to push people off the subway?
No surprise they can do that with certain frequencies. The Amy chick is crazy because she recorded them hitting her with like microwaves, and she would report like, "Hey, if anybody says I tried to kill myself, it wasn't me."
Man, that's crazy. Like, listen, people are. I saw a thing on TikTok where people were on Instagram, and they were like, "Listen, if you go to a subway, stand back. Don't stand close to the actual where the train is about to board, because there are people getting messages and then I heard that there's like hundreds of people getting pushed in front of trains."
Yeah, but that's very rare. It's not often.
No, like not lately.
Yeah, I take the train every day. I'm in New York. It's not every day.
Just wait till Starlink is fully hooked up. Oh, you thought you saw?
Matter of fact, I don't even think any happened this year. I can't think of one right now. We had a guy that at Grand Central last month. He took a knife and started stabbing people, but the cops shot him down. But as far as pushed off the train, I haven't heard nothing. I don't remember hearing nothing for the new year. You heard me?
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying it has happened, but I don't know what you mean because I haven't heard nothing lately. I don't know if you heard something. I mean, I'm in New York, literally.
I wish I had like the video of the person that said this. She was saying that there's like it's not being reported, but there's a bunch of people getting pushed out in front of trains. I don't know. It might not be, you know what? It might be some TikTok shit or social media shit that people are saying, but it's interesting to me.
Yeah, when you got to remember when you hear stuff on social media, a lot of times it's not true. People just say stuff sometimes for what that clout chasing. Because I'm in New York right now, and I live out here, and I would know about it. You know what I mean? That's so. Like I said, people just say stuff I guess they clout chasers. They'll say anything to get clout. Because it hasn't been too many this year. The biggest thing that happened was the matter of fact, the guy that was I forget his name, Fox 5, that was he was a battle rapper, I think from the Bronx. They said his mother died or something like that. That's what the press is saying. So I ain't verified it. And he just went crazy. And he went in the train station with a machete and was cutting people and the cops shot him down. His rapper name was Fox 5. He used to be a battle rapper or something like that. I don't know if you heard about that.
No, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, that's true news though. That happened in the train. But as far as the shoving, nothing lately that I've heard of.
I wish I could like find the actual video. Like it's weird. Like so many weird things come on my timeline. Let's go.
Processing at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Okay, let's stop right here. The other woman said that a lot of these scientists are leaving their keys, their ID, their passports, and their cars behind. It almost sounds like an adult version of the Weapons movie, where, because I'm never leaving my house without my wallet, my money, and my keys. Like, how do I leave my house without my keys? I need my keys to drive the car or lock the door or whatever. So when you just think about somebody leaving the house without the normal things that an adult will leave the house with, even if you're going for a walk or you're jogging, you're going to carry either your keys or your wallet, or your keys and your wallet. So what if, well, first, how many of you, put a 1 in the chat if you watched the movie Weapons? Put a 1 in the chat if you watched the movie Weapons. Because what if there's something embedded in their necks, their brains, or something that would go off that would cause them to just simply just get up and just walk out the house? And I don't know. But this is sounding like an episode of the Weapons movie, because they're leaving.
I don't even think that they need to like embed anything. If they know how to listen, I heard that when Trump did his whole attack in Venezuela, they used a technology that made everybody like ears and stuff bleed and all type of stuff. So they understand frequencies. See, here's the thing is that listen, that's why I push EFI so much, because it teaches you about frequency and sound. The majority of like the understanding of EFI is understanding science, not just like religion, like, okay, there's God, whatever, but just science behind sound, science behind nature. These people know nature. They know how to bounce signals off of things. They know how to possibly even get into your mind and make you think to do something. I don't understand why a person would hear a voice saying, hey, go do this, enough to the point they do it. But it might be like something so loud and so crazy that they have like, okay. I don't know, but like, let's get into it. Like, I think that there's things that exist like this
without their wallets and keys. Put a 1 in the chat if you watched the movie Weapons.
By 2024, I have not seen a publicly confirmed cause of his passing. Anthony Chavez was from Los Alamos, New Mexico. He was a former Los Alamos National Laboratory employee. He was reported missing in May 2025 after vanishing from his home. Reports say that he left his wallet, keys, and personal items, and his car was still in the driveway.
See? It's multiple people who leave all of their belongings behind. Like, adults don't do that. So the only thing that I can think of is something is controlling them that's making them go somewhere. And but have y'all seen the movie Weapons? Because I think I got the movie Weapons. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Did y'all ever see the movie Weapons? Yes or no? I'll worry about that in a second, but there's a conversation to be had about the movie Weapons then, if that's the case.
Monica Reza was from Pasadena, California. She was the director of materials processing at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. She went missing in June 2025 while hiking in the Angeles National Forest in Los Angeles County. She was with 2 companions and then disappeared. Melissa Casillas was from Talpa, New Mexico, administrative worker at Los Alamos National Laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico. She has been missing since June 2025. She was last seen walking along Highway 518 in Talpa. Stephen Garcia was from Albuquerque, New Mexico. He was a government contractor at a New Mexico facility for the Kansas City National Security Campus. He was last seen in August 2025, leaving his Albuquerque home on foot. Reports say that he had a weapon and police warned he may have been a danger to himself. Nuno Loureiro was from Cambridge, Massachusetts. He was the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. He passed away in December 2025 after being shot. His passing was a homicide, and it was at the hands, allegedly, of a physicist. We can go into that more in a part 2 if you want, but let's keep going. Jason Thomas from Wakefield, Massachusetts, pharmaceutical researcher. He went missing in late 2025. He was found no longer alive in March 2026. Officials said they did not suspect foul play. Carl Grillmar from Llano, California, was a Caltech astrophysicist who worked on NASA's NEOWISE and NASA's NEO Surveyor missions. He passed away in February 2026 after being shot. Authorities later arrested a suspect. William Neal McCaslin from Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's a retired U.S. Air Force Major General. He has been missing since February 27th, 2026.
So a lot of these situations are different. So they're not the same, but some of you said you never heard of the movie Weapons. Let me see if I can show you where the hell is it?
I've never heard of it either.
Check this out. And y'all let me know if I'm crazy. Check this out.
While the movie might seem like just another horror movie, once you understand what the movie is really about.
So this is a movie, Weapons. And in the movie, I think a classroom full of kids mysteriously disappeared, and there's no signs of forced entry in any of the, I think the 60 kids' houses or whatever. They just disappeared in the night, kind of like what's going on with some of these scientists. Not all of them, because some of the scientists are getting shot or whatever, but the ones that are just walking out of their houses. Listen to this. This is kind of like a kid's version of what some of the scientists are going through. Listen, and y'all let me know if I'm crazy.
While the movie might seem like just another horror movie, once you understand what the movie is really about, you will see why it's much deeper than that. On the surface, the movie is about the witch Aunt Gladys, who goes to Alex's family's house to do a soul harvesting ritual on the parents to steal their youth. But since they're full-grown adults, it doesn't work. So instead, she uses Alex to put all the students in his class under that harvesting spell. She then uses an occult ritual to steal the youth from the children. What the movie is actually about is the truth on why so many children go missing every year and how it's all connected to witchcraft rituals. The movie is also deeply connected to Trevor Moore's death, and I will explain why in just a moment. But first, let's unpack everything the movie was revealing. At the beginning of the movie, the child who is narrating the story tells us that this story is based on a true story. While she was referring to the story that takes place inside of the world of the movie, I saw this as being a literal message, telling us that this movie is based on real situations that are happening in real life. We will see more examples of this throughout this breakdown. We also need to talk about the ritual Aunt Gladys uses to control people and steal their youth. In the movie, she is seen doing a strange ritual using a stick and this bell with this inverted triangle symbol on it, along with the number 6. Clearly, this is a reference to the magical system of alchemy.
And as you can see, she's able to control adults along with children. So you may not believe in this, and that's okay. I'm just theorizing and pontificating right now. So this little bell and this stick. So I'm not into this stuff, but I'm just sharing information because I don't want y'all thinking I'm crazy.
In the movie, she is seen doing a strange ritual using a stick and this bell with this inverted triangle symbol on it, along with the number 6. Clearly, this is a reference to the magical system of alchemy. The inverted triangle is a symbol in alchemy and also in other occult groups, indicating this occult witchcraft is inspired by real occult rituals. This occult ritual utilizes an object that belongs to the person they are trying to affect with the magic, and it also requires the blood of the caster, which would make this a...
Uh-oh, what happened? Why did it stop? Okay, we can keep going. I got more on this. I don't know why it stopped. Okay. But that gives you an understanding of what may possibly be happening. I'm gonna find the rest of it because I did a whole live stream about this, but I'll come back to that in a second. I didn't know it was gonna stop abruptly like that.
He left his home in Albuquerque on foot. He left without his phone, and a silver alert has been issued. Probably just
a silver alert is for old people. So a silver alert is an older person has lost their mental function and they have Alzheimer's or dementia or something. That's what a silver alert is.
coincidences, right?
But what do y'all think about the weapons movie? Do y'all think that could be a part of this? Yes or no in the chat. Say yes or no in the comments.
Right. Well, the FBI is looking into it. Congress has demanded briefs, and we should find something out in the coming weeks, supposedly. Let me know your thoughts. I have been talking a lot about missing William Neal McCaslin. My mind is now blown. If you want a part 2 going into deeper details of these people, things that they said in interviews, let me know. I would be more than happy to do that. I was so excited to make this video. I woke up early this morning, which is not something I do. This is highly interesting. Let me know what you think.
And I'm going to break down the story and give you my point of view on it. All right. So as of April 2026, 11 or 12 scientists linked to nuclear, aerospace, or defense work have died or disappeared. FBI says that it is looking for possible connections, and NASA, Congress, the White House have all turned over this investigation to federal investigation bodies like the FBI, which I don't fully trust. I don't trust any of them. Having
everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button.
Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to hit the like button.
Worked for the government for 28 years. I don't trust a thing the government says or does, because they may be the ones behind this. But I want to name all of the people who have disappeared and died, and then at the end talk about what I believe the connection is. I haven't seen anybody else connect this, but I, being an insider and having worked in the aerospace and the military theaters for 28 years, I have a little bit more skin in this game. All right, so it goes all the way back to June 11th, 2022. Amy Eskridge was perhaps the most outspoken of having been followed, threatened, and came out several times saying, you know, she wasn't suicidal and stuff, the same kind of thing that I said at the beginning. So Amy Eskridge was 34 years old. She's a researcher in experimental propulsion, anti-gravity, some stuff with 0-point energy, and she co-founded a research tank. She was found with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, June 11th, 2022. So it goes back that far.
And you got to remember, these are some of the most brilliant people on the planet. Nuclear and space propulsion stuff. These aren't drug addict, stupid, dumb people. These are the most brilliant people on the planet. So something happened to these people.
On July 30th, 2023, Michael David Hicks, 59 years old, he was a physicist at NASA Propulsion Lab, was found dead, and no public cause of death had been given. A lot of times families don't put out public cause of death if it's ruled a suicide. So remember that, because on July 4th, 2024, Frank Maywald, 61, was a researcher at the same NASA lab as Michael David Hicks, also was found dead. No official cause of death was given publicly. On May the 4th, so those three were found with what I believe suicide.
Can you stop saying that word, sir? Damn.
Suicide.
Stop saying the word, buddy. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm sorry. On May the 4th, 2025, Anthony Chavez, 78 years old, was a former employee at Los Alamos National Laboratory. It didn't say what he did there because that's one of the most secret labs in the United States, Los Alamos. He disappeared May the 4th, 2025, has never been seen again. On June 22nd, 2025, just a few weeks later, Monica Jacinto Riza, 60, aerospace engineer at the same NASA lab as Frank and Michael.
Somebody in the chat said, that's why I quit being a scientist. Come on, man. That's not funny, man. Tell me that's why I quit being a scientist. Yo, y'all are hilarious. This is not a laughing matter, man. Stop.
Disappeared and hasn't been seen since.
And to the new people just coming in, drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. To the new people that just came in, hit the like button and also drop your city in the chat. Let me know where you at. Where are the new people who just came in? Where y'all from? Or where y'all at?
On June the 26th, 2025, 4 days after Monica, Melissa Cassius, who was 53, disappeared. Hasn't been seen since. She was an administrative assistant at Los Alamos and has been connected with Anthony Chavez, who disappeared May the 4th of the same year. On August the 28th, 2025, Stephen Garcia, 48 years old, disappeared, not to have been seen again in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is, if you know anything about New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, like that kind of area in the United States Southwest, is a lot of military secret, like around, Nevada, Area 51, all of that. A lot of the labs, the old nuclear test sites, the aerospace stuff, because there's not a lot of people in that area, and so it's very dry air. There's some elevation. It's like a perfect place to test, like create, build, test aerospace assets. Like all of the spy planes that we know about now, like SR-71 and stuff, were tested there. It's a hotbed for. It's also a big hotbed for UFO activity. And we'll talk about that because that's one of the reasons why people think that maybe these people have disappeared. But we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me get through this list. All right, so that was August 28th, 2025. He also disappeared. He was armed. And other people who have disappeared were also said to be armed, which made me wonder if they were carrying, because I carry, because of these videos I do, I'm worried about, watching my six, and I go around I carry. So
I carry regardless of what I do.
All right, December the 12th, 2025, Jason Thomas, 45 years old, was his body, he disappeared December.
And shout out to Elaine. Thank you for the super chat. And shout out to Jeff. Timothy Cunningham, a CDC scientist, had the exact fate in 2018, left everything behind. Yo, that's just crazy, man. Like, is something wrong with this stuff with the people just leaving everything behind? So I think I found the other video pertaining to weapons. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Hold on. Is this it? 258. So I think this is it right here.
Talk about the ritual Onglady uses to control people and steal their youth. In the movie, she is seen doing a strange ritual using a stick and this bell with this inverted triangle symbol on it, along with the number 6. Clearly, this is a reference to the magical system of alchemy. The inverted triangle is a symbol in alchemy and also in other occult groups, indicating this occult witchcraft is inspired by real occult rituals. This occult ritual utilizes an object that belongs to the person they are trying to affect with the magic, and it also requires the blood of the caster, which would make this a blood ritual just like we saw them utilizing in the Him movie. If you haven't seen the video I made on Him, make sure you watch it after this one. You're not.
And My daughter told me to watch the movie Him. So I need to watch the movie Him, H-I-M. I need to watch that movie also. Have y'all seen Him? So put a 1 in the chat if y'all watched the movie Weapons, and put a 1 in the chat you watch Him. Like, I've never watched Him. I need to watch Him. Apparently it has something to do with weapons.
You're gonna want to miss it. The link would be in the description. This spell not only harvested the souls and stole their youth, but also forced a person under the spell to become zombie-like. Believe it or not, some people believe that they can use witchcraft to turn people into their zombie puppets, like the Haitian voodoo zombie spell. This is used to turn people into zombie slaves. The main purpose of putting the children under the spell was to steal their youth. We all know that children abductions are a huge problem all over the world, with hundreds of thousands of children going missing each year. I recently made a Patreon exclusive on the disappearance of 100 kids in Virginia in just 1 month. This movie to me explains why so many children are going missing. It tells us why these monsters are going after the children and what they're doing to so many of them. Coincidentally, they released a movie about a class full of children going missing around the same time 100 kids randomly go missing in Virginia.
What? Wait, Weapons was based on a true story? Hold on, quick commercial break. We're going to talk about this. I didn't know it was based on a true story.
This just in, a new way of healing is sweeping the country, and it's a card game called Like Mother, Like Daughter. This game is powerful.
My favorite question was, if you could parent me all over again, what would you change? This card game has a mother deck and a daughter deck, so we both have questions for each other. These are some good questions.
Do you think I'm a people pleaser? If so, where did I get this trait from?
This card game actually helped my marriage, and the questions showed me that I still had unresolved issues with my mom, and I was taking them out on my husband.
If you don't do anything else, buy this card game. You won't regret it. Click the link below.
Like mother, like daughter, we are the same. You'll see when we play this game.
Just reminding everybody, or for the people who don't know, I have an amazing card game called the mother-daughter card game. It's like mother, like daughter. A lot of women don't necessarily realize, or they try to run from the fact that to a certain degree, they are in some type of way just like their mother. They came from their mother. And that's what this card game is for, to give women an understanding of like what their mother went through when they were young. So a lot of these questions in this card game, in the mother deck, and I got a daughter deck also, is helping the woman that's the mother, helping the mother kind of like open up about how she felt or what she went through when she herself was a single mom or was a mother, or, you know, why her and her father, her husband divorced, or, you know, stuff like that, right? So this card game gives a lot of daughters an understanding of what their mother was going through when she was a baby. So this card game is meant to help give everybody an understanding of the mother or the daughter's perspective, so we won't have so many issues. Because just like we're talking about all these children going missing and it's by voodoo or something, well, a lot of children go missing because they don't get along with their mothers and their fathers, right? So Mother's Day is coming up. So if you want a fun gift that would like make your mother smile, or that would bring your wife and her mother together, or bring you and your mother together, make sure to get this card game. Mother's Day is coming up. This is the perfect Mother's Day gift. And the link to buy the card game is in the chat and is pinned at the top of the chat. And in the comment section, just go to the top of the comment section. Is pinned at the top of the comment section. Just click the link and get your card game. Get your mother-daughter card game, because Mother's Day is coming up and I'm going to sell out before Mother's Day. So get your card game now. I have people that done bought 7 card games so they can give them out to different people in their family. So people are buying multiple card games at a time. So get your card game before we sell out. All right, so let's go back to this.
We know they're after the children, and this is the very thing Gladys was showing us, showing that she was using occult rituals to harvest the souls and the youth of these children. We know that the elites did the same on Epstein's Island, and this is still going on to this very day.
Yeah.
This is what this movie is truly about. It's showing us the disturbing reality of the world, why that Epstein list will never come out. Now, like I said earlier, Zach Kreger was inspired to create this movie by Trevor Moore's death. You may be wondering in which way though. For starters, Zach admitted this himself during an interview. On top of this, he also released a movie on August 7th, the same day Trevor Moore died. August 7th, 2025 would have been the 4th year anniversary of his death. Zach also hit some Easter egg tributes that were directly intended to allude to the death of his good friend Trevor Moore. For instance, the scene that showed the principal and his partner eating 7 hot dogs was in reference to Trevor Moore. In this scene, Ann Gladys shows up and uses a ritual to force the principal to kill his partner. There's also another scene that's connected to Trevor. It's believed Trevor Moore died around 2:30 a.m. after mysteriously falling off his balcony. In the movie, Alex wakes up at 2:15 a.m. to find Ann Gladys doing a ritual to bring all the kids to the house. This is around the same time it's believed Trevor Moore mysteriously fell off his balcony. Now you may be wondering what was the connection between these scenes and Trevor Moore's death.
So what he's saying is Trevor Moore died in some type of conjunction to this type of stuff also.
Why would Zach Kreger dedicate a movie about witchcraft and child abductions to his friend Trevor Moore? He released the movie on the 4th year anniversary of his death. Well, this is where things start to get eerie. If any of you have seen my Patreon exclusive video on Trevor Moore, you know exactly.
It stopped again. So it must be a part 3. I'll find that part 3, but let's keep going.
More scientists.
Hold on, let's back this up a little bit.
Allegedly, because I don't want anyone to take this video down. There's no misinformation here. This is alleged.
2 more scientists that worked with NASA have just died in a private plane crash. And this time it's a father and son, marking number 14 and 15 in the growing list that have recently vanished or been found dead. The father, James Moffett, spent 2 decades working for the military and directly with NASA before he moved on to advanced aerospace research. And his son, Andrew, was a research engineer and scientist that also worked with NASA and propulsion systems at the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Why does that sound familiar?
I'm in Huntsville, Alabama. I know I've said that several times. We're the Rocket City. We're the biggest steal you've never heard of. We won the space race here in Alabama, whether you've heard of it or not.
The whole Huntsville family was on board when the plane crashed for reasons unknown. And authorities are saying that the investigation is going to take about a year. If you're wondering how we went from number 12 on the list, David Wilcock, number 14 and number 15, Joshua LeBlanc, a NASA scientist that vanished last June, was found burned in his Tesla, marking number 13. So I don't know what's going on or why these scientists are being taken out, but what I do know is that it's not,
I don't know, coincidence, if you whatever you want to call it. But
as always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
So if you guys thought the missing and or deceased scientist fiasco was over, well, it's not. It's happening again. This is 29-year-old Joshua LeBlanc, who just last summer died in a car crash when his Tesla went off the road and burst into flames. And yes, you guessed it, he was a NASA nuclear engineer and scientist.
Don't forget that the CIA can take over your car's steering at any moment. Yeah, look at Vault 7. These are released CIA.
Look up this. Take a screenshot of this that is at the top of the screen and look this up for yourself. You see this at the top of the screen? Look this up yourself. It is a fact that the CIA can take over not all cars, but Teslas and BMWs, certain cars.
DJ.
CIA documents.
Now, this all went down in Huntsville, Alabama, aka Rocket City, which is the same place that this anti-gravity researcher, Amy Eskridge, was based, who was also on this list, and they said she unalived herself. Wait, hold up. A Tesla that burst into flames with somebody related to the government. I think I've seen this movie before. Remember that one time last year where that U.S. Army Green Beret goes to the Trump Tower in Las Vegas in a Cybertruck and blows himself up? Well, this can't be related, right? Actually, yeah, It is. The Cybertruck bomber Matthew Livelsberger's manifesto was actually disclosed on the Sean Ryan show. And I quote, "What we've been seeing with drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered by aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast." China, huh? Well, this isn't just an American problem. This is also happening in China, where scientists are mysteriously dying as well. What? Now their list is up to 9 people who all have a background in military AI tech, hypersonics, space defense, and drones. Very interesting. Now get this, out of these cases, 3 are car accidents, 3 are illness related, and the others are unexplained incidences. It really makes you wonder, has national security been breached with a long list of scientists? And now this. Andrew Hugg, who is the branch chief at the Nuclear and Chemical Surety in the U.S. Army, was just fired for disclosing classified information on a date.
Damn, not on a date.
Hey DJ, can you?
Damn.
I do find it pretty interesting that his background is nuclear and chemicals, like some of the scientists on the list, like Nuno Loureiro, who was a nuclear fusion scientist who was unalive during the Brown University incident. Now, this whole thing was an undercover sting operation conducted by James O'Keefe. Then right after, he posts this, where he says, "The police just came to my office and confiscated."
All right, go ahead.
I'm thinking what's going on is they're not complicit with whatever that these companies are trying to do. And because they're not complicit, they're trying to get rid of them. And they are getting rid of them. So, I mean, and if you think about it, these companies like NASA, there's more than likely that they have biometric type situations where they have DNA scans, eye retina scans, stuff like that in order to really track them and stuff like that. So, especially cards, like in the military, you get a RFID chip type situation with your card. If you want to go to the commissary or
No, it has to be something more than that, because that's all like out in the open.
Right, but what I'm saying is because the technology that they're trying to release. Does that make sense? So, for instance, if I told you, I've already told you about Blue Beam Project, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to top secret stuff like that, that's what they're not complicit with, and then because of that, all it takes is the littlest.
But everybody's talking about Black Project Blue. It's something that listen. I believe that the things that we're talking about, that's not the stuff that they're hiding. You know what I'm saying? Like Project Blue Beam and all this other bullshit. Like that's like what we know. I think there's something going on that we don't know. And that is why, like nuclear propulsion. Because see, if you guys have been watching my page, I have put on the Babalao that talks about E5. He talks about nuclear being based in plasma. That nuclear is a plasma cloud, and that the whole thing is everything that we're in is based on plasma. But see, you look at it as religious mumbo jumbo, and you don't listen to what he's saying. He's talking about the Merkabah. E5 talks about the science of all this stuff, but what happens is that people will watch it and they'll be like, "Oh, I don't want to watch this bullshit, this religious mumbo, whatever." But E5, Go ahead.
I haven't paid attention to the religious stuff lately, so I mean, it's to me, I look at it from a just ground level, like a pencil or something like that. You know what I mean? Like what I see, as opposed to the philosophical or the theoretical way.
I think it's way more than just Barack. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
There's nothing, like it says, there's nothing new under the sun. So there's nothing that doesn't surprise me what they're doing. It really doesn't.
It doesn't surprise me either. But I believe. I don't know whether, because we already are aliens. I don't know. Listen, I don't believe that I believe that. Listen, the Dogon said that we came from the Sirius star system.
Okay.
I believe that we are not the first iteration of humans to do this.
Now I'm gonna say this: you do know that the people who are so-called African Americans are related to the Dogon.
They are.
Most of us, yes. And you know that they know it. Not the Africans, but the people who sent us over here. through the transatlantic slave trade. That's why I keep telling black people, you are not FBA. Like, what are you talking about? It's weird. It's weirdo stuff that they keep coming out with. It's weird. Many of us were not already here in America. We traveled over here through that slave ship, unfortunately. Some of us are already here, like Moors, stuff like that, who traveled over. You know, we got shipwrecked and all that crap and procreated. But many of us came through the transatlantic. And so a lot of us are related to like Kemet, Dogon, you know, stuff like that. And we have the bloodline to prove it.
Thank you. And that's why when I have people come up here, like that one dude, I'm not gonna say his name, he might show up. But when you have people like that try to like say, we were here, it's like, well, no, but before we were here, we were there. And like our bloodline does come from not of before like whatever the Caucasian came.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I believe that we came from somewhere. I don't know what. I don't think that we were original. We were from this. I don't know. Something happened.
That happened in the black. Here's what I believe happened. We had a celestial electromagnetic shift in the universe. That's what I believe what happened. One, and then two, the black woman's womb. They had a like many other species. It was like a what do you call it? Not a metamorphosis, but what's the other one? It was like a change in the womb where some kind of way y'all have a gene that causes things to become like albinism type situation. That's what it is. Y'all have something in y'all's DNA.
Well, but whatever it is, but I'm going to say this is that there's there's something more. Listen, and y'all can quote me on this or not. I believe that one, time is illusion. There's no such thing.
Exactly.
So you think that we are living in 2026, but we really time is I think everything has happened simultaneously. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That time that we believe that things, but everything's happening at the same time. So that's the first illusion. The second one is that there are multiple timelines happening simultaneously, and that we are going in and out of timelines. I know I sound like a lunatic. I know.
No, you don't sound like a lunatic because energy is transferable. So
yes,
we created time as a measurement because of we didn't have a clear understanding of the forever. You know what I mean? When it comes to the most high created.
Case says America is the center of the universe. How do you explain that all the other folks on the planet want to come to America? What? Have you been to another country? Have you been anywhere other than America? If you haven't, then stop. What are you talking about?
The universe. What the hell?
Man, go to another country. It seems like it's the exact same thing. I'm sorry. I've been to Belgium. It's nothing different. There's not it's the same shit no matter where you go. It might be cobblestones here. It might be some bricks over there. But the whole thing is the same. The layout's the same, everything, how they live is the same. There might be like slight like little difference in culture, but really everybody's doing the same shit no matter where you go, you know?
Anywhere around the equator can be the center of the universe, okay? All you gotta do is use a ball and a pen.
Everyone wants to come here because of an illusion. Right. Because people were able to create the illusion that America is the center. But the bottom line is that like listen, when it really boils down to it, like I think that we are living in multiple timelines and we skip timelines as time goes on. Certain things happen and you'll be on one timeline and you'll skip one and things will be slightly different on one, and then you probably have died on another one. You know what I'm saying?
You never know. That energy could be going somewhere like that. You just never know. You never know.
You've lived in other countries, right? So
I wish we could remember if we had another lives. You know what I mean? I just don't know. But if I could remember
I
another
think that
life,
we are listen, and then listen. I've been initiated, right? I
okay.
swear to goodness, when I got initiated, I saw it was a slight glimpse into a time, like it was almost like for a slight moment, like something happened, and I saw myself. I was in Cuba, but when I opened my eyes and I wasn't on no drugs or nothing, I was in Africa.
That's interesting.
Yes, and then see, here's the thing, and I wasn't on nothing. They didn't give me no drugs or nothing like that, but just whatever the thing was, it opened up something to where I opened my eyes and I was for like a glimpse, I was somewhere else. Okay, and so that's how I know there's something to it, you know. And
Mhm.
I have also done ayahuasca, right?
Okay.
And when I did the ayahuasca, right, I was in a house, but I was also on a beach walking through sand.
That's probably it reaching like a part of your brain that is not normal. You know what I mean? Like it went down a certain pathway in your brain. You know what I'm saying? Like the ayahuasca probably tapped into something.
Well, whatever was going on, I was in a house, but I was on the beach. I was walking through sand. The girl that was playing the drums was someone's grandma, turned it into someone. And I don't care. You might say, well, that's because you were on drugs, but I believe that those things like tap into something of a different timeline of allows you to see past the veil. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe whatever y'all might think a bit about me. I'm being honest and being real about it. You know.
No, I mean it's a possibility. I tell people all the time, if we didn't have oxygen, you wouldn't be able to see. So maybe drugs do alter oxygen in a way that it opens up something that you normally can't see. And the reason why I say that is because like when you think of a person who's like passing away, right? They lose oxygen, they start seeing things that you normally wouldn't see because they're going to more of a hypoxic state. That makes sense? So
Yeah.
oxygen controls a lot of the things that we can and cannot see.
And it
Depending on
releases what? DMT. And all ayahuasca does is releases DMT.
yeah,
It puts DMT, right?
yeah,
All drugs really do is make your brain release different chemicals,
correct.
right? So you have like dopamine, serotonin, DMT, uh oxytocin, and other things like this. So all those drugs do. And then and one so there's one that makes you sleepy. And that's because I remember I did like the show with the guy Mandela who talked about being or a heroin addict. He says what happens when you're on heroin is that you fall asleep. You go to bed. You know you are in such a relaxed state that you go to sleep.
Hmm.
And I said, "Oh, okay." So I was like, "Do you hallucinate? Do you?" No, you just get really sleepy. Like this the most sleepiest you could ever feel.
That's a
You don't
narcotic, right?
hallucinate. You just get sleepy. And I was like, "Damn." There's been times when I like probably like didn't get enough rest the night before, and about like 3 o'clock, I'm like damn near like narcoleptic, right? And
Hmm.
I was like, I wonder if that's the same thing, like how people will be super tired and like maybe they're driving or whatever, and they like will think they're awake, right? And think they're driving and fall asleep. And in their mind, they're driving. And I'm like, dude, so all these drugs are really doing is inducing a state that really exists in the real human mind. They're not doing anything that does not exist in humanity. All it is that you're doing a thing that's like triggering that thing to happen.
That's an uncomfortable place for me.
that exists really in that your brain really could do without drugs, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that you take the drug and it makes that happen without like staying up all night and then getting super tired, and then you're trying to go through your day and you're falling asleep throughout the day, but you might be like, I mean, I went through basic training and I would be like marching and sleep, like sometimes like be able to march and sleep at the same time.
That's why I
But
said
you'd
I
be,
wouldn't be able to do that.
up the whole time, but be able to march, that type of stuff going on. So all drugs do is they make something that already exists in your brain happen on command versus it happening like naturally, right?
Right, creates a response.
Yes.
See, but I couldn't do that because I like control of my own, because I know what that feels like. Because I remember, in college, I used to drive to college campus. It was like an hour and 30 minutes away, and the road, it would focus on one line, hypnotize me for like at least 30 miles, and it frightened me because I had to come to and like, oh my God, where am I at? I don't like that feeling of not being in control.
Have you ever been drunk and woke up and been in your driveway?
No, I've only been tipsy, but I had full.
I mean, have
control.
you ever like been tired and just been driving? Have you ever been like driving on your way to work and just wake up and you're at work and like be like, damn, how the hell? I've done this. I have like been driving and my mind will go somewhere. I'll be having a whole daydream, like in a whole other place, and be like, oh shit, I'm driving.
I've only done that driving to college campus back in the day.
It doesn't matter if you only did it once. I'm saying like
that was a number of times, and I didn't like that.
I can totally drive and like go into another place and still be driving my car home and come back into my body and be like, oh shit, I'm still on the road driving home. Like I can like be dreaming, thinking about something else. Like if you like are driving a long period, like maybe an hour or 2 or 3.
That's what it does to me.
Just be able to like kind of like be able to be thinking about some shit and then thinking really deep, really intensely. Your mind, your eyes are not like you're in your brain. You're not in your eyes.
No, I get what you're saying.
And so
but
somehow your eyes are still operating and making sure you don't crash, but your brain is somewhere else. And then somehow you'll come back to your brain, into your eyes, and know to slow down or to do this. Like, what is that?
That's an unconscious thing that your brain does naturally. It can multitask, but it's just about, are you present? You know what I mean? If you aren't present, then anything could happen.
He said that's the alpha state of consciousness, right?
Yeah.
All right. So alpha, beta, theta, all those are frequencies, right? So if frequency exists on that level, what about like okay, so even like with time, trance state, exactly. It's the same thing with time. You can change frequency and be able to jump timelines.
But it would take an enormous discipline. It all comes down to discipline and how much you are into something happily, and you cannot waste your sexual essence.
Man, let me tell you something. That is all Ifa is talking about, is being able to jump timelines. When you get an Ifa reading and that Babalawo says, hey, this is the offering, right? Do this, do that, right? All you are doing is changing what you would normally do every single day. If every day I get up, I wipe my ass and I brush my teeth, if the next day I get up and I do a backflip and roll on the ground, it does something to the it does something, and that is what Ifa is teaching people, is that when you're in a cycle of things, all you have to do is slightly alter like what you do, and then you'll change the trajectory of what you're gonna do. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we've gotten like really off topic, but the whole thing is that like, because I'm like that's way off topic. But with sound, scientists have been going into sound frequencies. They've been going into all these different things that manipulate time and space.
Yeah.
NASA, like, listen, you can't tell me that they don't know that we're living in plasma. This is all plasmic universe, and that like even like when people are trying to shoot rockets up and past this like thing, that this is like that we're not encapsulated by water. Okay, and Venus has like lobsters on it. Why does Venus have lobsters on it? Have you seen that?
Does it really? I don't know.
Venus has lobsters.
As hot as it is on the, I don't know. I don't even think we've been to Venus yet.
Somehow they sent a probe up there and it had fucking lobster. It took pictures of lobster. Man, I don't know. Y'all listen. Y'all have not been on the dark side of the webs, the internet. Have I? Like I have. I've been on like all type of. My internet shows me all kind of wild shit. Venus with lobsters on it. Rockets going up into the sky, hitting the fucking dome, and a fucking ripple go through the thing that like is. I've seen all. I don't know what internet y'all are on, but the shit I see, I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
You want me to tell you something? I stopped practicing spirituality because a lot of weird stuff would happen to me when I would sleep and be in my dream state. Like when I opened my eyes one night, there was a portal that was trying to suck me in, and it creeped me out. And I hurried up and closed my eyes back because it felt like it was gonna pull me all the way in had I moved forward and opened my eyes fully. And that's the kind of stuff I don't like experiencing, practicing spirituality, because when I'm in something, I am in something. So it's stuff like that I just stay away from it because it's too much. A lot of good comes, but there's a lot of evil that comes towards you as well.
Well, the whole thing is to be protected from that, not to like get away from it, but like to figure out, okay, there's a reason why a portal opened up. Maybe you need to like this to figure out what that was. But let's hear the rest of this. Let's go.
Did all my firearms. He even posted this video where it shows his lawyer escorting law enforcement to show where the firearms were.
These scientists that have been unalived suspiciously, they knew they were being hunted. They knew the shit they were exposing would get them unalived.
I started it as a public-facing persona to disclose anti-gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off.
And what did David Wilcox say 2 days before he was unalived? Right after finding out his biographer was suspiciously unalived.
Scientists are going missing. Now they're saying they're going to investigate this. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this and see if anything's going on. It's a little bit scary, I got to say. Anyway, it's a very exciting time to be alive, man. It's a very exciting time to be here on Earth.
Wait, K Krishna says you jump timelines when you sleep. Yes. And you jump timelines if you have a near-death experience. I've experienced this. I've jumped entire a world that doesn't even. I'm like, this is not even the same world I was in before I almost died. Like, I'm like, dude, this shit, the sun ain't the same. Everything, stuff ain't the same. I'm like, what the hell? And people aren't the same. Things aren't the same. Like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Out of body experiences are jumping timelines.
Wow. You know what? Man. And so I believe like these scientists know about this type of stuff. And that's why, but they want to hide it from us. And I believe that even the ancient Egyptians we think that they existed a long time ago. I believe that they exist now on a different frequency. I know I don't want to go too deep. I'm gonna sound crazy.
Does that sound like a guy who's gonna end his own life 2 days later?
Damn.
I don't think so. He's been saying this will probably happen to him for years. Years. And the Boulder police are saying that he was having mental health issues and turned the weapon on himself. I'm suspicious of that statement. I think it's time people go back and look at all the shit he was exposing before it's scrubbed from the internet. And all these other researchers. At least they're making the truth easier to find. So there's that. And as always, I am of sound mind and will not do that. Very exciting time to be alive.
Let's talk about Amy.
Oh yes, I'm of sound mind, guys. I would never hurt myself. So yeah, I got children. I would never do that to myself because I'm talking about some wild shit on this channel right now. Please don't think that anybody, if anything happened to me, like I didn't do it.
Amy Eskridge, who apparently was found deceased. She's one of the 12 scientists. These 12 scientists, see, there's her right there. There's a 12th one today. But let's review some alleged evidence that might point to her being attacked. She was attacked by Dews, and a former British intelligence officer named Frank Milburn told News Nation that Eskridge claimed that she had been struck by direct energy weapons in fear for her life, and she was being targeted for her work in propulsion technology, and provided pictures of her discolored hands as alleged evidence. And you saw the video.
My hands have been burned to hell and back as I've been typing, because you can beam me through there and through there, and you can get a 3D image of what I'm typing. Because this computer doesn't have a Wi-Fi card, you can't hack it, but you can maybe get a 3D image of me typing. So like we just did that and did that as an act of pure desperation. And guess what? I feel better immediately. Like my hands still burn because there's damage. But it's like my body relaxed when we barricaded the shit. And it was like, oh, like relief.
Some of the Dews that she's mentioning that can burn people would be the active denial system, ADS, using millimeter waves to cause intense heat sensation on skin. What you just saw. Havana syndrome is also a result allegedly from Dews, direct energy weapons, often directional, hitting one side of the room, causing to have hearing loss, vertigo, cognitive impairment, and head pressure. And it's also attacking intelligence officers, not civilians or tourists, like CIA, FBI, NSC, and here are the locations: Vienna, Austria, Washington, D.C., and the White House, China, Cuba, Russia. And they've used other Dews, such as the LRAD, on BLM protesters. And it's actually testing on the public isn't even a conspiracy. It's a documented fact. It can cause pain, disorientation, hearing, and damages at high settings, just like they just claimed. Now, the 12 scientists that are missing, there's a 12th one as of today, Joshua LeBlanc. Here's the connection. He was a 29-year-old also working in propulsion energy. His family reported him missing the same morning before his crash, where the car, the Tesla, was burned beyond recognition. And I said, we already know about these weapon systems that can fry electronics as well as disable vehicle electronics.
There we go. That's it.
Electronics. And if you fry electronics, could that cause a fire?
Yep.
And guess what? I'm not buying EVs ever. But what's weird about his death is, look, they're going to investigate the FBI is going to work with Department of Energy and Department of War. Why would the Department of Energy be involved?
And maybe they're trying to cause this problem with the Strait of Hormuz in order to make us think that gas is just going to continue to be too much and I might as well buy an electric car. What if the war in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz being closed down is meant to trick us into just buying an EV so we ain't got to worry about gas prices being high anymore, so they can turn around and control us? What if all of these oil facilities are blowing up mysteriously in order to cause us to have no choice but to buy an electric vehicle so they can do this to us if they need to? never buy an electric vehicle unless it's your side vehicle or your extra vehicle, because there could be a day where something happens to all the gas pumps where you can't get gas, right? Then you can have an electric bike or electric car to get out of the city. But just remember, they have control over that electric car. So you're probably in more danger than not having gas and being stuck at the house. Because that car, just like he's saying, can just turn around and just catch on fire and then lock you inside of the car. I think I'd rather just deal with my gas vehicle and have to pay too much money in gas.
Tesla was burned beyond recognition. And I said, we already know about these weapon systems that can fry electronics as well as disable vehicle electronics. And if you fry electronics, could that cause a fire? And guess what? I'm not buying EVs ever. But what's weird about his death is, look, they're going to investigate the FBI is going to work with Department of Energy and Department of War. Why would the Department of Energy be involved?
Right.
So you guys tell me, you think there's anything correlating between her claims and the video you just saw and all the information we just learned? Do they think we're really that fucking stupid?
I found out that I was being physically surveilled by the following method. My ex-boyfriend and I realized that people had been breaking into our apartment while we were gone together in the same vehicle. And so I'm in the apartment, I'm about to go to work, and I'm like, why don't you take out the trash and scope out the parking lot and make sure it's okay before I go to work? So he goes out there and he's like, there's this weird fucking Lexus. It's like a silver Lexus. This is a shitty apartment. Like, why is there really nice Lexus in the parking lot? And it has tinted windows that are not street legal.
Wait, why is a scientist living in a shitty apartment? They don't get paid a lot of money?
They don't.
I just heard her say that. So I just want to stop for a second. She said they live in a shitty apartment. You're a nuclear scientist. You don't make a lot of money?
It depends.
I'm not going to college for umpteen amount of years to become a nuclear scientist, astronaut, or whatever, and I got to live in a shitty apartment. Am I wrong for bringing that up? It just hit me when she said that. What? Why do you live in a shitty apartment? Do they not make any money? I'm not going through all this shit to live in a shitty apartment. I never went to prison. I mean, not prison. I never went to prison either. But I never went to college. And I live in a big ass house. Like, what? Yeah, see, I never went to prison. I never went to college, and I never will go to college. And I live in a big ass house. And she's a nuclear physicist or a nuclear whatever the hell. And she lives in a shitty apartment.
Man, let me show you all this. If y'all never seen this movie, it's called Leave the World Behind. Check this. Hello. Why would a movie do that?
I'm sorry. That just kind of triggered me a little bit. That's crazy. That's how you brilliant and you live in a shitty apartment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just went off on a tangent. That's crazy.
Claims in the video you just saw and all the information we just learned. Do they think we're really that fucking stupid?
I found out that I was being physically surveilled by the following method. My ex-boyfriend and I realized that people had been breaking into our apartment while we were gone together in the same vehicle. And so I'm in the apartment, I'm about to go to work, and I'm like, why don't you take out the trash and scope out the parking lot and make sure it's okay before I go to work? So he goes out there and he's like, there's this weird fucking Lexus. It's like a silver Lexus. This is a shitty apartment. Like, why is there really nice Lexus in the parking lot? And it has tinted windows that are not street legal. Like,
someone said it's an apartment because they move a lot. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Maybe they move a lot. I don't know. I just went off on a tangent, but I'm just like, how are you a nuclear physicist and you ain't got no money? I don't know. I'm just asking. That's crazy. Because I'm one of the people who think church is a psyop, college is a psyop, taxes is a psyop. Voting for presidents is a psyop. So I might just be off on a crazy tangent. I don't know.
Just totally dark, totally black tinted windows that are not possibly street legal. And so he comes back in and we're standing in our bedroom window looking at the Lexus and talking about it.
Somebody said, read the comments. If you want me to read your comment, let me show you. You got to put the comment in the super chat like this. So color will be behind your words and I will be forced to read the comments. So just like I read this person's comment, put in the super chat and I will read your comment with no problem. But if you want me to read your comment, you got to put in the super chat because there's too many comments going through.
And I say out loud, maybe we should walk over there later and take a picture of the license plate because the Lexus is across the parking lot from us, but it's backed in so you can't see the license plate. Within 2 minutes of me saying, hey, we should walk over there later and take a picture of the license plate, we were still standing there at the window looking at it, talking about it. And an Eastern European looking motherfucker with a black beanie dressed all in black in his 50s or 60s walked out of the apartment directly across from ours holding a license plate. And he opened the trunk of the Lexus and he took out some tools and he changed the license plate right in front of our fucking faces.
What?
And then he walked back to his apartment and he put the old license plate on the front patio.
Holy shit. What? Hey,
that means they heard them talk about the license plate inside of the car. What is happening?
And went inside, left it outside.
I'm sorry. I got to hear that. I'm sorry. Y'all get mad at me when I rewind stuff. I got to hear that again.
Right in front of our fucking faces. And then he...
Welcome to the channel.
Hello, good evening.
I don't see your name. You normally have your name up there. What's your name again?
My name? I have many names.
Okay. All right. So
I also go by a number.
Okay. So how do I address you?
Do you want me to say my 9-digit number?
No, just like give me a 1 digit so I can like know. I can say okay, number 2 or whatever.
Yeah, you can call me number 3.
All right, number 3. All right. So what are your thoughts on today's show about what we're talking about?
I think that I'm pro racism, just like this guy in the red shirt, this bald black man with the red shirt. I'm pro racism, just like him. It's my opinion.
Right. So we're not talking about racism, sir. So you're about to get kicked off. Do you have anything to say about the subject?
That's what I'm talking about, the subject.
What's the subject?
This man is discussing.
He's disgusting or discussing?
He's discussing. Excuse me, I have an accent. I'm from Maryland.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
This guy is talking about his opinions and his emotions and how he feels.
About what?
About what he's discussing.
You don't even know what we're talking about.
He's got these boxes in front of him. He's obviously talking about the boxes.
2 seconds to address the
Make
subject.
it one. Make it one.
You have 1 second to discuss the subject that we're talking about, and we're really kicked off. So what's up?
He clearly has like soaps or suds.
All right. So clearly he had nothing to say about the subject. So we're talking about like the Hantavirus, the lockdown, and the missing scientists from NASA and how they have come up missing. That's what we're talking about, sir.
He walked back to his apartment
Hey, DJ, before
and
you
he put the
begin
old
again-
license plate.
Say it again.
Before you start again, I want to say something real quick. That movie, Leave the World Behind,
Mhm.
there was a guy who does like these breakdowns of certain things with science. And he played, if I make no mistake, he played the movie in reverse and actually found that they were playing low vibration, dangerous low vibration signals for everybody here throughout the movie.
Throughout the movie, there was a signal going on.
Yes, that is actually bad for your health. Yes. And if I make no mistake, Obama and them approved of this movie. and they knew about these frequencies from this movie the whole time. I can't
What?
find that for my life on the internet anymore, especially on
Crazy.
YouTube. Yes, but yeah, if people listen to and watch this movie, it's not good for your health. They purposely do
Actually,
that.
like watching the movie is not good for your health. Wow.
Watching one, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're hitting us. These
Movies.
people are. They're evil. But I
That's
wanted to mention that
crazy.
real quick. Yeah.
That's insane. Wow.
On the front patio and went inside, left it outside. And it was literally like, come get the license plate. I have more. I have more where this came from. Come get the license plate. And then after that, the Lexus started tailing me. And every time I saw the Lexus, it had a different license plate. It would be like Alabama plates, a different state plate. It would be random dealer plates, none of which were local, just like cardboard temporary dealer plates, none of which were any local dealers. Every time I saw it, it was different plates.
Oh my
It would
God.
follow me to the gas station to go get beer. I would go get beer at the gas station and that Lexus follows me. And even my ex called an Uber once. He called an Uber. The Lexus pulled out from the spot across the parking lot from our apartment, drove over to our apartment and said, "Hey, I'm your Uber here to pick you up."
What?
No, come on, man. And for any of you who may say, why didn't her boyfriend just beat up the dude? No, the answer is no. The reason why is the man was able to hear their conversations from inside of the house while he was sitting in his Lexus when he changed license plates. So you don't think that man didn't have a firearm or the ability to do something? I would have broke up with her. I would have been like, you know, you on your own. I'm out of here. What? He pulls around and says, "I'm your Uber driver," and he knocked on the door. The man knocked on the door.
Tailing me. And every time I saw the Lexus, it had a different license plate. It would be like Alabama plates, a different state plate. It would be random dealer plates, none of which were local, just like cardboard temporary dealer plates, none of which were any local dealers. Every time I saw it, it was different plates. It would follow me to the gas station to go get beer. I would go get beer at the gas station and that Lexus follows me.
Just on a weird side note, my daughter used to call Uber drivers the Oogle Dobbles. So just when she was a kid, she was like, the Oogle Dobble? Never mind. Anyways, let's get back to it. I'm sorry.
And even my ex called an Uber once. He called an Uber. The Lexus pulled out from the spot across the parking lot from our apartment, drove over to our apartment and said, "Hey, I'm your Uber here to pick you up."
Okay, wouldn't you have a conversation with him and say, "Who are you? Why are you following us? Why are you doing this? Why didn't they call the police?" Like, I just have so many questions. What would you have done? Comment in the comments. What would you have done if this Lexus was sitting across from you and actually spoke to you and says, "I'm your Uber driver"? Like, what would you have?
I mean, called the police or something? I don't even know what to do. Like, what do you do? All right, we have number 3 here again. What do you want to say, number 3?
I believe in self-defense and First Amendment. That's what I have to say.
All right.
Do you disagree with that? So you do disagree with that?
I agree with it. So going back to we're talking about this, which is a weird thing. These scientists are dying. Almost like I think 15 scientists.
Why don't they have switches?
They're scientists.
These are the most fucking important people in the fucking, not even in the country. These scientists are the most important people in the fucking world. Why don't they have a security detail? Government has enough money to fucking bomb and kill innocent civilians all around the world. They got enough money for that. Why can't these invaluable, intangible assets, national security assets, why don't they have their own security detail?
Well, if the government is the thing that's like going against, like attacking them, then why would they give them a security detail?
Because it's way further than that. It's an entire system. It's like that's the systemic racism that every black retard that goes to a liberal arts college complains about. It's real. It makes sense. It's real.
So why are you making
It's
it
not in this, not in the
a
same
race-
way, not in the same way that they see it. It's real. It's real. It's just not real in the same way that they see it.
Why do you think it's about
These
a
people, these.
Okay.
If you would allow me to finish kindly.
Well, okay.
These people are being allowed to die. These invaluable scientists, these are individuals that have their assets and the very definition of the word asset. Why are they being allowed to die? Because, you know, if it's really an asset, if it's really something that the system, the powers that be, however you want to call it, they want to make sure that they're alive, they make sure that they stay alive. Why is it that these people are being allowed to die? That's like police. At this point in time, any major city and even small towns, there's at least 3 to 4 security cameras on every block monitoring the block. The police see that shit. The police can, if the police had the interest of solving crimes, it is 100% possible. Remember that Luigi Mangione guy? You guys remember that? You guys know who I'm talking about?
Yes, he shot the insurance CEO.
The police, here's the thing, regardless, right? That's a different equation. That's a different equation. What I'm saying is this man committed a murder. He committed a murder, period. The police, what they did with this, in this one instance with this Luigi Mangione kid, they traced every security camera. They traced every single security camera. They traced every single traffic camera. They traced every DOT highway camera. They traced every fucking thing. They pulled all of the stops out to track down this Luigi Mangione murderer because of who he killed. They said, okay, this life is more valuable than others. Let me ask you a question. When a kid gets killed in Brownsville, when a kid gets killed in the South Bronx, are the police doing that? When a black or brown, since I'm so racist, when a black or brown kid is murdered by, yes, another black or brown, where are the police doing that very same thing? Where are the police desperately trying to solve the crime? All right, so then you didn't hear anything that I said.
I've heard everything you said.
Okay, so then you didn't understand what I'm saying.
You're trying to make this into a race argument, and this
Before you,
God damn it! Listen, don't yell over me. You're making this into a race argument, and we're talking about science. We're talking about scientists that are doing research. We're talking about fucking viruses that are going to kill everybody, not just black people or white people.
This guy,
sir. So you came in here and you said that with black liberal, what was the word he said? Black liberal,
whatever he said.
Whatever he said. With these black liberal, well, honey, whatever like political belief they have, they're talking about the scientists that are getting killed.
And let me address something real quick, DJ. It's a known documented fact that police forces, FBI and CIA are complicit in taking the life of many black members of communities. And this
is not even about the black members of the community. He's trying to switch up the argument,
right?
And trying to change the subject, and he might be CIA.
You never know exactly.
He might be a goddamn CIA because we're not even fucking talking about black and white. This is a white woman that's a scientist on the thing talking about she is being attacked by some guy, Lithuanian, with whoever, with a beanie on
You
his
got a
head.
good point. Just now, I'm thinking about that now. You might be right. He
This
might
is
be one of them people.
he might be. I think he might be a damn agent.
Yeah.
Because why is
Yeah.
he trying to change the subject into racism, trying to dumb down my conversation that's discussing these deceased scientists and make it about racism because he wants the fucking algorithm of YouTube to then hear what his rhetoric is based on the AI that is listening to what he's saying and then change the audience of what I'm talking about.
Yep. Ding, 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 ding.
Because he knows if he says certain words and certain key things,
he'll hit it. Yep.
Then YouTube is going to change the algorithm of what I'm talking about.
He'll suppress it too. Who
Suppress it as well. Sir, no thank you. We're talking about the scientists. We're talking about the Hantavirus, the lockdown. Should we be worried? And the scientists that are coming up missing. That's what we're discussing, not racism. So you're not going to divert the conversation, CIA agent, person, whoever you are. Let's go.
I've said, like, I would say something. I'm just so.
This is a black man that is identifying with a white female scientist and her husband that ended up dead. So what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. Don't come up on my channel with that bullshit. Trying to divert the conversation into racism and talking about racism when that's not the subject, because you know that that's going to get my shit flagged. Stop it.
The license matched in the Uber app, but they didn't have an Uber sticker or a Lyft sticker.
What? The license matched the Uber? Yo, what the hell?
Hell, is Uber in with the damn CIA and the FBI and the blah, blah, blah? Is Uber a part of the whole goddamn scheme?
Remember what we talked about?
That
DJ?
guy's talking about like that there's like police cameras. Well, honey, I don't think the police, the CIA and all that shit, I think they work with each other. I don't think that the CIA, you know what I'm saying? I don't think the police are against the CIA. I think they all work with each other in tandem. Let's go.
DJ, remember I told you about Uber having autonomous vehicles now.
Say it again.
Somebody said I would have ran.
Uber has autonomous vehicles now. And not only that, but they're hiring people to basically collect data, sit in the vehicle while it's driving and collect data and just create like this memorization map of where it goes and what it does while it's driving. So yeah, that's what's going on too.
Oh, on your phone, from your phone.
No.
Right.
They're hiring literally right now people just to sit in the vehicle while it's driving and just collect data for these Ubers, these new Uber vehicles that are autonomous now. Yeah.
Interesting. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not leaving the back. So what do you want to say? Do you want to like talk on subject now, or are you going to still talk about racism? Because if you come back here with a racism and whatever and not be on subject, you're going to get kicked 100%. I like to be fair. I like to let people like speak their mind. Well, he's not there anyway. So you there? All right. No mind. All right, let's go.
Where? You're at home. Where you running to? And all they're going to do is find you wherever you go. Bro.
You can't drive Uber if you don't have an Uber sticker. He pulled out of his spot across from our apartment where he lived and drove over there to pick him up and said, "Hey, I'm your Uber, here to pick you up." They changed the license plate right in front of our face. Like 60 seconds after I said, "Hey, we should go take a picture of that license plate." And they leave it on the patio, like, "Take it. We have more. Just take it." Like, He was like, if you haven't had a U.S. government agent come to you and say, stop, shut the fuck up, stop, shut the fuck up. If that hasn't happened, they're going to let you do it. They're waiting. There are SSP motherfuckers that are fucking twiddling their thumbs. Like,
And mind you, this woman is dead. She's gone. Just so you know, just to make sure. Her name is Amy Eskridge. She's dead.
is Amy not going to publish soon? God.
Hold on. Just in case we didn't believe. Let's look up Amy Eskridge. Death. She's dead.
Yeah. They claim that she supposedly self-wounded herself. It's foolishness. It's nonsense.
So she actually died. Oh my God. Pentagon confirms existence of energy weapon. What? Why is that the same? Miss Amy Catherine Eskridge obituary. What?
And why does the Pentagon know about it like that? Very odd.
Why is the Pentagon like on top of the whole? She claimed she was hit by a DEW attacking her home. New York Post.
Which she was.
What the fuck?
She showed her burns on the video. Like,
are you
can't see it
fucking
clear.
serious? Like, what in the hell is going on?
Yeah, you can't see it clear from the view that you have it on, but when you watch it on like a Instagram or something like that, you can see her burns and how her skin is darkened and stuff. At that time.
What? Wow, this is insane. Like, I didn't even know that. That's her. With military, she's an army. She got military. Well, no, that's a jean jacket on. I thought it was an army thing. Army fatigues.
She knew that they're gonna use satellite technology for the weapons to create certain things. That's what it was. That's why they got rid of her. And all this stuff with what's that thing that what's his name has Elon Musk, Stargate, and
with this announcement, the Department of War seemingly, this is on the New York Post, guys. With this announcement, the Department of War seemingly confirmed years of so-called rumors that claimed the government was developing this science fiction-esque weapon. Perhaps one of the most notable figures sounding the alarm was deceased scientist Amy Eskridge, 34, who was involved in extensive research into anti-gravity technology, UFOs, and extraterrestrial life. The researcher who allegedly died of self-inflicted gunshot wound in 2022 had claimed she was hit by a DEW attack in her own home in Huntsville, Alabama, not too long before her death, the Daily Mail reported. What?
Yeah.
Her theory was seconded by retired British intelligence officer Frank Milburn, who she had enlisted to investigate harassment she received after she threatened to disclose information about the subject of her research. She claimed she was targeted by a direct energy weapon that burned her body with microwaves. Milburn even shared pictures of blisters, skin lesions, and other wounds that Eskridge had allegedly sustained in said attacks. The retired paratrooper, so she's ex-military, added that she messaged him in May to say, my ex-CIA weapons guy on my team saw my hands that when they were burned really bad a couple of months ago. Milburn, who submitted his findings to Congress in 2023, concluded that Eskridge did not commit suicide. His authorities ruled, but was killed by a private aerospace company that wanted to stop her from probing sensitive security issues. Per Milburn's testimony, Eskridge claimed that one of the firm's operatives had used the RF K-band emitter run by 5-car batteries strung together from inside a SUV. The K-band is a specific set of radio waves that can be converted into rays and directed at enemy targets. And she shot herself in the head. killed herself.
Baloney.
Eskridge is one of the 11 top U.S. scientists and researchers who have either died or vanished following their research into unidentified anomalous phenomenon, UAPs, and other matters of national security.
You want
What?
to tell you something?
Do you think this is the U.S. doing this, or do you
yeah,
think
of
this
course.
is like other countries doing it to U.S. scientists? What do you think about
it.
that?
Think about it, DJ. When we had CV-19, what were they doing a few years before that? They were getting rid of all the naturopathic doctors and healers.
They
Trying to get
were,
rid of them.
yes, including Dr.
So-
Sebi. He died, you know?
So think about it. If they're getting rid of these scientists, they're about to do something that's never been seen before in the skies with the technology. I'm telling you, that's why they're getting rid of these scientists, because they don't want them to reveal what they're doing.
Wow. So the scientists will probably be able to say, "Oh no, that technology already existed. We already did that. That's not a alien. That's America. That's China. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Crazy, guys. Wow, guys. Like, oh my goodness.
We've been influencing this bitch forever. Doesn't she know we want her?
Say it again.
It's all linked to smart cities that they want to build as well.
Man, this is insane. Did y'all know this? Did my audience know this? Put a one in the chat. Did you know this? That this young lady had passed on. Sorry, I have a cold right now. My daughter gave me some shit. She gave me a cold, and you know the best way to get rid of a cold is to get her some. So she's good, and I'm sick. But did y'all know that this lady had passed on, and it was set before Congress?
I didn't know
Her
the
to
Congress
Polish.
part.
Jeez.
Say it again.
I didn't know the Congress part, but I knew she had passed.
Yeah, this thing was before Congress. That everything. Yeah. Wow.
Like, there's multiple people doing that right now. And on the other side of the fence, there's multiple parties looking at each other like, didn't we tell this bitch 3 years ago that we kill people for this? Is she not listening? What is she doing? She's still doing it? What? We told her we were going to kill her 3 years ago. So I have these two different scenarios floating constantly in my life where I have people being like, do it, do it, do it. You're the one, do it. And then I have,
and see, you know, you're saying that, you know, she lives in a shithole apartment. You know, they get like stipends to like go and do research and this, that, the other. Who knows whether or not, you know, she, you know what? The thing is that I'm not sure where she lives at, but where was she living at?
Alabama.
Shithole apartment. Why was she living in a shithole apartment in Alabama and she was a scientist?
Probably trying to be inconspicuous, you know.
Probably trying to hide, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
shit, you know, like
multiple people being like,
yeah, that's crazy.
they're going to kill you. Don't do it. They're going to kill you. People don't know what Huntsville is. Huntsville is the biggest fucking deal on the planet that you have never heard of. No, it is. No.
Huntsville, Alabama, right?
Like, Huntsville is the Silicon Valley of government national security technology and intelligence community technology and aerospace technology. Huntsville is like the hub. Like, we are number 3 on the first strike launch list. If first strike happens, 3 targets, Huntsville will be one of them. Alabama. This is Alabama, dude, in the deep south. We're in the top 3 first strike.
But
And
you're
it's because
outside
you
the
haven't
class.
heard of us. We're in the top 3 first strike because you haven't heard of us.
Everybody watching, make sure to hit the thumbs up button right here. I mean, right now.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up, y'all. Hit the thumbs up, because I'm over here, you know what I'm saying, doing my shit too. Shit. Hit the thumbs up. Huntsville, Alabama. Who knew is the first strike on a military target. And that they have all the whatever. Like, I mean, what?
What do you think they're building with underneath that hall that Trump is gonna build? You think they're gonna build something similar, like some type of hub as well, like a data hub?
No, they're just trying to rebuild the thing underneath that they already had, like, you know, the whole, you know, command center. That's all they're doing with that. But I'm saying we're talking about Huntsville, Alabama, that nobody is thinking of. Who would have thought that Huntsville? Listen, let me go back. What she just said, that's crazy. Huntsville, Alabama is the place of all what?
No, like Huntsville is the Silicon Valley of government national security technology.
Huntsville is the Silicon Valley of government national security technology. What? Who knew that? And they're first on the list when someone wants to shoot over a bomb. Honey, if you live in Huntsville, watch out, child, because that's crazy. Let's go.
Technology and intelligence community technology and aerospace technology.
Intelligence, aerospace, and national security. Huntsville, Alabama. They did that. No one would have ever thought Huntsville. Let's go.
Huntsville is like the hub. Like, we are number 3 on the first strike launch list. If first strike happens, 3 targets.
I hope she told like the other 3, because I'm like, what's the other 2? Because I need to get the fuck away from all 3, whatever the other 2 is. I hope she says it.
Targets. Huntsville will be one of them. Alabama. Alabama. This is Alabama dude in the deep south. We're in the top 3 first strike.
But
and
you're
it's
out
because you haven't
outside
heard of us. We're in the top 3 first strike because you haven't heard of us.
Everybody watching, make sure to hit the thumbs up button right here. I mean, right now. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button. A lot of y'all have not hit the thumbs up button. Just
everybody hit the like button. Everybody.
All right. So I'm not gonna like do the song, but let's go.
Alabama, podunk, redneck motherfuckers. They don't know anti-gravity. You know what I mean? Gah. Yeah, no, dude. I started the Institute for one reason. The Institute. I started it as a public-facing persona to disclose anti-gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off. If you stick your neck out in private, fuck you. They will bury you. They will burn down your house while you're sleeping in your bed, and it won't even make the news.
okay, she has a point, but just remember, she's dead. We know she's dead because we know they, unalived her, but we still can't do nothing. And she's still dead. So somebody said no thumbs up button. If you're watching on your phone, you have to go to the top and hit the heart button. Okay. So the like button, if you're watching on your mobile phone, is at the top or is either at the bottom. Is either at the top or at the bottom. And there's like a little heart button. And just find it. Oh shit. I made a mistake.
As a public-facing persona to disclose anti-gravity technology through, because I told Mark this. If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices if your head gets chopped off. If you stick your neck out in private, fuck you. They will bury you. They will burn down your house while you're sleeping in your bed, and it won't even make the news.
Oh, for the people on mobile, just double tap the screen. Just
anti-gravity. There's no such thing as anti-gravity, guys. Wow.
Tap the screen. Tap the screen. So everybody on mobile, just tap the
screen on my thing to tap it.
If you're on mobile.
Please.
That's why the Institute exists.
Turns out it's not just scientists in the United States that have been dying lately of mysterious deaths. It's happening in China, too. At
Damn.
least 9 scientists have mysteriously died in China, and the causes of death are recorded as accidents, sickness, or unexplained incidents. Here are some examples. Zhang Daibing, 47, died in January of unexplained causes. He was the expert former deputy director of unmanned systems. Fang Dining, 68, died of an unexpected medical episode in February of 2026. He was a hypersonics expert, studied materials for spacecraft and advanced engines at the Beijing Institute.
Man, could you imagine you just want to be a scientist, and you know what I'm saying, you get to work for the government and this, that, the other. This is your dream job, and then they kill you for what? Like, why would they kill you?
They have what they need already. They don't need you anymore. Now they can put it into some computer system and let it go do what it needs to do.
Man, it was something I was watching. Maybe I have it on my Facebook, where it talks about how the government will extract information from people, and then they cancel the whole. They get the information, they cancel the thing, and then you keep working on some new shit. They keep canceling the projects, cancel, like, and then they take that, bring it underground, and they use that. Like in some like underground type of thing, but they canceled your thing and they took the funding away, canceled it, but they're like, they just take the information and just bring it underground, you know?
Because they outsource it. They outsource it just as
but they'll make it so like, oh, you didn't do good enough. That's not good information.
Well,
cancel the money for it.
When you find out the information, what they do is they add on to it by using other scientists. They take your work, hire out these contracts, whatever they do, and then they outsource it to another company or a different scientist to add on to it. And they don't let you know, but you've already done your part. And you might not be, you know what I'm saying? That's how they
but then they cancel your project that you were working on, your whole blood and tears. They cancel your project. And then they go underground, and then they keep it going, but don't tell you about it. Meanwhile, you're still working on some new shit, right?
Yeah, like you remember the atrazine situation, the scientist, the black dude who found out about how it reverses the sexes in frogs.
Yeah,
and then they canceled him out. Like, nah, we don't need you working on it.
And all they did was like take that information and like go underground with it, and probably using it for like some
corn.
Probably immediately turn.
Kept putting in different items and things like that. They used it for what they needed them to do. Yeah.
Hey, number 3, what's up? You want to say something about the subject?
Hey.
Huh?
I agree with everything that you're saying.
Wonderful. Let's keep going.
Of technology. Yen Hong died just last month at age 56 of a reported illness. She was in the field of hypersonics research. Some of the other scientists were in the field of military AI, including
why would China kill its scientists? Why would America kill its scientists that are developing anti-gravity, supersonic, this and that?
They have contracts, and China is very complicit with everything going on around the world. So don't think China's innocent. They're just as guilty because they're.
I'm trying to figure out like why would they kill so just because a person made something hypersonics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got what we got out of you, kill you. But I'm like, bro, but that same person could have probably even made something more. Why would you kill that person?
They don't want the information getting out. So just in case they slip up, they're like, oh, we got what we needed. We're just going to X you out now. That's what they're doing, you know. It sucks.
That is insane. Like, what?
Forming technology and simulations. Sound familiar? And even their media is calling this extremely uncommon. Mainstream media is already saying that this could be espionage and that scientists have always been a political target, even though there is no evidence to support that. But I have to wonder if countries are actually working together to get rid of their smartest people so that they can't question whatever narrative is to come. What do you
Or do you think that, do you think it's like that they're trying to off each other's scientists? Or do you think that they're killing their own scientists because they don't want the information to get out? Do you think that America might have, when they killed American scientists, then we went over and killed their scientists? Or do you think that
It depends on the relationship.
government itself killed its own scientists? Like, what the fuck is that about?
I think it depends on the relationship that they have with that scientist. Because if you look at somebody like Dr. Fauci, he's been alive for decades now because he's very complicit with the agendas that they have going. So depending on the type of scientist and relationship that they have will determine how long they let a scientist live. And China, of course.
Yo, can I ask, why are you guys anti Kevin Hart though?
What?
Isn't he a black like you others? Why are you guys against him?
What are you talking about? You're drunk. You're drunk, bro. You're drunk.
You're being against this guy. He's on your
Sir. It was just a moment. He was gonna say, like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? And then back to the subject. So that's what was happening. So you're just trying to change the subject. You're an agent.
I'm sorry.
Damn.
See, that was just like a little blurb. But because you're an agent, you want to make it about something other than what the subject is because you're an agent. And you know what? If you can't say something that has any sense and want to make it about something else and be a troll, kick from the suit. Goodbye. Anyways, let's go back to what we're talking about. Let's go.
Oh, damn. Damn, man. This shit is scary, y'all. This shit is scary. It's like we're just living in this weird world where I don't know. I don't even know what to say, man. It's almost like in the movie Get Out.
No.
It's like when you finally get to somebody that can answer all of these questions, right? And you're just like, yo, is the government trying to unalive us? Is the government trying to silence us? Is the government actually the ones behind all these scientists dying?
No.
Did the government have something to do with Charlie Kirk dying? Is Erica Kirk a honeypot?
No. Aren't you something? That's not my experience. Not at all.
That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Like, oh my God, man. That's how I feel right there. Yes, they come for all of us. Shit.
Honey, I don't know if they come from all of it. I think they're just coming for the scientists. If they want to come for you, you'd be dead already. You know what I'm saying? They ain't cover. They still want the people that they think is dumb. You know, I don't know. Like, if you really was making waves, you'd be probably like up there. It was somebody outside my door. If they really wanted to get you, you'd be up there talking the same shit she was. Like, there was a Lexus outside. He was like fucking like a black. You know what I'm saying? if it was going down like that for regular people, they would have the same story as she's having. Like there was a car. Now you do see people saying that they are a targeted individual. I don't know. Now I'm beginning to think maybe there are. I don't know.
But before they come for all of us, while we're waiting, whenever they come get us, make sure to buy your mother-daughter card game because Mother's Day is coming up. Mother's Day is coming up, and I will be sold out before Mother's Day comes. So
buy your mother's daughter card game. Is he going to get back into the subject? Because I'm not going to do a whole long discussion.
Supervisor, give me a number and put it in the comments of how many mothers that you would like to buy a month.
All right, so he's promoting the Mother's Day thing. Let me go on to the next. Hold on, because I really was doing this thing about the virus, the Hantavirus. So want to finish a little bit more of that, and then because the whole thing we're gonna need to know how to deal with this. I would say that the Hantavirus, we need to just focus on our health and really be hyper focused on our health, because if this thing does sweep through America, we need to know what to do. Let's go.
It can travel via respiratory droplets, which is why this is being treated so carefully. Now, experts have now gone on to say even further that since they have found no rodents on the ship, they're trying to trace all of the whereabouts of the passengers who have died, who are infected. And one that's really concerning is that one of the passengers who passed away, she was on an airplane. Now, it can take up to 8 weeks for these symptoms to show up. So now they've got to trace everybody on that airplane and anybody else that was associated with anybody who has passed away or gotten sick. Now, remember, what makes this virus so dangerous is that it does have a 40% mortality rate. So 4 out of 10 people can pass. This case is literally changing minute by minute. Hit that follow button so I can keep you updated. As always, we wish safety to every passenger on board.
The World Health Organization just confirmed that they suspect a rare virus is spreading person to person on a cruise ship stuck in the Atlantic, and no country is letting it dock. So there are 149 people from 23 different countries trapped on the ship right now. 3 different passengers are already gone. There's 1 more in intensive care right now, and there's at least 3 more suspected cases on board, with 2 crew members showing symptoms right now. The virus is called Hantavirus, and it normally only spreads from rodents to humans. But the World Health Organization just said today that they believe that it is now starting to spread between people on this ship, which would be incredibly rare.
7 individuals of the 147 passengers and crew have been reported ill. Sadly, 3 have died. 1 patient is in intensive care in South Africa, while 2 patients are still on board the ship and are being prepared for medical evacuation.
If that is confirmed, it would mean that the virus is developing the ability to jump person to person, and that changes everything about how dangerous this situation actually is. There is no cure, there is no treatment, and no vaccine for Hantavirus. All the doctors are able to do on the ship is put you on oxygen and wait. Every single country that is near the ship has refused to let it dock because they don't want the virus reaching land. Spain actually just offered to take the ship to the Canary Islands for a full investigation, but as of right now, not a single person.
Dang.
149 different people know.
I remember when this nigga got smoked in a pack. Like 300 Globe be doing.
All right, you're done.
Bro, go away and stay off of here.
I keep, you're banned. You don't want to contribute nothing.
Crazy.
I keep trying to allow him to say something, but you know what? You're done.
There's a deadly new virus outbreak which has turned a luxury cruise into a prison, but people around the world are starting to get concerned. This is a cruise ship that brings people to some of the most remote and isolated places on Earth. It has passengers from 23 different countries. And on its latest voyage, a passenger picked up the highly dangerous Hantavirus, which is carried by rodents but has a fatality rate of up to 50% for humans in the Americas. Normally, this virus almost never transmits person to person, but that might not be the case here. The first victim was a 70-year-old man who passed away on the ship April 11th. They didn't know it was from the virus at the time. Then his wife got sick, disembarked at a port, took a flight home, collapsed at the airport, and later passed away at the hospital. Then a 3rd passenger died on the ship. But the virus went unidentified for nearly 3 weeks while passengers continued activities and disembarked at ports. Now that we know, the ship is stranded at sea because no country has agreed to let them dock. There are now 7 confirmed cases, and there are no known treatments for Hantavirus.
This Hantavirus cruise ship situation isn't looking so good because I'm sure you all know now that they're allowed to get off the boat. They're allowed to get off the boat in the Canary Islands. But here's the thing. When investigators got on the boat to try to find the rodents, the rodent droppings, all the things that initially caused the Hantavirus, they didn't find any of that. So now they believe that it's a subvirus called the Andes virus, which isn't any better because the mortality rate of that is every 4 out of 10 people will, and there are already 3 deaths on the boat from this virus. Oh, and one of the ladies that died flew. And it takes up to 8 weeks of incubation for this virus to actually even manifest and become this lethal. So now they have to go back on every single passenger on this boat and trace where they've been for the past 2 months because they didn't find the rodent droppings that initially they thought caused this virus. So now this virus can be transmitted person to person through just like the COVID vibe situation. Look, I'm not taking this lightly, but it's giving COVID vibes hardcore. And I just hope this isn't something that is being used against us as a distraction. I'm not saying it is, I'm not accusing it of it, but a lot of similarities. This is just, lately things are just throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. And I'm just hoping that this isn't another thing to distract from something else going on. It's heartbreaking that there have been.
Go ahead.
Why do you think Trump met with Bill Gates a few months back?
And he's all about the viruses, ain't he?
Ding, 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 ding.
Man, listen. So let me, all right. So for those that are out here, let me just show you a different perspective. Herbs. Because I think that I hope he don't pass on, but let's
schedule God with the sun and the moon cycle. I didn't create the diet. God created the diet by growing all these vegetation, herbs, and fruits from the ground. I didn't create the H3O2 juice. That's a structured water that God does. All you got to do is squeeze your juice. I didn't create the water. The water been here since the beginning. Only thing I did was did the hard research, and I researched these things, and I just found a map and I put it all together. And that's the reason. That's really what birthed this book right here. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. So that's why we call it the Bible of Health. I took what the Creator did and that we've forgotten, that we lost through history, through our biological evolutionary history. And I put it all down on a piece of paper, healed myself with it. Then I just gave it to the world. And through these 15 years of me doing this, I just constantly refined it. That's literally what I did.
Man, so let's talk about this book because I always love when I see how people create a book, because I always feel like coming from us, it's easier for me to digest it because I know you've been through it. Yeah, I see you. I see myself in you. You know what I mean? So let's talk about this book. It's called "Healing the Illusions We Call Disease." That title alone is powerful. Let's start with the title. How did you land on that title?
Well, just going throughout my journey, having all of the so-called diseases that I had that I thought were real diseases at the time. And then, really, really listening to elders that came before me and then starting to apply all that knowledge to oneself, I realized I didn't have a disease at all. My body was trying to heal itself. And then it comes to find out that all of these things that we call disease is the body's natural biological detoxification pathways. Your body is trying to detox. Your body is detoxing. It's creating these symptomologies. And then these symptomologies, we have been trained for over 150 years that the symptomologies of our body healing itself is a disease. And I teach people this all the time. Like, for instance, if you cough, if you cough, you can feel something happening in your bronchial tubes where you're trying to basically projectile something out of your bronchial tubes. Right. You'll go to the store or to the doctor, they'll give you a cough suppressive to suppress all of that mucosa or the irritants or those toxins back into the bronchial tubes. But God made my natural biological cells do something to where something get inside my body where I cough it out. So they say coughing, sneezing, fever, high temperatures, irritated mucosal membrane, and all these things are a part of a virus, right? But when you look at a cough is the body's way of getting rid of endotoxins within inside of the bronchial tubes. If you look at a sneeze, that's getting rid of all types of microbes and basically airborne bacteria what's inside of the sinus cavities. If you look at a fever thins out the blood. Not only do it thins out the blood, it increases circulation. And it is well documented that certain bacteria and microbes cannot live in temperatures above 103 degrees Fahrenheit. So we know that our body's supposed to be at 108.6 degrees Fahrenheit, but the body will give itself an induced fever to burn out pathological entities, to thin out the blood, to increase circulation, to bring more oxygen, and to bring more phytonutrients to those areas to heal. They also say that inflammation is the beginning of all disease. But if you look at the inflammation in the body, inflammation is nothing but the localization of pathology. It's basically when the body blocks off a certain part of itself that's lacking energy to bring all of the energy, bring more blood flow, bring more oxygen, bring more amino acids, bring more phytonutrients, bring more phytochemicals to that area to help rebuild that area. So all of these symptomologies that we call a disease, like skin rashes, again, it's your skin taking a poop. If you look at diarrhea is something inside of your bowels that don't need to be there. So your vagus nerve, which is the 10th cranial nerve of your brain, will relax itself, but you can get rid of all of that congestion that's inside of your stomach, get rid of all those toxicities that's inside of your digestive tract. So whenever you look at all of these different signs and all of these different symptoms, it is your body detoxifying itself. So when I learned to lean into that and help it do its job, which is to detoxify quicker, I noticed that my symptomologies went away quicker. And then when I went back to the doctor, all of those so-called diseases that I was labeled with by the allopathic community, I didn't have them more. They'll have them no more. So all I did from there, I said, well, let me try this on my family members. Let me try this on my community. Then boom, now I'm doing it on the world and they haven't failed yet. So this just shows me that disease is illusion. We have been tricked that our body's natural capability of healing itself is disease, when it's not a disease at all. Only thing it is the body having symptomologies of opening up detoxification pathways.
You know, you have a clinic, so you see things on a deeper level. When you talk about that design, how you just laid it out, it almost seems like there's no way you can't say that there was a creator that created this. It seems too perfect.
Oh,
what do you say to those who lack belief in a creator when you're looking at this as a whole?
So I can just give them small examples. The sun rises
if you want to say something
every day. It sets on the west at the same time every single day.
Let me know if you want to say something.
Fail to go in their seasons ever, never. These are biological clocks of the earth inside of your body. Whether you want.
Go ahead.
Also mucus too, because I know he learned from Dr. Savy as well. So yeah.
Yeah, mucus, right?
Like it or not, your body starts releasing melatonin at 9:30. Whether you like it or not. When you wake up in the rising, whether you like it or not, around 6 to 7, your body releases serotonin. So we see that we have biological circadian rhythms here on Earth and in our bodies. My question is this: who set the clock? If there is no God, who set the calendar? If there is no God, who set the actual clock? Then you start looking at, things that happens on a micro scale and a macro scale, as above, so below. When we start looking at our internal bodies, it's just too complex. It have to be God. And then about 15 years ago, they started digging around in DNA and they found an actual code inside of our DNA, as if a manufacturing company stamped us before it created us. And y'all can just look this up, that your DNA actually have a written code in it in every cell of your body. Who written that code? Who do we belong to? So when you start looking at, chromosomes and you start getting into chromophores and benzene rings and the way that we interact with the sun, biological clocks, how each cell in your body have a clock and a circadian rhythm, how the sun go up and set at the same time every single day, the seasons, the way water flow. I mean, you start looking at everything, there would have to be a creator in place. Now we got to start talking about the creator of the Matrix or the creator of the real world, because them two different creators.
Right.
And you start seeing them when you start reading in different ancient texts and stuff like that. Notice when you see the creator of the Matrix is all around death, it's around sacrifice, you got to give something up to live. But the creator of the entire universe, it's all around love, treating your brother as you treat yourself, loving thy neighbor and things like that. But the creator definitely exists. We did not create ourselves. And that's just brings me to my next point. The last time I was here, I told the young brothers and sisters that they were God. And I noticed that a lot of Christians, man, it's thousands of Christians in our comment board saying, I don't know what I'm talking about and things like that.
Right.
But the very scripture that they read says that. In Psalms 82 verse 6, ye are gods, but you would die like men, you will fall like princes for your iniquity. So people say, well, that's an old passage and that's talking about fallen angels. No, that was talking about judges. That was talking about people that was over the synagogue. That was talking about Israelites that had high positions. Well, according to the biblical document, Israelites or so-called black people. So that was talking about us.
Right.
So when he said ye are gods, he was talking about black people in high position. If you look at that word in the Hebrew text, it says Elohim, which is my last name, which means power. God mean power. Then in the New Testament, book of John, chapter 10, verse 34, written in red letters, they say Jesus Christ said it himself. Isn't it written, I said ye were gods, but you want to kill me because I profess to be the son of God. Right. Oh, ye vipers and serpents. So that's 2 times in the biblical text that he called man God. Who was he talking to at the time? Jesus, who they called Jesus, who I call Yahshua, HaMashiach. He was actually talking to the Sadducees and the Pharisees, which was Israelites. Israelites or Hebrew Israelites were so-called black people. So for Christians to be, at my throat about that, there's nothing wrong with me saying that you're a God. I never said that you were the almighty creator. I never said that you was El Elyon. I never said that you was El Shaddai. I never said you was the creator of the heavens or the earth. I simply said ye are gods. And the reason why you are gods is because God created you. You were made in this image and in his likeness. That's like me telling my son that he's not Elohim. He's my son. He got all my genetic makeup, all my genetic code. He acts just like me. He had my same characteristics, and he bear my last name. What do y'all think Yisrael means? One who struggled, one who was connected to a power source. That's what Israel is. So
I will say this, is that I believe the same thing. That's what I've been saying, is that God is within you. You are a part of God, and therefore, yes, everything he's saying is correct,
But you have to live a certain lifestyle in order to be a God. You can't just be out here all willy-nilly, because you control your own reality, but in order to be God, you have to follow universal law. That's just the reality.
Exactly.
So, you know, me and the Hebrew Israelites got a very, very weird relationships, man.
Yeah.
Because
man.
I don't teach the same doctrine and the same dogma as them because I'm not religious.
Right.
They come from a very, very religious perspective and a religious background. Me, I study all religion. I study all ancient philosophies and all texts. And then I put it all together to get the big picture. And from that big picture and my experience here in this body, I will give y'all my perspective. So I think that's the reason why we disagree a lot, especially with the Christian church. So just for the Christian church or Christians, period, I never said that you were the almighty God, creator of the heavens and earth and of the universe. We can't be that because something created me. I am saying that I am an extension of that, made in its image and made in its likeness, which makes me a God. And for those who are scared of that, all y'all got to do is go to the Bible, look at the book of John, chapter 10, verse 34, look at the book of Psalms, chapter 82 and verse 6. It says it's right there. And if you speak and read.
But you know what? Let me hear the rest of what we're going to say.
And write Hebrew like I do fluently, you will see that it do say Elohim. So, and that's not the only time in the book of Judges too. You will see many times in the scripture where man is referred to as God in Hebrew.
Right.
Because they have taken a high position or a high authority over the people. So I don't know, man. I just think we had these complexes. And then again, when you get called God, that put the responsibility on us.
Right.
And I just noticed that the black church, not even just the black church, man, a lot of people that's in religion, they like to blame God or leave everything on and blame the devil and that leave their hands, you know, not dirty. So they can just have all these diseases or they can be weak in the faith or weak in the flesh. And they don't have to have a responsibility to renew themselves and to do the work to make themselves feel better. So if they call themselves a God, that means this is your own problem and you got to fix it. And the black community hate fixing its own problem.
Yeah.
We're going to get into that. But I don't want to veer away from the book just yet.
Mm-hmm.
One of the questions I have is like,
so what you got to say about that, though? All right, if you know that you're God and then that God lives within you, then you would try to do the right thing. Now you're saying that divinity only exists in a clean body, but the thing is that God exists in everything, no matter whether it's clean or not. You know. That even a flower that's wilting is a part of God.
Yeah.
Does that mean that, okay, the flower is dying, things live and die, and that's the cycle of life? So even like the most imperfect thing also has God within it because God is the cycle of life itself.
Yes, it's energy. However, in order to be a God, we're talking a true control of reality. Like, for instance, a leaf can't control its real reality. Human beings still have, you know, a profound effect on it and what we do.
Man, humans don't control its reality either.
I mean, to a degree, we do though.
No, you think you do. That's a false illusion that you think that you like control anything. You don't control shit. You don't control when you live and die.
I get what you're saying.
Listen, everybody's gonna die and live at any point. You don't control that. So therefore, it's a false sense, it's an illusion of control. You don't control nothing.
But you do though. Like, for instance, you kind of do. That's why you can call yourself a God or not call yourself a God. Because think about it. If I can live this life and choose what I want to eat, how I do something with people who I interact with, that's still a form of control, even though I get what you're ultimately saying. But we do to a degree, since we are a part of God, it's consciousness. So we are.
So don't you think like a lion can't control what he eats or not?
A lion can't, is what I'm saying.
Why can't he? Why can't he?
I said he can.
He can. So a lion God too?
They're a form of God within them. It's God is consciousness. So
I would say this is that I believe that God is negative and positive. I believe that God actually can have negative aspects as well as positive.
Yeah, that's what God is.
And the biggest mistake is to think that God is only on one spectrum. Yeah, so true. Just as much as a person can like eat right and do everything right, and their God, a person can eat wrong and do everything wrong, and their God too. I don't believe that there's a separation. That's the illusion. Because by people doing it one way or the other, it teaches us balance.
I'll put it this way. What I'm trying to say is like this. There's a lot of us who fall short of the glory because we aren't being translated like an Enoch. That makes sense? So some of us aren't reaching the God level of an Enoch. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like we have
Fall
levels
short of what glory? Glory of what?
of being translated. I believe, in my opinion, there's something we're missing. There's something
There might be
missing.
some people that are meant to just do it all over again. See, here's
And
the
that's what I'm
thing:
saying.
is that
Maybe
hold
we
on, but
aren't.
that does not mean it's not of God. It just means that that person was meant to experience, that chose this experience. See, in E5, we believe that you chose this life. You chose everything. You chose your parents. You chose everything, and then you forgot on the way down, right? Divination provides a roadmap. That's in E5, right? But
Okay.
the bottom line is that there is a place for everything that is happening on the earth, even murderers, even robbers, even drug dealers, even whatever, right? Now we're supposed to try to live in Iwapile and have the best of character. Oh, but the thing is that character is really based on the individual and what you've chosen to be here and do in your life. So if I chose to come here and be a robber, that's my best character, is a robber. I'm here to shake shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Everybody's not here to be saints. Some people are here to disrupt. And they are acting within their character to disrupt. It's not up for me to judge that disruptor. It's only for me to understand that this is what their plot in life is to do. So I have to understand that this is what they're meant to do and what they're here for. And focus on what my plot in life is.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think that one thing is lesser of God or better of God, you know? That's where you get the devil aspect, like the devil made someone do it, or like this evil.
Which is baloney. Come on. Come on. There's dark energy too. We know that.
There is. But is dark any less than light?
Good question. Who knows? We just don't know.
I don't think it is. Because if you look at the sky, look up in the clouds at night, darkness is like what we're surrounded by.
It's still light though.
Is it?
Even in the dark, it's still light.
There's still like twinkles of light, but the majority of it is darkness. So not like darkness as in evil, but you know, when you look at it all, like everything has its place. You know, darkness, light, negative, positive, it all works together in a synchronistic way.
Yeah.
You have yin, yang, all those different things. Like, so it all, like, sometimes darkness will overcome and then light overtakes it. Each thing has its place. It has its time. It has a space. So therefore, it's not for us to judge whether it's bad or good. It's just for us to try to do the best we can within it and try to overcome it, whatever it is, you know. So let's go.
How long? Because that's a really thick book.
Yeah, it's
That ain't-
820 pages, man.
Yeah, that's a thick book.
820 pages, man. Healing the Illusion We Call Disease, the Bible of Health. 820 pages. It took me 6 years altogether to get this book completely done. 6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
What was the hardest part?
The hardest part was throughout the 6 years, I have a very open-ended consciousness, and I learn and I absorb knowledge like no other. So I noticed that, and this truth, I just got to say one thing about truth. Truth is absolute, but truth is forever changing. The true definition of me about writing this book, this is what I learned truth was. What is absolutely accurate to the very present now. And what I mean by that is, truth is what is actually accurate to the present now, meaning up to this very moment, the most accurate I can be about a specific topic is truth. But tomorrow, I could be intercepted with new information that will either add to or change the trajectory of the truth that I'm in. So this just shows you that truth is forever evolving, truth is forever growing, and truth is forever changing. So when I was writing this book of truth,
that's pretty much what E5 is. Same thing with E5. He must have researched E5 because pretty much that's all EFI is. The truth ever evolving.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I was talking about sales and I was talking about certain things as I talked about last time. I noticed a lot of the information was being upgraded as I was writing a book. So I had to keep rewriting certain chapters. I had to go back and revise certain chapters. So 4 years in, my book was done. But for the last 2 years, I had another rebirth and another conscious update, to my consciousness. So I had to go back and literally bring a lot of information up to its current position. But in 10 years, this book gonna have to be revised about 5 times. That's why you see people constantly revising their books, because information and knowledge change as our consciousness grow and expand in this reality.
And I like that, because it tells me that you're not so arrogant that you're not going to learn and update it, right? And this is also not a money grab, right? Because money grab would have been 4 years ago, you would have published it and just is what it is. Can you give me the top 3 things that you had revised after you learned more information?
For the first thing, I used to teach an all fruitarian diet to everybody. Go on fruits, go on fruits, go on fruits, go on fruits. But through people coming into the facility, people coming into the clinic, we noticed if you put them on an all fruit diet and they had fatty liver disease, it would drive their ALT and their AST levels up. These are liver enzymes. So it started the all fruit diet with fatty liver. When you already got fatty liver, it would drive your fatty liver up more, and it would start messing with your actual liver enzymes, right? But people that didn't have any liver issues, it healed them very quickly. So I had to start changing my diet specifically to each individual that came in due to your vitals, due to us doing iridologies, due to us doing blood analysis. When I check everything out based off of where you currently at, the diet might be different for you. You might not need a fruitarian diet. You might need a plant-based ketogenic diet, which is high in plant fats and high in plant cellulose, but it's low in carbohydrates. That way I won't drive your fatty liver issue, right? But if you come to me and you don't have fatty liver issues, then I could put you on an all fruit diet and your healing speeds up super, super fast. So that's one of the things I had to change in the book, because I used to push a straight fruitarian lifestyle until I started coming across clinical trials and data of me doing my own experiments and me handing out these diets to the masses. And I'm like, hold on, this is the 20th person when they go on an all fruit diet with already fatty liver, that it throws off their ALT and AST enzymes. And then you take them off the fruit diet and you put on a high ketogenic plant-based diet, which means you still on, I hate to say the word vegan, but I'm gonna use it for this segment. You still keep them on a vegan diet, but you keep them on a high fat vegan diet, right? Which is avocados, nuts, seeds, certain grains, and a bunch of dark leafy greens. They will heal and their enzymes will go down. So at that point, you got to ask yourself a question. Do I keep spitting the same ridicule, even though I'm seeing this inside of my own facility? Or do I change it and because the data is changing, then update the information? And that's what I did. So that's one of them. And there's plenty of more, man. There's plenty of more, but that's one of them. That's the beautiful part about being hands-on with your work and having facilities and going and traveling the world and getting this data back for yourself. You know what to change, when to change it.
It's all based on blood type. You can't give different blood types the same diet, period. And especially if they have a propensity towards high blood pressure and diabetes and things like that are innate and inherited. That's
why I always tell people it's an art to healing. Everybody have a unique biological fingerprint. So everybody will have to be treated different. Everybody have to have a diet that's kind of different. Everybody have to have herbs different. You might have a allergy to nuts.
Right.
I can't give you certain herbs. So you can't get the 3 bitters. Or I got to make a 3 bitters specifically just for you. You might have an allergy to certain plants. All your plants can't be the same. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You might have cancer in this area and a tumor. If you got tumor in this area and I give you chaparral, and I know chaparral increases blood flow, I kind of don't want to increase blood flow to that tumor. Say if you have an aneurysm or you got a blocked artery, I can't put you on a lymphatic bed and shake up your veins and shake up your arteries, because I can unclog that plug and then it'll go to your heart and clog up your heart and you drop dead of cardiac arrest. So there's many different steps and many different phases to healing. It's an art to healing. And if you don't truly know physics, biochemistry, and you don't know anatomy and physiology, then it's kind of hard to really get there.
So there's people in the chat asking, how much does this book cost? Where can they get this book?
You can get this book off www.yakiawaken.com, YAHKIAWAKENED.com. It's $150, and it's $150 because this is my life curriculum. It's 820 pages of nothing but scientific facts and greatness, y'all. But it's $150. You cannot buy it off any other platform. If there's anybody selling a book and it's not from that website that I just gave you, I promise you it is a lie. We had somebody go in there and try to buy 100 books. We told them no, because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to bootleg my book and resell it. So
how much do you deal with that? Because, it's so funny. I saw an Instagram clip of you saying that the AI companies have been using you to sell their products.
Yeah.
So how much do you deal with people doing that to you?
Man, we pay $34,000 a month. $34,000 a month just on an attorney to go through and shut these companies down. $34,000 a month, man. And they just went up because now they're using Facebook websites, and the websites is a different price. So, you know, I'm to the point where I'm just gonna do what they doing, just do it to myself. I'm gonna make my own videos.
Right.
I'm gonna make my own, I'm gonna bootleg myself, man, and just put it out there. But I would never, ever, ever sell anybody's products. I have my own manufacturing company, a 27,000 square feet warehouse. I have over 22 employees. We make our own herbs. We make our own supplements. Why would I sell and endorse somebody else's supplement when I make my own? We source our own herbs. We source our own herbs in Jamaica. We source our own herbs in West Africa, and then we bring them back here. We dry them. We capsule them up. We make tinctures. We do all this stuff ourselves. I will never, ever, ever, ever put my face on another person's product and sell their product because I don't even know these companies, and I believe in my product so much, and I know how much it takes for me to find wildcraft, organic stuff, and then have to take it through the labeling process, spend tens of thousands of dollars to actually put certified organic on the packaging, and then push it out there to the masses. So I know that they ain't doing it. They lying to people, man. And then the crazy part is the people will get scammed and then find the real me to complain about it. Why couldn't you find the real me when you were trying to find a product? I do not get that, man.
Yeah.
I do not understand. I spent $1,500 on a consultation and I never got a consultation. I bought Shilajit. I don't sell Shilajit. I bought Potency. I don't sell the Potency wood. I don't sell. All my stuff says YakiAwaken.com. It's from one website. It's not from multiple sites. So, you know, I know the people, they be very, very desperate because they're trying to get healing and they willing to do anything, but don't be so desperate to the point where your spiritual discernment fall and you just fall for anything, man. Y'all look at that. My lips ain't in sync with the words. They changing my eyes on it. It's a bunch of stuff. You can look and tell that that's AI driven. So if it's not from my website, or if it don't lead you back to my website, it ain't me. I don't do Cash App. I don't do MoneyGram. I don't do Zelle. I don't do none of that. The only thing I do is conduct business through YakiAwaken.com. That's it. I don't sell nothing on any other platform for that reason.
That's insane. So has the bootlegging and the AI, have you received negative feedback? Do they actually think it's you?
Yeah, man. Oh, no, man. You can ask not be, man. We done had so many bad Google reviews and BBBs off of fake stuff. We got a lot of them took down, but a lot of them still stick, man, where our Google reviews and our BBB look bad, and then you go and you look for the tracking number and it don't even exist, or you look for the order number and it was never us in the first place. So yeah, and I think a lot of that is to mess with my credibility as a herbalist, as who they call a healer or whatever y'all want to call me. But yeah, of course. And I think a lot of this is CIA operation or FBI operations anyway, to be honest with you. I think a lot of these companies are made by the government to just make me look bad because I do got so much traction in the world right now.
Right. Man, that's tough, man. I know last time you had just got your social media back.
Yeah.
Now that you have your social media back, is it as potent? Are you able to get the voice out?
Definitely. And then, you know, I got my own radio station. We do our own thing. That's been popping off for y'all. We're getting a lot of people on there. I'm tired of listening to the same songs. We had to move into the school, y'all. I got my radio station completely put up. Download the app, Yaki Radio. You can get it off of Android. You can get off or you can get off your Apple phone. Download it and then just put music request in. As long as it's positive, we'll put it in spins. If you got ASCAP and BMI, it will pay you. So submit your music, download the app, and I'll play y'all stuff. And then we finna start going live twice a week on there. We got Yaki TV. Yaki TV is like our own YouTube. It's our own database. We got our own servers. You can't knock us down, can't take us down, none of that. So go on that website, y'all. If you download the Yaki Radio app, my whole entire network is there, from the radio station, from the podcasting, from the Yaki TV, from the herbal store, even Yaki Apparel is all on the app, Yaki Radio. And that's ours, by us, for us, built by us, man.
Now, one of the things from last time, right, is a lot of people were just commenting on your appearance. Man, he looks different. He looks good. Man, he got his cheek done. Man, is he on Ozempic? Like, they were just throwing out all different type of accusations. So let's address them one by one. Let's start with the veneers.
Okay, these are not veneers. I paid $143,000 for these things. What happened was I had my jaw shattered when I was 16 in a gang fight. As I had my jaw shattered, I had to get this replaced with metal. They put titanium and nickel on this side of my jawline, right here. Well, and I had to get my mouth wired shut for 4 months. As my mouth was wired shut for 4 months, right? As my mouth was wired shut for 4 months, on the 6th month, I got my jaw broken this side because I got into another fight while my jaw was broken and I got hit with some brass knuckles. So they had to put metal on this side. But what happened was about 2 years ago now? About going on 2 years ago, I ended up developing what you would call a liver cyst. And the liver cyst came from nickel toxicity. Couldn't nobody find out where the nickel toxicity and the titanium toxicity or the heavy metal toxicity was coming from because I had a very clean body.
Right.
So it comes to find out that I was leaking nickel and titanium from the metal that they put in my body when I was 16 years old.
Wow.
So I ended up going to one of the best dentists. It's a biological dentist in Fort Lauderdale, Dr. Centron.
Okay.
And she's amazing, man. When I say I feel like I know a lot of stuff about biochemistry, anatomy, when I say a woman never taught me so much about my mouth, and I thought I knew a lot about mouth, but sitting down with her, she just really ran game. I said, dang, I need to stick with you for a minute. So they basically devised a plan to take out all of my teeth at the bottom, replace the bone, replace that metal with human bone, which they did.
Yeah.
Man, went through a crazy process. I actually cried because they told me that I was gonna have to get a lot of these teeth taken out and get implants put in. So I had to get a bunch of zirconium and biological. They took my DNA, they put my DNA in a centrifuge, then they mashed it up and they found biological material to build all this stuff with. That's why it cost $143,000. No insurance, cash, y'all, no insurance.
Man.
So I had 12 surgeries, man. 12 surgeries, and it went for a year straight. I went to Florida for a year straight, probably every other week, and it was all because of pain. It was nothing pleasuring, no beaches, no getting up, no relaxing, none of that. It was all pain, man. And then, mind you, they had to put me to sleep every time. I don't take medicine, but they had to put me to sleep to take them. So, man, I was going through a lot, man. And a lot of people didn't know about it because I just felt like it wasn't nobody's business. But what happened was, when they replaced this is how my jaw structure really look. If you look at anything of me from 15 all the way until about 18, this is how my face look.
Right.
Everything else y'all see after that is inflammation from me eating bad vegan food and all of that. So I ended up changing my life around again for the second time, healing myself again for the second time, dropping all that weight, getting in the gym, and then I had those surgeries. So now I just look like how I used to look when I was younger. It ain't that I look different. Y'all just used to talking to inflamed Yaki. Yaki is no longer inflamed, and now y'all see my facial structure because I had all that metal taken out and all that inflammation left, and I fixed my liver. That's all it is. But I've never did Ozempic in my life. I don't do drugs. Like I said, I actually cried like a baby when they had to put me to sleep.
Right.
In fact, man, I was scared because I be thinking these entities be at me. I'm like, man, they trying to put me to sleep, take me out.
Yeah.
Am I lying, Nabi? Nabi, I had Nabi used to have to pray for me before they put me under. I had the dentist and them pray. Now we're gonna do a prayer before y'all put me under.
Yeah, we not
you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm asleep, man, and then I know that I'm fighting a real spiritual warfare. It's not really the physical. I worry about the wickedness in high places, the princes of darkness that I'm fighting this battle against. I understand the electrical magnetic grid, the matrix, and how this grid got to come down. So, getting put to sleep did something to me, and then I had to put them drugs in me to put me to sleep, which did something for me. I had just did a video probably 2 months before my first surgery that you should never get veneers. So I'm thinking about that too. Like, damn, they're gonna think these veneers when they not. I spent way more. These ain't veneers. These are biological materials that they put together. Dang, they're gonna say something about my implants. They don't know that I went the extra mile to make sure it was the right implants for my body and for my own physiology. So, but you got to do what you got to do. I wasn't gonna be walking around here toothless, and my whole job is to speak for a living. I had my mouth done. I had reconstructive surgery on my jaw. They pulled out all that metal. They put in human bone. They put in zirconia. They put in other biological material that matches my DNA that my body won't reject. But look, let me tell you this: through all of that, right? My body still rejected one of them. Am I lying? I just had to get this pulled. How long ago? Yellow, so they can hear you.
2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Like
2.5 weeks ago, I just had to fly down there to get this back one taken out because my body rejected it. And we went through all that DNA testing to find materials that match up with my DNA, and my body still rejected one of them. So, man, it's hit and miss with this stuff, man, to be honest with you. But you got to do what you got to do. I'm not an extremist. If I get shot right now, take me to the doctor. I'm not going to say, hey, go get some burdock root, brother. No, take me to surgery ASAP. And that's the same thing that was going on with my mouth. I was developing a liver cyst. That cyst was going to eventually become a tumor. And once I found the source myself, can nobody find it for me? I said, it got to be my mouth. I'm like, mama, I bet you it's this metal in my mouth. I went there and for shit show, that's what it was, man. So I got it taken out, and I got human bone in, and now I'm living with that regret because I had to change to still keep talking to y'all, but I got another man's bone in my face. You see what I'm saying? Because I didn't want him to take a bone from my leg, so I got another man's bone in my face. So I notice there's certain things that you have to sacrifice in order to do what you're doing. And I'm not saying that in the sacrificial lamb part of the way where you got to, sell your soul or nothing. Right. But there is certain things that goes against who you are, what you think you are, for you to keep going in this world. And that's what I chose to sacrifice. I got another man's jawbone and another man's bone in my jaw, man. And
what do you think about that? What he's saying? That's interesting. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. I wish he would try to talk more about how to overcome situations like the HANTA situation, but we'll see in the future. Or so, what is it, Hantavirus? We'll see in the future what he says. How to overcome it. Me myself personally, I'm gonna be taking stuff like fenbendazole and stuff like that. So I'm preparing for it. Matter of fact, like while you were playing that, I was buying all the stuff I need.
Right, get the parasites out you so that when if something do hit, what I'm saying.
All my teeth on this side or implants, I still got a lot of them up top is still real, but it's the bottom part because both of my bottom sides were shattered. This one was fractured. This one was shattered.
Right, but don't you find like it, just the fact that people threw those hateful comments when you came back and you looked your best self.
Yeah.
Right. That's weird to me. Like, it's like, okay, who cares if I have veneers? I look good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, but it's for one, with me, I look at it like this. When you put yourself out there, you can't get mad at people judging you.
That's true.
If you tell somebody your thoughts, your perspective, and your opinion, you are opening yourself up for criticism.
Yeah.
Right. That's the other thing. And then two, people are so miserable and they live off of negativity because that's how the grid was structured and created. And a lot of them are not educated anyway. So when they see things that they don't understand, or if they don't have all the, because we are very gossiping people.
Yeah.
If they don't have a question or something, then the first thing they do is they judge it. And our people are we're moved by negativity. So man, when I say like water off a duck's back, I don't give a damn. I get talked about all the time, man. My face is in front of millions of people every day. I can care less about what anybody think about Dr. Yokai, Raphael Elohim, or Yaki Awaken. I know who I am. I know where I was, when I was, why I am, who I am, where I am. I know exactly who I am. And since I know that, can't nobody tell me who I'm going to be. Nobody. So I'm cool with it. I was built for this stuff, man. Before that, I was in the streets, and I was in the streets going at who we call the hardest niggas in the streets. So now I'm in this industry going at one of the biggest industries that exist at all times. So this is just my spirit, man. I was sent here to disrupt. I was sent here to save. I was sent here to turn on people's consciousness, wake them up from the matrix, and let them know, hey, we all Neos. We sleep up in here. This is what this world really look like. So of course, somebody that sleep, chewing on their steak and potatoes in their dream world, you wake them up to this ugly real world. They're gonna be like, man, why the hell did you wake me up? Put me back to sleep. and that be them people in the comments, the ones that just want to stay asleep, man. So it's all good. I don't care.
Now, let me ask you this: what about like a woman who gets her body done? What do you think about that? I mean, because in that scenario, she might feel like I'm not pretty enough, or I might need to get the veneers because my teeth ain't right. What do you think? What do you say for the people that do that? Like,
I'm against a woman getting her body done. I'm against a person getting veneers if you don't have to.
Right.
I have something called the tooth and gum restoration, healed every cavity in my mouth. My issue wasn't a cavity issue.
Right.
My issue was a bone structure issue with heavy metal toxicity.
Yeah.
Something totally different. You want your booty bigger, do some sumo squats. Do some squats, build your buns, build your butt. You want your breast bigger, tighten up your thyroid, increase prolactin, go after the pituitary gland. So I'm against stuff like that. But again, it's your body, it's your entity. You do what you want to do. But I noticed that it's better if you build your body than to take the shortcut. This wasn't a shortcut for me. It wasn't no other way for me. Yeah, it was no other way. It was life or death. It wasn't no other way for me to rebuild my bone. I either had to take the metal out or go out from a liver disease, because that's what it was going to lead to.
Right.
So, but I'm against that. Veneers. I'm against veneers till this very day. Again, these are not veneers, but I'm against veneers because I have something called the tooth and gum restoration powder. I will give y'all the ingredients: white oak bark powder mixed with myrrh powder. You see what I'm saying? Mixed with baking soda, mixed with activated charcoal.
Yeah.
All of these things mixed together actually will help remineralize and build back up your teeth. You can literally brush your cavities out. I did it to every last tooth inside my mouth. I heal all of my cavities with my tooth and gum restoration powder. It heals the gums and it heals the actual teeth of caries, of cavitations, all of that. But again, poor hygiene was my issue. It was a structural issue, and it was a liver issue from heavy metal toxicity from the titanium and nickel that I had inside of my jawline. And so I think anything artificial should be last resort, because that's what's happening to this grid and to this matrix. We're living in an artificial world. We're eating artificial food. We're drinking artificial liquids. We're addicted to artificial beauty. You see what I'm saying? We into artificial intelligence. We are stimulated by artificial light, artificial sexuality. Think about everything we're doing is artificial. When God created everything natural. So if you look how the grid switched, we went from this natural grid over into this electromagnetic grid that's very, very artificial. So the moment something real come back in, we automatically blame it and point fingers at it like it's out of pocket, when this new world is the one that's really out of pocket.
Yeah.
I seen people, brothers are now getting abs now. They're getting their abs done. They're getting abs now. BBL abs.
Yes, sir.
When you can just go in the gym, go on a caloric deficit, do some hard, heavy training, weight ab workouts in 3 to 6 months, you have a physique like no other, but we want to take the shortcut. How many people using microwaves inside?
I mean, I done seen some dudes with some big old tummies. Tum, okay? And whatever he's saying, like just go in the gym, do this, honey, that stomach is big. Like, so where you going? Like, so, I mean, he's saying it real fast. I mean, because I got to play him fast, but he's saying just do this, just do that, whatever. No. Some people got to figure out, they got to like do all these different things to figure out what they problem is, because their stomach is distended.
It has to, you got to be really disciplined too. You have to retrain your mind to go through.
He had his like jaw like wired shut. That's why he's skinny, because he couldn't eat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For like how long? He was drinking out of a straw, and probably like mainly vegetables or whatever. So let's be real.
They household, because conveniency is killing us. You want your food done in 3 minutes. You put it in the microwave for 3 minutes, it rings, and then you eat it. You don't know, you just radiated the hell out of your food. All of this stuff is a part of the grid, and that's the reason why the grid must go down.
I have stopped doing the microwave, but I still have the air fryer. So that might be still like some like radiation going on, but I do not cook anything on the microwave. It's hard. Like I love the air fryer, but I know it probably has radiation. But come on now, we gotta like start from somewhere.
Gotta go down. I dream about it all the time. I'll be talking to Nabi all the time. Like, man, I keep having these dreams and these prophecies of this grid collapsing. And when the true grid collapse, we're not worried about name brand clothes. We ain't worried about keeping up with the Joneses. Right. We ain't worried about your purse match his purse. We ain't worried about how good your shoes look, how good your tuxedo look, how good your outfit look. We ain't worried about no BBLs. We ain't worried about none of that. Because when the grid fall, none of that is gonna matter. It's a movie series I was watching. It's called C. And C is based off of everybody being blind. What happened was, man, a virus that came and wiped out people. It killed like the third of the world. And then the rest of people that was reborn couldn't see. And it showed how they lived life so differently than the ones that did see. So at that point, beauty was not based off of your eye sense. Beauty was based off of how the person talked to you. Beauty was based off the characteristics of the person. Beauty was based off, did the person keep their word or not? Beauty was based off, was they gentle with you or not? Beauty was based off of scents and aroma. Beauty was based off of everything but looking at a woman and looking at a man. You couldn't tell if he was tall, dark, and handsome. You couldn't see. You can tell if she had a fat ass or some plump breasts. You couldn't see none of that. So when we start taking away certain senses and we go through these sensory deprivations or these reawakenings, you will start seeing what really matters. Yep. And man, all this stuff is based off the matrix, and that's why the grid must fall, man.
Let me ask you this. Right. I remember as a kid reading Revelation, and it shook me. Right.
Do you believe the grid must fall?
Of course, but not the way that white folks want it to fall. Big difference. They have their agenda and how they want it to fall. Not the way they want it to. That's the issue. Because the way they want to do it is by getting rid of a lot of people and surveilling us. So no, it should, but not the way they want it to.
All right, let's go.
Question: do you believe that Jesus is coming back? Right, because that's one of the big things, right? You have to get through heaven through Jesus. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I believe heaven is a state of mind.
Right.
And this is another thing that when we're talking about the Bible, we talk about Christianity, we talk about the Hebrews, the Torah, Tanakh, we start talking about the Quran.
Yeah.
I believe that all of them have bits and pieces of a puzzle that if you put it all together, you can really see.
Right.
I believe that we're in hell
too.
right now. Artificial grid, the artificial intelligence being in the matrix. So in Hebrew, we call it Rakim. I think this is hell. And I think hell is being stuck in your lower root chakra. And I think heaven, or the journey to heaven, is going through these spiritual systems, or what they call the 7 glandular highways, or they call the 7 chakras, and then making it up to the Keter, or what they call the Christ consciousness.
Right.
I think Christ, Jesus Christ, or who they call Christ, is a conscious state. Now, do I believe in Yeshua ben Yosef? Yes, I believe that he walked and he exists. There's too many documents showing that he did. And once 1,000 people write about you, they had to see something. Right. But do I believe that Jesus coming back to save me? Hell no. I believe that in the book, it tells you you truly must save yourself. They was looking for the kingdom of Yah, right? And Christ Yahushua, or I say the Messiah, was with them. And he told them the kingdom of God do not come by observing the heavens. It don't come by you looking up. He said, for the kingdom of God is in the midst of you. For the kingdom of God is amongst you. The kingdom of God is inside you. So I think the only way to be saved is by saving yourself. And I believe that who they call Jesus Christ, or call Yeshua, laid out the blueprint and the foundation for us to follow these things to save ourselves. So no, I don't think there's going to be somebody that cracked the sky and come save us, because we have been through the worst. We have been at the lowest of the lowest of the lowest points. I mean, like everything, if you just look at all the monstrosities that have happened to our people for thousands and thousands of years, I think we missing the point. I think that the kingdom of God is within the midst of us. I believe that we are the Christ. We are the book of life. That's the reason why you have a spine, like a book have a spine. That's the reason why you have seals, like the book have a seal. We are the book. And then your DNA is the written verses, or what you would call the codex, and the chromosomes, right? If you realize one chromosome inside your body holds trillions of data of information. So we are the book. And I just believe, based off the content in your chromosomes, you either living in the book of life or you living in the book of the dead. So I think that we are God. I think that we are Messiah experiencing itself. And I think that the only way to save us off this rock is by saving ourselves. And I think that the Bible is a journey and a pathway to doing so. But I think that we have missed, we make everything such a mythological nature, and we take everything so literally that we miss the actual figuratively things that the Bible is saying. It's a codex, so we must decode it. Like, for instance, when it talks about Jesus and the 12 disciples, this can be talking about your pineal gland and the 12 cranial nerves, or the 12 melanin clusters that's in your brain. When it talks about how Christ was crucified at 33, that's what happened when this Christos, or the oil, raised to the 33-degree vertebrae, the ganglion nerve, and then resurrect itself inside of something called the skull. In the Hebrew, it's called the Golgotha, where Christ was crucified at. And it talks about his journey from when he came all the way from Nazareth, all the way to the Calvary where he was killed at. That's talking about coming from the root chakra, what you would call your actual testicles or your ovaries, and going all the way up into your hypothalamus gland. So it depends on which way you want to come from. A lot of this stuff is figuratively speaking. And then, for instance, why is the Son of God, S-O-N, closely associated with the Son of God, S-U-N? Then you talk about the 12 disciples, but then you have 12 houses of the zodiac.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Then you start really looking at the 12 disciples and their characteristics. You can literally line them up with the characteristics of the 12 zodiacs. Then they start talking about the Holy Bible, and then you get Helios Biblios, which means sun book. So we can go literally, figuratively, mystical. We can go anywhere with it, and we all talk about the same thing, but don't miss the message. The message is to cross over from your animalistic nature into your high spiritual consciousness. No matter if we're talking about Muslim, no matter if we're talking about Christianity, no matter if we're talking about Hebrew or what I call Hebrew, no matter what spiritual system we're talking about, it's all talking about the same thing. Killing your animalistic self and then resurrecting or rebirthing yourself in this new high conscious wave and fashion and getting rid of the grid. The Messiah, or who y'all call Jesus, came to expose the matrix. It was a political assassination on him, so they murdered him. The government, the Israel government, or in the Bible at the time, who they call the Sanhedrin and all of them, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, killed him under Rome. It was a political hit, a political assassination, no different than what happened to Martin Luther King, no different than happened to Malcolm X, no different than happened to Huey P. Newton, all of the messiahs that have came and tried to save their people. So if you ask me, do I believe in Jesus? No, I don't believe in Jesus, but do I believe in who we call the Messiah or who they call Yeshua? Yes, I do.
What's the difference?
Well, Jesus come from Caesar Borgia. That is Leonardo da Vinci, drew a picture of him. And when you start looking at Caesar Borgia, this was actually a murderous homosexual, man. And I'm not sitting here judging homosexuals or knocking homosexuals, but the Bible strictly speaks against it. But then we got a person being depicted as Jesus, which is blue-eyed and blonde hair. But when you look at the actual depiction of who they call Jesus in the book of Revelations, chapter 1, I believe, verses 14 on down, it says that his hair was woolly, like a sheep. He had kinky naps. It said that his eyes were red as like they burned a fire. It also talked about his skin being brass, but not brass is not only brown, but as if it burnt in a furnace. He was a dark brown skinned brother. So when you start looking at him and his characteristics and how he acts, especially how he acted against the Sanhedrin, he was a very, very revolutionary brother. It don't depict a blind, long haired, blue eyed white boy. It don't at all. So even when you start talking about the depiction of from a biblical standpoint, white people didn't even exist back then.
I was going to ask you about that, right? Because if we take it to the Genesis, right?
Yeah.
You can't get dark from white, right?
No, but you definitely can get white from dark. So even when you go back that far, all the way back, and if anybody do believe in the story of Abraham, of Isaac and of Jacob, or Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, you start going and you start following the children of Ham. Ham was black, so-called black, right? Abraham, black, so-called black. Japheth, black, so-called black. So all these, even the Edomites, they say Edom is white. No, so black. At that particular time, there wasn't any race called a white race or a pale-skinned people or person. You start seeing that due to certain genetic mutations through the biological evolutionary history of humans, where you see them pop up. And then they pop up out of the ice season, out of nowhere, out of caves. So we don't even know the story. And there's so many different stories around their creation. We don't even really know where they came from. And I'm not knocking white people. I got a bunch of white people that I actually dialogue with. That's colleagues of mine. We go over science literature together, papers, and all types of stuff. But when you look at their history, they don't know where they came from, and we don't really know where they came from. We just know that.
Came from black women. That's where they came from.
All right. So you have Cool Name saying, he says, all right, he told him to shush, calm down, buddy. Just treat others the way you'd want to be treated. It's that easy. Golden rule. But you have an ego and you judge like you're God. Love each other and stop being a victim. Do you think he's speaking like a victim in this what he's saying?
He's speaking kind of passive aggressive. Not Yaki, but that person like, don't do this, don't do that. They're kind of passive aggressive, like just love on each other, brother. That type of stuff, that hippie talk. It's annoying.
Yeah, like he's spitting facts, but for some reason someone wants him to shh. Don't say all this. Like you're speaking from your ego.
Because
everyone speaks from you're speaking from your ego. What is the ego? It is the thing that makes you feel like you are a human being. So if he's saying what he's saying, what's the big fucking deal? Go ahead.
Sometimes people, when they get overloaded with some information that they don't know about, it just kind of feels like, well, now I feel dumb because this person's talking like this. And because I don't know this stuff, it's just foreign to me and it makes me feel uncomfortable. That's why some people say that stuff like that.
He's saying love each other, stop being a victim. Who said he was a victim? Who said he didn't love each other? Everything he's speaking of is speaking about love, but you have to be able to decipher it and understand that he's speaking from a loving place. That whatever it is that you're interpreting as not a loving thing is your own judgment on what he's saying.
That they hear. So it's like they were playing here. So if we, and I'm saying all this to say this. So around those times, we see that the Roman Empire and all of them, and a lot of them Romans was a brown skin too.
Right.
A lot of them Romans was a brown skin color. So, it's a period where you don't see any of them existing. So how are we putting all of our, you go on the TVs, you start looking at Kemet, you start looking at Egypt, you start seeing them as a bunch of them portraying to be us in ancient Egypt and ancient Mesopotamia, everywhere. It's like they just ripped themselves in our history. Same thing they did in America. And with the $5 Indian idea, the indigenous people of America look just like me and you. I'm from Choctaw Nation, deep. We've been here thousands of years. My family, I traced them all the way. We helped build the Mississippian Mounds. I'm from St. Louis. I stayed 20 minutes away from the Cahokia Mississippian Mounds, where the pyramids are at. My family helped contribute that. We started in Louisiana and we traveled the Mississippi River all the way to Cahokia, Illinois, and Missouri. That's all my people. I got the history, the documentations, the authentication, all of it. So it's like, well, how y'all saying that everybody come from over in this certain region? Black people seeded every place of this earth since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of time, there's no place on earth where our soles of our feet haven't touched the ground. Then all of a sudden you see about 10,000 years later, another people pop up out of nowhere. Do I know the origins? I got a bunch of ideas, but I'm not for sure, so I ain't gonna
speak on it. Okay, but let me ask you this, right? Because it's just real complicated when it comes to information, right?
But your question was this.
Yeah.
You was asking me the difference between Jesus and Yahshua. Yahshua was from the ghettos of Nazareth. Yahshua was a woolly haired, locked when he was a boy, black melanated being, right? He was an Israelite. Yahshua traveled the world. When he became the ages of 12, he traveled to Mizraim, or what we call Kemet, Egypt. He went to India. He went and learned Buddhist teachings, all of them. That's why if you read in the New Testament, when he was talking, he actually recites a lot of Buddhist teachings. Like love your brother as you love yourself is a Buddha teaching. When you talk about your field being a mind and your thoughts being a seed, that's actually a Buddhist teaching. So you can literally, if you look at Christ's writings, you can actually tell what type of mind frame he was in when he was writing certain specific things. You're like, okay, he must have learned that when he was in Egypt under the high priest. He must have learned that when he was in India learning the scrolls of Buddha. He must have learned this, and you'll start seeing it. So he traveled and then he gained all this knowledge. Then he came back to save his people, which was Israel. That's why he said that he was only sent to the lost sheep of who? Israel. So he was sent to save his people. All right, so when you get into Jesus, the Christ, right? This is talking about Caesar Borgia. This is talking about a Caucasian man. This is talking about a Caucasian man that was into the same sex. He was murderous. He did everything that went against the 10 Commandments. And then now we done put this picture and whitewash the black Yahshua and put the name Jesus on it, which come from Jesus. If you do a deep etymology reading of the word, it's coming from Jesus, which come from Zeus, the Greek god. That's where his name come from. And it don't even match up to Yeshua. You know what I'm saying? So, and then even the meanings are different. So instead of saying Jesus the Christ, we say Hamashiach Yahshua. So them are two totally different beings. They have two total different messages. Like Jesus the Christ will say, turn the other cheek. You can let somebody mess you around, do you over, and you got to turn the other cheek because God don't want you to commit violence. Yahshua Mashiach, this is the same black brother that was in the temple of God, whooping Negroes with extension cords and flipping over the money tables because they were selling and exchanging of goods inside the temple. And he said, hey man, y'all ain't finna turn out God's home. You know what I'm saying? No, not the tax collector. He in there whooping, but he taught preparation. He taught survival tactics. He taught how to protect yourself. And they said that he was a hard man. He was such a hard man that only Peter and certain other brothers really spoke with him because he was such straight to the point and such a hard man. These are two different characteristics. These are two different people, two different genealogies of people. They look completely different, but yet and still we all talking about the same person. No, I'm not buying it, man. So that's the difference. One is a Caucasian passive man that broke commandments. The other one is a black revolutionary melanated being that knew where he was from and came to save his people and was politically assassinated for it.
So for you, what is the Hebrew teaching versus, let's say, Muslim and Christian? Because those are the main two that we.
Well, if you look at all of them, they all Abrahamic religions or Abrahamic thought, should I say?
Gotcha.
Hebrew is not a religion. Hebrew is a way of life. Hebrew is a way of thinking. That's why I'm trying to explain to the Hebrews last time. The ones that's on the post, them are the religious Hebrews, which I love y'all. Y'all my brothers, you know what I'm saying? I can identify with anybody as anything. I can sit down and talk with a Muslim about what they need to talk about. We can go through the Quran together. I make it make sense from my standpoint. I can sit down with a Christian. We can talk about Christian. I can sit down with somebody that's into the zodiac signs. I can relate that to the Bible. I can sit down with another Hebrew. We can speak in pure Hebrew. I do it all. because I realized that I'm not limited to a religion. If you limit it to a religion, then you are in a box, you're in a prison, and you would never be able to grow or save a soul truly, because if you do save a soul, you're just bringing them into another grid. You're bringing them to another mental prison. So the difference between the actual teachings between me and the other Hebrews, I take it more as figuratively, more as a mystical application. Hebrew, again, means abari, which means to cross over. I'm crossing over from my sinful animalistic nature, from violating the natural laws of the creation, which the creator put in place. And I start following those laws again. And then from that, I get everlasting life and physical immortality, right? Which means I live a happier life. My quality of life raises and my quantity of life even is extended. They take it as a literal thing. So they literally take it as a literal lineage. They take it as a literal everything. And you just gonna come into a lot of problems and a lot of questions that can't be answered when you do that. I've been doing it. I did that for 10 years. I had my own camp and everything, man. I taught at my own camp. We did Passover, we did all of that. Like, so for those that act like I just popped up on the blue somewhere, no, I didn't. I've been doing the Hebrew thing for a minute, man. For all my life, I've been knowing who I was. I've been taught that I was a Hebrew all my life. I had a congregation where it was thousands of us. I taught every Shabbat day. You know what I'm saying? I had elders, me and my big brother Malachi, we learned the Hebrew. We learned to speak it fluently, talk it, read it, write it, all of that. So, you know what I'm saying? For a person to say, well, he don't know what he's talking about, that just means you haven't reached that level of understanding yet. Because I used to be exactly where you was at now. And I noticed that is way better if you apply it in a more of a spiritual mythological system than trying to take it literally. Because if you try to take it literally, then you're going to find yourself doing some crazy stuff. I know brothers right now for Passover, they will kill a lamb. They will skin the lamb. They would drain the lamb of all its blood, and they would eat every organ of the lamb, everything, because they say that's what they did for Passover. Well, to me, that sounds like sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference between that and a ritual sacrifice and black magic? What about Urim and Thummim, where they used to roll dice, and then that was the will of the manifestation of God. So, you know, you start looking at a lot of this stuff. If you do it literally, it goes against one nature. But if you apply it spiritually, or if you use it as more of a mystical system, it can raise and elevate you to a higher conscience. So I think that's the difference between me and Nate teachings. And then a lot of them, they on the street corners, they be very disrespectful to the women. They calling them out their name. They make people kiss their boots and lick their feet and all types of stuff like that. And that's just not where I'm coming from. Everybody got their own thought. I'm not sitting here judging nobody, but that's not the way I was taught. And that's not the way I'm going to teach anybody else I'm bringing into the fold. We are people of light. We're people of love. We're people of healing. And we don't associate this with hate. So that's why I think I get a lot of hate from them. It just shows you how a lot of them just hold hatred in their heart. But look, it's nothing but love, brothers. We can talk and build anytime. I'm just not that type of Hebrew. And for those that think that it's just me by myself, no, there's thousands of us that thinks the same exact way as me. So it's not me as Yakab being this lonely Hebrew wolf that's in the corner, and I'm the only one speaking this rhetoric or this nonsense. There's thousands of us that think this same way.
Do you feel like spirituality and the way we eat and healing is all connected?
Definitely. And I think it goes before even your food. And that's another thing that I get into in the book, because I used to push food so bad. Food. But we don't realize that the first food that we eat is our conversations. We don't realize that the first food that we digest and eat is our thought process. We don't realize that the first food we physically eat is the sun. So a lot of us is food deficient because you eating healthy, as you eating the most beautiful, best plant-filled, chlorophyll-packed, nutrient-dense diet, but you got hate in your heart, right? Hate in your heart brings on epinephrine and norepinephrine. That damage the liver. That's why most people with hatred and grief die of liver disease or liver symptomologies, because your liver is blocked and it can't unpack itself. You see a lot of people with diabetes. That's the lack of love for oneself inside the community. That's why you have that infatuation or that association with sugar. And you emotionally eat all the time, which drive your sugar up, which kills the pancreas and Langerhans inside of the pancreas, which produces beta cells that produce insulin. So it makes you very, very sugar sensitive and insulin resistant, all because of emotion. So yeah, your environment, spirituality, and I want to show y'all this too. All of the high spiritual monks were vegan. All of the high spiritual Indians were vegan. They all talked about how when they went away from meat, that's when they was really able to open up their consciousness, because the meat and the blood spilling in the spiritual significance, the biological impressions and the high cortisol and the stress hormones from the meat that they was killing and eating kept their body bound to their nervous system. A lot of them couldn't even astral project because they were so grounded into their body because of all of that spiritual chromatic energy coming from killing the meat. So yeah, diet have a very, very, very significant impact on spirituality. And then you got to think about it. When you eat things, you become it. And that's why I talk about angry birds a lot. And people eating all of this angry chicken. And you see people inside of Popeyes killing each other over $1 chicken sandwich. You can Google it. People died over that when they did them $1 chicken sandwich at Popeyes.
Yeah.
Negroes was killing each other over chicken.
Over chicken, bro.
I've never seen somebody kill each other over salad. I was just saying.
But to be fair, you don't eat chicken, and I ain't gonna lie. Popeyes chicken, it was to die for.
It was to die. You see what I'm saying? Even you see that literally. You hear what he just said? Look, brother, you proving my point right here though. The chicken was to die for. That is some crazy words, brother.
I'm just joking.
but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So but yeah, when you think about it though, certain foods ground you, and then we got to talk about the electrical chemical processing of foods. All foods have a chemical signature. When you eat food, you're eating it for the chemical signature that it gives in your body. We have to quit looking at our body like this stuff is real. These are holographic coatings. We're living in a hologram. This flesh is not real. What's real is this light that's projected into this flesh. All this stuff is made of codes. When you look at one of the top physicists in the world, they peeled back the veil of reality and they found out it was an actual code, a sequence of ones and zeros, just like the Matrix. And then now it's this new study where people will get on LSD. They would take acid. They will get a red light flashlight. They'll put it against the wall and they can read the actual code of reality on LSD. So we start getting into it. There's many different on mushrooms, certain mushrooms or certain hallucinogenics. You can see the code in the fabric of reality. Man, this is a digital world we in. This is the grid. We are literally living behind a veil. And then when you look at
it wasn't LSD, it was DMT, but let's go. It was DMT.
Our spectrum. You know, we only can see certain lights of frequencies. We only can hear certain hertz of frequencies. That's the reason why you can buy a dog whistler. You can blow the dog whistle. You can't hear it, but the dogs in the neighborhood will start barking. Right. Meaning that your ears are not even in tune to those certain frequencies and vibrations. So we are literally experiencing the world through a keyhole, man. We really are. So there's a lot of things that exist outside of this realm or outside of this grid or outside of this matrix that you're not tapped into, and you can't tap into unless you raise your vibratory resonant frequency. And fruits will do that. Certain vegetables will do that. Fasting would definitely do that. Going on, liquid diets would do that. Praying would do that. And humming. Humming does amazing things. It releases about 15 times more nitric oxide inside the bloodstreams. It brings in oxygen into certain things. It decalcifies the pineal gland. It decalcifies the throat chakra just by humming. And that's why you see on the slave plantations back in the day, they used,
Yeah.
And that's because they probably don't even know where they got it from. Right. But the epigenetic biological history was transferred down to them by the ancient ones and by our ancestors. And they use this humming to decalcify their bodies, to help move their blood, to actually expand and vasodilate their arteries, because it increases nitric oxide. Another thing that plants do. Yeah. When you eat plants and you eat these plants and you chew them and they digest and break down right, it actually go into the bloodstream. Yeah. The bloodstream brings it to the actual dermis of your skin. The sun then hits your skin and it turns nitrate into nitrates, and then nitrates into O2, O3, and then this releases nitric oxide as well, just by eating plants. You cannot do that from eating animals. So it's just so many scientific things to show you what we're really supposed to be eating, man. We are not a violent people. We was made to protect ourselves and made to protect our families, but we was not made to take a life just to sustain our body. So then you're gonna have all the carnivores out there saying, well, what about a plant? Right. When you eat the plant, you're killing the plant. Right. Well, if you're a truly frugivore, you don't kill the plant, you're eating the reproductive part of the plant. The seed go back into the ground and you regrow it from there. So that's even another thought. So, but I used to teach that food was number one, and it's not. When you eat and where you eat is more important than what you eat. Yeah. I'm gonna say that again. When you eat and where you eat is more important than what you eat. And I'm not saying that what you eat doesn't matter, but it does, because it do. I'm just saying that's the last on the list in that equation. So food for thought first. What are you entertaining? What thoughts are you entertaining? The second thing will be sunlight. Is you eating the sun? Because if you're not eating the sun, then you're not eating no way. Those have more biochemical reactions in your body than any food any day. It's called radiochemical genesis. Then after that, you get photogenesis. That's where food come into play at. That was third in creation. Food was actually third in creation. So that's our third priority. The priority. The first one is spirit. The second one is sun. Then the third one will always be food. So if you don't have spirit and you don't get that sunlight, then the food ain't gonna matter anyway. And that's why we see a lot of angry, a lot of convicted vegans that eat healthy, have the six packs in the gyms every day, but they are the most egotistical and the most murderous and the most mentally out of shape people I've ever seen in my life, because they missed the first two ones: spirituality and a connection with Mother Earth and the sun.
Right. Now I ain't gonna lie. TikTok try to hate on us, right? But they lifted the restriction. Now we going up. It's a lot of women in here shooting at you, man. They trying to get at you, man. You see it in there too, right?
Yeah, it's always like that.
I just want to ask, like, are you in a relationship? Let's throw that there, because if you are, I don't want to trip you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not even going to do that. But let's just say for a man like you, what does a man like Yaki or somebody in this position look for another woman? You know,
well, that's a good question. Proverbs 31. Proverbs 31. Can we read it real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll be throwing my phone.
Yeah, let's do it.
I want to read this because I think this is good for every woman. This is an amazing text. Proverbs 31. This is what I look for. And then I want to break it down too, because we can break this down from a biological standpoint too.
Let's do it.
Matter of fact, before we get there, I just want to show y'all how amazing the body is. Did y'all know that the placenta does not come from the baby, nor do the placenta come from the actual mother, but it comes from the father? The placenta. Do you know that the placenta comes from 100% of the father's chromosomes and DNA makes the placenta? For those that don't know what the placenta is how the baby eats. The placenta is how the baby receives its oxygen. The placenta is how the baby get rid of carbon dioxide. The placenta protects the baby, give it all of its growth hormones. Without the placenta, the baby will not grow. So this just shows you that the moment of conception, when that baby is first conceptualized, right, the placenta start to be formed. The father is still working to provide food. The father is still working to provide oxygen, or what we call consciousness, to the baby. The father is still working to provide a steady flow of bloodstream. So the father provides a way for the baby to get the food. Guess what the woman do? She eats the food. The woman eats the food break down, and then the baby receives it from what the father provided, which is the placenta, and that's how the baby actually receives the food. The father creates the placenta for the baby to get his water source. The mother drinks the water, right? But the father provided that piping network. The mother drinks the water, then the baby receives the water. So it just show you this relationship before the baby is even out of the womb, how the roles of the mother and of the father. A father, he builds the house, but the house ain't furnished. The house ain't got no pictures up. The house ain't got a table. The mother make it a home. The father go and get the meal. He bring it to the actual house, and then the mother takes it and cook it and turn it into a meal. So the father get the food, provide the food, she turn it into a meal. The father makes the money.
Yeah.
The mother have all of these bright ideas on how to flip the money and make the money grow and get greater. So when you look at a woman is a finisher, man. A woman is a finisher. So when it comes to y'all keep looking for a woman, especially with my polygamous mind state, I'm looking for a finisher, a woman that's able to complete. All right, baby, I'm gonna go build this house. I need you to come decorate. I'm gonna go get the food. Can you cook and make it at home? I got this business idea, but I'm out getting the bag. I'm out working. While you at home with the children, raising the children, can you help me sharpen up on these ideas? And what I notice, if you find a woman that we finna read like this, you give her a bag, she gonna turn it into millions of dollars, man. So check this out.
And we read from what again?
This is the I'm gonna read from the King James Version Bible.
Yeah.
King James Version Bible. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 31. All right, let's do it. Man, y'all gonna love this. All right, Proverbs 31, I'm gonna start at verse 10. It says, the description of a worthy woman. Who can find a virtuous woman? A virtuous woman is a glorified, clean, pure woman. Question mark. But her price is far above rubies. Now, if y'all know about rubies at this particular time, when this was written, rubies, gold, and silver was top tier when it came to precious metals and gemstones. So rubies was like wearing VVS diamonds. It says her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her. This is a woman I can trust in because I know she gonna handle her business. So that he shall be need of that he have no need of spoil. Nothing she brings to him will spoil. Nothing is left on the table. Everything count with this woman. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. Anything she have to do with this man is to help prolong his life and to make him better. She seeketh wool. See that? Because we have now, and this is coming from a wealthy, rich man. I would never be broke again a day in my life. We have a bunch of women that's attracted to men like me because what we got, our status, our power, and our money, but they don't come with this type of mindset. Not saying that you can never be this, but this is what you need to be striving to, because we see a virtuous woman or a woman that look good in God's eyes as an actual worker. She helped build the children. She got a thinking mindset. She seeketh wool and flax. She worketh willingly with her hands, meaning she know how to make clothing. She can get on that sewing machine. Baby, you ain't got to go spend $2,000 at the Louis Vuitton store. Let's go over to China and find some good silk and find some organic cotton, and I'll make it myself. We can create our own clothing brand. That's the mindset of a woman I'm looking for. It says, she is like a merchant ships. She bringeth her food from afar. Hold on, baby. I know you out getting the bag. Write down the list of the things you want while you out working. I'm gonna go get the food and I'm gonna make it. So when they ask me what type of woman I want this woman right here. She raised also while it's yet night. So she ain't sleeping till 10 a.m. Because most likely y'all got children together, especially if she's a woman like this. You're gonna be humping on her every night. She's definitely gonna have your babies. So she getting up, make sure the children good. She prepping for homeschool. She ain't sending her children off to school. She homeschooling them because she done bagged her a good husband. So she ain't gotta work and make her own money anyway. He making the bag. It says she raises also while it's yet night and giveth meat to her household, in a portion to her maidens. She considereth a field and buyeth it. So she obviously, her man trusted with the bag, bro. She look at a plot of land and she go get it. So this is a woman that's trusted with her husband bag. Yeah. And she got her own duties. He out getting the bag. Hey, baby, while you out getting the food, while you out doing this and that, hey, if you see some properties for sale, go and do what you do, because I know you gonna flip it 10 ways anyway. This is the kind of woman I'm looking for. It says, she considereth the field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands, she planteth a vineyard. So she not to grow her own food. She girdeth her loins with strength and strengtheneth her arms. She don't have no problems getting her hands dirty. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night, meaning she have a sound mind. She's not wavering in her faith, and her candle don't go out. She have a sound lit mind, man. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff, meaning that she's constantly in control of her situation. She layers her hand to the spindle, where it's talking about a weaving spindle, or where it's talking about the washing spindle. So she's taking care of her household. And we can keep going, but it talks about how her husband praise her. And I see a lot of men now, they they getting into this mode where they feel like they woman ain't supposed to be praised. No, if your woman is the Proverbs 31 woman, she's supposed to be praised. I ain't say worship, but she's definitely supposed to be praised. She's definitely supposed to be talked about. She's definitely supposed to be just, you know, you got to be grateful for her, and you got to give her things. You got to let her know that you're there. Have her support, got her back. You know, you blessing her ideas, all of that. So I'm looking for a Proverbs 31 woman, and that's a woman that knows how to be a finisher or knows how to complete, because that's what a woman was created for. I ejaculate in a woman, from that I get a baby. I build the house, she make it a home. I go provide the food, she make it a meal. I have the business idea, I fund it, she multiplies that money. That's the type of woman that I'm looking for.
Okay, now I do want to respond to this because this was interesting. Somebody in the chat was like, King James, shaking my head, like you just kind of went in on the Bible a little bit. So they were trying to figure out the contradiction of you quoting the Proverbs versus what you just said about Jesus. So,
well, King James, what? There's many different stories about King James. Some people say King James was a homosexual. I would say prove that. Some say he was a white man. No, he was black. I would say prove that he was a white man. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's best if we take this as a mystical, spiritual system or not. And I can read that whole text in Hebrew. I bet you the person that just said that can't. You see what I'm saying? Right. So exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's time for us to stop taking everything so literal and start applying what works for us and putting away what don't. Like me, I'm not going to go out and kill a lamb. I don't eat meat. But you see in the book of Leviticus, it's talk about clean meat and they talk about unclean meat. I think all meat unclean. I don't think you're supposed to put no animal flesh in your mouth. So take what applies to you, apply it, and what don't. The question was, what type of woman I'm interested in? That's my answer. That's the type of woman I'm interested in, whether it's from King James or not. I love King James' description of that type of woman.
There you go.
That's the type of woman that I got and I want. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I need 3 of those women.
You need 3 of those. Oh, okay. So okay, all right. Now one question I have for you, right, is back to spirituality, right? There are people that say they have died, astral projected, went to heaven, seen it, came back, came alive, said, hey, I was able to identify things that when I was dead. Do you believe that actually happens?
Yeah, I believe that happened, but I think that it's limits to their perception. They're only seeing what they've been taught. Okay, because somebody taught you heaven. Then you died and went to heaven, or you died and seen the things that you have been taught and programmed into your subconscious mind from since you've been born to the age that you are now when you died. You see what I'm saying? So right. Yeah, I believe people do experience that, but you're only experiencing what's been programmed in your subconscious mind. We have to remember that we're biological semiconductor computers. Whatever you input, that's what you're going to see. So it's some people that say, I bet you a Muslim say they had a near-death experience. They're going to say, I seen 13 virgins. I seen them. Because that is a spiritual belief for Muslims.
Right.
You know, a monk died. I was in pure Vedic. I seen nothing but lily flowers when I died. And then I came back to this body. Well, that's because that was taught to him in the Indian tradition. A Hebrew that believes strongly in the biblical sense. I seen streets of gold. I seen Jerusalem get summoned to the earth. Oh, because that's what you was taught when you was learning Torah and Tanakh. Christianity, I seen white clouds. I seen a blue-eyed, white, blonde-haired white boy, and he gave me a crown upon my head. He said, job well done, servant. Well, that's what you learned when you was in Christianity. So what I'm interested in hearing is the people that see stuff that I never heard about when they died and come back. That's what I'm interested in hearing, because all the rest of these are pre-programs that have been put into all of our subconscious mind.
Man, that's deep. One question I have for you, right? And it's just me speaking to you, right? What are dreams? Dreams are so just fascinating to me, right? Some dreams make no sense.
Yeah.
Sometimes I've had dreams where I actually experienced it later on in life. You know what I'm saying? Like it actually happened in real life. And then I've had dreams where I felt things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What are dreams? What is
it? Depends on what type of dream. So you have some dream states where you literally leave your body and you go to different dimensions of densities and you learn from your higher self. I believe when we sleep, we woke, and when we woke, we really sleep. So I think we are plugged in right now, thinking we woke and we not. And that's the reason why we experience so many limitations when we hear. In this state, while I'm really sleeping woke, if I jump off this building, I'm going to hit the ground and most likely I would die. But in my dream state, I really experience physical immortality. I jump off a building in my dream state, I bounce off the ground, I fly, I grow wings, all types of crazy stuff.
Right.
Me, I believe that the imagination is attached and associated to real biology. So I think a dream state is where not only you learn from your higher self, I think a dream state is when your higher self bring you messages on how to operate in the matrix. That's where you get some of your messages from. And I think a lot of it have to do with you living in multiple different realities at once. I don't believe that we only live here in this reality. I think that every time you have a new thought, you create a new reality. And it's called the butterfly effect, where all these realities quantumly exist at the same exact time. And this is where deja vu from, where you be like, I've been here before. Yeah, you've been here before. You just not been here before in this body, but you've been here before in another body. So dreams to me, or visiting different dimensions, is to actually learn from your higher self. You can play around in the astral world to gather information to bring back to this real sleep state that we in, and it can be for warnings and be for messages. So dream states are just you basically playing around with your astrological self to me.
Real quick. Yes, he's really here, y'all. This is live. We are live. We're going to actually take 10 questions So put y'all's best questions in the chat. We will shout you out. He is really here. Shout out to people. They don't think you're live, bro.
Shouts out to y'all. For the people that's climbing in to TikTok, I'm really here. We really live. Hey, y'all, just want to let y'all know, I do not have a TikTok account, y'all. Only time y'all will see me on TikTok live is from this brother page. I don't have a TikTok account. All of those pages are fake. That is not me. I've been banned from TikTok. So if you see somebody on TikTok that got my face in all my videos, do not send them y'all money. It is not me. The only time y'all gonna see me on TikTok, when I volunteer to be on TikTok, if I'm going through this brother page right here.
Man, that's what it is, man. Hey, again, if y'all have any ailments or anything I want to talk about, let's put it in the chat. We will be answering the Q&A at the end.
I like this though, because we talk about stuff that ain't got nothing to do with health, but still got to do with health. This shows another side to me. A lot of people, they associate me with health, but they don't really associate me with nothing else when I like to talk about a lot of stuff. So I'm glad you even bring this stuff up.
Because a lot of this stuff, I do a lot of just research on things, right? And you're so smart, bro. You come from a lot of different angles. So I'm like, I wonder what y'all can do. And you raise the credibility of the show. Even if people don't understand it, what they do is they go research.
Yeah, and they'll see that I'm not lying.
Right.
And fact check and research everything I said. Now, as far as proving what a dream state is, of course, that can't be fact checked. Right. You got to experience a dream yourself, sit back, silence your mind, and look at what's happening there. You will see that as you playing around another body. And notice in all these different states of consciousness, you always in the body. You always the observer, always. In the dream state, you looking through the eyes. When you woke, you looking through these eyes. So, I tell people when they in a dream, go look in the mirror. Try to find you a mirror. If you're not a lucid dream, go look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Straight up.
Yeah.
Hey, straight up.
Real quick, let's get on that book one more time for the people that just got in here. We are almost 400 watching live, 32,000. Tell them what this book is one more time.
This book is called Healing the Illusion We Call Disease, the Bible of Health. This book is to show and teach and tell you how to heal your body and to show you the truth is that your body is not diseased at all. Your body is trying to heal itself. And we have been taught and poorly educated that the symptomologies of the body detoxifying itself is actually disease when it's not. It's the body healing itself. Man, it's so many things. The book is so vast. It's so many chapters in this book. It's 820 pages where I literally have a whole chapter in this book called How to Read This Book. Straight up.
That's dope.
I got a chapter in this book called How to Read the Book because it's so deep. So man, get into this book, y'all. It's amazing.
They said, when is it getting sent out?
Hopefully at the end of May.
Okay, so right around the corner.
Yeah, because we got all the copies in.
Got you.
We got all the copies in. They in the warehouse. Now we just got to start shipping them out.
Man, do Yaki in real life need to do like a book signing event, man? What y'all think about that? Put that in the chat. You want to see real life Yaki do a book signing event in Dallas, man.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Man, let me see what we got here, man. Because I was gonna ask you about. We have a guy named Shiva, right?
Yeah.
Who actually studies up under you, right?
Yeah. Hey, shouts out to Shiva, man. That's my brother, man. Yeah. Shiva come to all of my class courses.
Yeah.
Shiva, him and his wife.
Yes. Yep.
They literally support everything I do. Every class that I've ever did, whether it was at my facility or whether it have been me selling out, packing out an actual event with thousands of people. He always front and center, man. That's a good brother. His wife is a good woman, and I just love them. I love how they love on each other. And their brother is a sponge, man, for knowledge, and he really out here trying to help his people. So I ain't never vouched for nobody in my life. Have I not be? I vouch for that brother because that brother really followed the teachings, and everywhere I go, he's there. I don't know nobody that support me like that brother. He show up. So you know what I'm saying? If I ever promote or vouch for anybody, it'll be that brother. Straight up. And y'all can't find one video of me vouching for nobody.
And that's hard. I'm gonna have to send this to him. And he's actually my cousin by marriage because I'm married to his cousin's cousin. Anyway, but that's my guy. But he had a thing that was interesting. He said there's this experiment that he did, right, with 3 apples. And one apple you talk to it crazy. The other apple you fill it with love, and the other apple you don't say anything to it. The one you talk crazy to will decay like no other. And it shows the power of words. And that clip right now is going kind of crazy. Can you talk to me about the power of words and what it does?
Hebrew is called abracadabra, meaning I create what I speak, or what I speak will manifest. And it was a Japanese scientist who did this experiment first. And what he did is he did it with water, and he did it with plants. And he took water and he spoke to them, or he wrote something on a cup. On the first cup, he wrote bad. On the next cup, he wrote love. On the other cup, he just put a white piece of tape in and write nothing. And then he froze it. When he froze them, he came back and he looked at them under a microscope. The one he wrote bad on was very, very distorted. It didn't have no type of geometrical shapes on it. It wasn't beautiful. It was real ugly. In fact, the water froze like an ugly, evil picture. If you look at the picture, it looked kind of demonic.
Crazy.
Right? On the one he spoke love to, it froze literally love. And it shows you that water is conscious because it froze love inside the water and it looked like a heart.
Oh,
but how do it know that a heart like that is associated with love if it's not living and if it's not conscious? How you know water conscious? And on the one that nothing happened to, it just froze regular. It had just regular shapes. Then they tried it with a plant. Where they used the plant, they spoke hate to one plant, they spoke love to another plant. The other plant, they just let it do what it do. The plant that was spoke hate over, it died. The one that was actually spoke love to, it grew towards the sun. 3 times faster than one that nothing happened to. And it just shows you the power of words. Words are very, very powerful. I create what I speak. And if this don't show you that we are in fact gods, then I don't know what. In the beginning, God said, let there be light. In the beginning, God said, and there was. It shows you that we are the children of the Most High, which makes us God. We bear God's last name, and we bear its image and his likeness, which is all the characteristics and the power and potential that it possesses. Because when we create, we speak as well. That's why I don't use words like you make me sick, because you're going to end up sick. Or, oh man, you almost gave me a heart attack. You're going to end up with a heart attack. You get on my nerves. Now your myelin sheaths and your nerves are inflamed and they bad. So we got to be very, very careful how we speak to each other and how we speak to ourselves. There's a passage in the book of the Bible that says life and death is in the power of the tongue, and those that choose to eat the fruit thereof. So this is not something new. It's just scientists within the last 50 years are finally showing and proving this in real time, that what you speak creates reality. Dr. Bruce Lipton talk about this all the time. It's called the biology of belief, where you can speak and believe something and it'll change your actual biology of your blood and your DNA. So now we got to get into sound. In the beginning, God said, right? Yahweh more, God said, God spoke. So when you start talking about speaking, we're talking about sounds and we're talking about vibrations. These sounds and these vibrations actually come from the sun. It come from light, artificial light, to come from Wi-Fi. All of this is nothing but a bunch of things talking to us. We just don't know that it's a real language because we can't decode it, because it's speaking to us in a code in a language we don't yet know. So again, remember in the beginning, you was talking about what's my number one thing? I was talking about the conversations we having with ourselves. Right. Like the conversation with this blue light right now in darkness. It don't agree with me. I don't know what it's saying, but I feel it. Yeah. I'm finna put on my blue light blocking glasses. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. But it's like all these different conversations that's happening around us, and we can't decode the language because we haven't been taught sound and vibration. So definitely, when you're talking about that, yes, the Apple thing will work and they can do it yourself. But let me show you how to get that apple back though. Yeah. Speak hate over that apple, right? You will see it decay. Put a copper pyramid over it. You can make it yourself. A small copper pyramid over it, and it will literally take away all of those negative vibrations you spoke on it, and it will regenerate that apple. And that's why now a lot of people in India and a lot of people in the eastern countries are now, when they get fruits, they put them in copper pyramid fruit baskets now, because your fruit lasts weeks longer than what it would usually do before it go through oxidation and spoil.
That's man.
I sleep under a copper bed. I got a copper pyramid over my bed. I sleep under a copper pyramid.
Wow. So you're saying just like in our day-to-day lives, if we put copper around us, it can help heal us too.
Oh, definitely. Copper cleans your blood when it's on your skin.
Oh, wow.
Yes, copper cleans your blood when it's on your skin. Copper is used as a semiconductor of electricity. Copper brings up your resonant frequencies and your vibratory hertz. But when you structure it in a geometrical sacred geometry shape, though, it does even amazing things, especially when you put a peak on it. Now it acts as a dipole antenna. And you literally get to connect with the melanin in the ether, what you would call plasma in the cosmos. And this will help you heal too. I have something called a biocharger inside of my clinic. And it does the same thing, where it gives you this electricity, this plasma to come out. You can feel it come from the scan, man. People walking out there, their blood is flowing properly. Their blood pressure go down. Blood sugar regulates itself. I mean, it's amazing. And it's showing you, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's beyond food and it's beyond herbs. Right. We getting down to physics now. We started talking about the vibrant resonant frequencies of things. We're talking about sound healing, like sound. I got a sound bowl you can sit in. I got one you can sit in.
That's crazy.
So like when we start really talking about these things, man, that's how you know, okay, this is how they built the pyramids. This is how they moved them big old blocks. They moved them with vibrations. They moved them with sound. Yeah. Sound healing is real. When you take herbs, you're just taking on the actual sound fingerprint of the herb. It's called electrical biochemistry resonant frequency of the herbs. When you eat certain foods, these foods have minerals in them. They have aromatic amino acids. Guess what they give off? Light and sound. When you talk about chemicals, cations, anions, it's a vibratory resonant frequency and a millihertz and a nanohertz that go with it. We talking about sound. We talk about the sun in the different rays. Where we talking about nanometers. We talking about ultraviolet A, ultraviolet B. We talking about near infrared. We talking about infrared. This talking about a spectrum. The spectrum is a vibration.
And let me tell you something. He is talking 100% facts, bro. Listen, white people are in on this. They know about this shit. I was going to show y'all the copper pyramid. Right here. See this? That's the copper pyramid. That's the copper pyramid. They put that and they sit inside of it, and it helps to heal them. There's it's a thing called like the fluffy focus life energy force. Wait, focus life fluffy.
It's a force field. That's why.
I have this shit coming through my house because it's called Focus Life, and y'all might think it's crazy, but I use it. It's called Focus Life. Listen, see this? boom. They send like a frequency to your house. And I swear to goodness, I like been doing it. I think I gotta like renew my thing for it. But man, you can feel the difference in the frequency of your house. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but whatever it is, that shit works. Okay. Another thing is called the light system, called TLS. Hold on, watch this. They have like this shit. Now it's too expensive. I ain't got that one, but people will sit there with the light system, and so yeah, it's like these screens with this whatever it is. Now you don't have to do all that crazy stuff, but I'm gonna say that like the white people are doing all this stuff. We are the only ones that are not. We're just white knuckling it through life. We're white knuckling it through life, trauma and everything. But they're sitting up here with all the different tools and using them. So yeah, he's right. Let's go.
Frequency, which creates sound.
Yeah.
That's why if you listen to the pure sound of the sun, guess what it does? Guess who do that mantra? Monks. Buddhist monks do that hum. How did they know that the sun sound like that? Get on y'all YouTube if y'all don't believe me and Google the natural frequency and sound of the sun. It's the Buddhist monk hum. So the sun is not only beaming rays on you, the sun is singing to you. Just like the birds sing to you in the morning. And notice when certain birds and bees, look, let me show you how nature works, right? Just show you the sound creates and move everything.
Yeah.
In the rising, flowers do not blossom and open until birds chirp. The chirping and the singing from the birds and the vibration from the bees actually make the flowers open up. If you think I'm lying, Google it right now. Google. Hey, look, test me if I'm wrong. Showing you that sound and vibration and resonant frequency give life to all things. We are here because the sun is humming and beating at 432 hertz. So now you got to ask a question about the Son of God, S-U-N, and the Son of God, S-O-N, or about the Son of God, S-U-N, walking upon the face of the waters. And you go to Florida and you wake up at sunrise and you look in the ocean when the sun is rising and you can actually see the shadow of the sun walking on the water.
Okay, that's what I want you to do now, right? You are very intelligent, right? And we all have not hypotheticals, but what we believe, right? I want you to combine everything that you know, your knowledge, and why do you just in your brain, why do you feel like we're here?
Why we here?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna say it simple. We are God experiencing itself in 7 billion different compartmentalized biological computers. God created creation, but God is all creation. It needed to experience itself. And in order to experience what it created, it needed a body. So it created a fleshly terrestrial vehicle to project itself through, to experience its creation, get feedback from this matrix and from this grid to further expand its consciousness. So if I was a creator of all things and I created humans, and I wanted to experience that creation, and I'm not human, I want to see what that creation like. I'm going to put a fragmented piece of myself into this vehicle. I'm going to breathe into it the breath of life, the Ruach Chaim, and then I'm going to have it go through life and collect this data and this information, pass it down, and then when you transition, I'm not going to say die because we don't die, we multiply. When you transition, you bring all that information back to me, and now I get to expand my consciousness more. We are God that created humans to put God in to experience our creation to teach ourselves. So our purpose, look, I'm going to say something crazy as hell, but really listen to what I say when I say that. The purpose for us being here in the human terrestrial flesh is to teach God. I know that sounds crazy now, but they finna get this nigga said we here to teach God.
Yeah, hey, but we all have these thoughts. We all are here, and we all have thoughts like, why am I here? What does this mean? What is
to teach God?
What is
your whole purpose here to experience? Look, think about it.
Hold on. Let me see this. She said, "You haven't lost me yet. I never heard of this though." Listen, I thought all the white people knew about all that stuff. I thought white people was on all that stuff. The copper pyramid, like doing that stuff. Like, man, we need to like get up with the white people. They know about all the stuff. They know about all the healing modalities, all the practices, and we up here. You know what I'm saying? So my bad. So you say you ain't even heard about it.
I have, but you want me to tell you how I found out about it? I was looking up something. How do I work with my nervous system because I was having a hard time sleeping. And there was this elderly white guy who was talking about electromagnetic pad.
Bro,
sleeping
it be
pad.
white people with the PEMF energy. Have you heard of PEMF?
Yes.
Yeah, there's like this PEMF energy. It's all this stuff, and it's be white people that know about all that shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's no
So I'm
surprise.
like, yeah, like I'm like, listen, I'm not impartial to white or black. I'm like, you know what? If they know more about it than I do, okay, I'm fixing to go over to the white people and find out what the hell they doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be over here like hurting in my damn back hurting and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit, what is y'all doing? Is your back hurt too? What you doing to stop your back? My damn back hurt. I'm struggling. I'm going through perimenopause. What y'all doing? I need to know, because we need to find out what these white people are doing, and they doing this. They got the damn copper pyramid. They got the copper. Look, they sitting up in pyramids. They here $422.28. I don't even need to buy it. Just let me come over to your house and sit in the middle of that bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to buy that shit. I got to what, bro. I can't pay. You know what I'm saying? But I come out because I can just come and just sit inside of it. You know what I'm saying? The TLS system. The light system. I mean the focus little F. Now I still got I did buy the focus light energy force, and that did help my house. I'm not gonna lie. I could feel the difference once I turned it on. I was like, what the? I can feel my house change. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. The white people have something. They know what's going on. I don't know what they're doing. They figured something out. Shouts out to them. But I was like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, let's go.
Mind wanted to experience creation, so it created a body.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
So your mind wanted to experience creation,
right?
So it created a body.
Okay.
All right. If you wanted to drink water, the only way you was going to be able to experience that water, you needed hands back in the day to stop it, right? So you got hands. Your hands is like your tools and your utensils to collect data and information to bring it to your subconscious mind, what gets uploaded to the real neural link, which is the plasma that connects you and your higher self, or what we call the creator, right? You have sexual organs to experience pleasure. Not only that, to procreate and reproduce, to bring your data down into.
Yep.
You have eyes to look at things for you can experience these things, decode them, and bring them back. And bring it out. Better. So you have eyes to look and to decode information, to download and store this information, to make sense of it, and then to bring it to the cloud. Look, we talking about Wi-Fi, and we talking about iCloud. There was a cloud way before the iCloud. It's called plasma. It's a living, existing plasma. It's called ether. Ether plasma exists. We've been putting stuff in the cloud. So
I told you, like, when I talked about E5, what did Baba Falcon say? That we're in a plasma universe. It's plasma. And now he's saying
it's the beginning of time since humans been here on Earth. The whole purpose of you being here is to teach God. God needed to experience its own creation, so it created billions of beings. It fragmentalized itself. Let us make man in our likeness, in our image, and give them dominion over the fish of the sea, give them dominion over the fowl of the air, give them dominion over the earth. I'm going to put myself into these people, send them forth in the earth, have them gather all of this intellectual information, download it subconsciously. When they transition, they upload it to the cloud, it come to me, and I expand myself more. That way, when I keep making these new open-ending creations, it get better and better. So yes, we are God teaching God.
Some would say that we were way more advanced back then than we are now.
I agree.
Why? What happened?
Technology happened. And technology been around, but we wasn't abusing it. Now we're abusing technology. Now we're relying more on artificial grid than the natural grid that God created on us. We used to rely on the cloud. Now we rely on the iCloud. We used to rely on Eden. Now we rely on the matrix. So it's an artificial intelligence that's been set up to take over natural reality. And it just, man.
I don't know. I think that we did this whole exact same thing over and over again. I believe that at some point we were just as advanced as we are now. And we just did the same exact thing. And we just keep doing the same shit over and over again. We might change it slightly in each, again, multiverse. You know, I don't know. I'll let him say his shit.
You're in the okie doke, man. You're in the okie doke. And think about it now. For the fake cloud to work, there's no such thing as Wi-Fi. It's a lie. What's happening is they run trillions of miles of cables on the ocean floors to each continent. Google it, look it up.
Right.
So we thinking that we tapping into this Wi-Fi. No, these routers are connected by way of these long cords that's under the ocean, on the ocean floor, killing all the fish, messing up the ecosystem, messing up the planktons. Think about that. Then how I got here on the airplane, messing up, polluting the skies. What about the microplastics from all these things that we produce and that we can't break down? So from the technology that we're using now, back then the technology was so sophisticated in a righteous way, it didn't create that much waste byproducts. Now we creating so many waste byproducts, we trash in the earth. So the technology we're using now is killing us. The technology we used back in the day really advanced us. So it's two different technologies. You got technology that your body have, which is the natural biological technology that we call the body. And then we got AI or cyborg technology, which you call AI. And depending on which one you go to, is going to be life or death for us in the world. And you're going to see a big war come. And it's going to be just like the Terminator. It's going to be the natural biological man against the computer. Watch what I tell you. It's happening right now as we speak. Did y'all see about the AI robot that they trained in the military base? Killed all their asses. It killed everybody on the base, man. Look this up. It killed everybody on the base. They taught it how to shoot. They taught it combat training. They tried to get it to shut down its computer. It locked its own computer for you wouldn't shut it down, and it killed everybody on the base. This is not no CIA leak document. They talked about this. All y'all got to do is Google it. There's been 4 other incidents since then where they are teaching AI. These AIs are becoming these sentient. And let's talk about the D-Wave super quantum computers, where these people are saying that they're summoning demons in these chips, that they're not that these things are not figuring them. They're figuring out algorithms now where they're communicating with each other and they're showing themselves how to not be shut down. They're learning their own language that humans can't even decode. Look, the AI computers are now talking to each other, recoding in a way that that humans can't even crack them. So we don't know what the hell these computers, they can break. Look, they probably planning a hostile takeover. We're talking about an alien invasion. It's them.
Yeah.
Man, y'all better watch Single Eye or Evil Eye, whatever the thing called that movie.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that AI will, because they say like, just like cloning humans, right?
If you want to learn about AI, go watch the 3-Body Problem on Netflix. They try to make it seem like it's an alien civilization is about to like take over, and it gave everybody like these what's what they call like virtual reality sunglasses, where they're like living in like a reality, and they have to like solve this problem. But the whole thing is really AI. They're saying it's an alien, but it's really AI. Go watch 3-Body Problem, and I swear to God, I'm sorry I like gave you but some people will watch it and not even get that the alien is not an alien, it's AI. Yes, go watch it, please.
They haven't figured out a way to get the soul, right? There's certain things that they haven't all the way figured out. Do you feel like in our lifetime, AI will figure out how to do everything?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to clone a soul and get a soul. A soul is nothing but mind. If you put mind with matter and with chemical energy, that's the soul. Now we talk about a living soul. That's something totally different. But I think you can't clone the spirit, but you can clone soul. You can clone body. You can't clone ruach. But I think you can clone the flesh though. We see it all the time. So, so I think they already interacting with souls. I think AI is fallen angels, man. Whether we call them angels of light or we call them Melachim messengers or we just call them angels, period. I believe that these supercomputers and these chips are angels in different dimensions, and that's why they have to use all of this water to super cool them down so they can work at these hyperactive speeds. That's the whole point of a hydro collider, where they're mashing these different protons, neutrons, and electrons together, creating these God particles, opening up these different portals, summoning these demons, or the archetype, whatever you want to call them, the Gogons, whatever you want to call these entities, and then they getting all of this forbidden knowledge, and then they putting it right on this phone. And this is why this phone have an apple that's been bit off of. This is the tree of knowledge, good and evil. Look at the back of it. It's an apple that have a big chunk out of it. Zoom in on it.
Right here.
So this the apple that was bitten in the garden, or what you would call the tree of knowledge, good and evil. And you can reach it right here. You can get on this phone and look up anything, man. You can get on this phone and look up how to give life, how to prolong life, how to kill. You can get on this phone and look up anything, good or bad. And so now you start getting to.
What if you got a Samsung? I'm sorry, I got a Samsung. Never mind. All right.
It's AI, man. It's AI something else, man. So but they saying now that AI have created its own language that no human can decode, man.
Yeah.
No human, and they saying they don't know how it's doing it. So when they ask the creator of AI, what is it? This is exactly what he said. He said, I don't know. He said it acts and it moves like an entity. They can't even shut it down, man. No, it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late, man. It's gonna be straight up full blown Terminator 3 out here. It's gonna be the original pure bloods versus everybody else. Those that's non-vaccinated, those that, you know what I'm saying, that's non-vaccinated, ain't got them jabs in them. Those that ain't got no AI, those that ain't dealing with, it's gonna be us versus artificial, man. I'm telling you, look, the war is coming, man. It's coming, and the grid gotta go down.
Scary times we live in when you think about it.
Man, it's exciting to me, man.
Bro, why do you say that?
Because the book of Revelation talk about this, man. It talks about the mark.
Yeah.
It's in the head, Neuralink.
Right.
Or that's in your, let's talk about the mark on the hand, your cell phone.
Right.
They'll talk about the mark that's in the head, Neuralink, which Elon Musk is doing.
Right.
They talk about the 144,000, which is a frequency, a resonant frequency that if melanated people vibrate to, melanopsin and leptin, which is these melanin receptors, will ignite. The sustentia nigra, or these 12 melanated clusters in your brain, will crucify, and then you become the Messiah. You become the Christ consciousness. And we're going to be able to do some things, man. Like, all of these movies are documentaries, man. We start looking to all these movies and stuff. Remember the movie or the series where they all got sickle cells?
Yes.
But the sickle cells gave them unique powers and abilities.
Yeah.
And then if you look at 99% of sickle cell people, is all melanated beings.
Yes.
It's only like a 0.10% outside of that that's of another species. All of it is talking about black people, man.
Right.
We are unlocking our junk DNA at a very, very fast rate, man. And I think God, the creator, now the big guy, not the little guy like us, but the big guy, or who I call El Elyon, Yahweh, is now unlocking our DNA for we can be able to keep up with AI, or we can go to war with it.
Do you feel like black people as a whole were underutilizing our abilities?
Oh, definitely.
What are some of the abilities that we're underutilizing?
Telekinesis is one of them. You know, we do it all the time. Boy, your ears must be burning. I just spoke you up and you called. You know what I'm saying? That's, hey, you know, it was just on my mind and you called me. So things like that. Spiritual discernment, knowing that somebody ain't good for you, and you avoid every red flag that God sent you. You got the gut feeling, you got the spidey senses was going off, but your animal flesh, your lower nature took over and you went and did it anyway. Now it's coming back and biting you in your ass, listening to your gut. Just being spiritual, man. We have lost our spiritual sense, man. And a lot of us lost our spiritual sense because we've been killing all the enzymes in our food.
Man, listen, you know how we know we could, like, have you ever like been in a room and somebody do something crazy, and then you look at the other you look at another person, and then you look at them, and they look at you, and you look at them and look at you. You know what I'm saying? Somebody do something wild, and then you just look at each other and be like,
Speaking the
you
same
don't
language,
say
but
shit.
without
You just,
saying.
I looked at you, you looked at me. We know what the fuck is going on over here. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even that deep. It could be just a simple look. I mean, I know me and my daughter will do that shit. Like, some shit will go down, and I look at my daughter, she'll look at me, and I look at her, and I'm like, oh. That is telekinesis. Go ahead. What you gonna say? Hotspot?
Yeah, I mean that's telekinesis. You know, we have this thing where you know them folks try to say stuff in code, but we know exactly the language that they're talking about. We go, we just look at each other. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? We'll look at each other like, ooh. And then here's the thing: you look at each other, and somehow, you both of y'all understand. Man, let me tell you something even crazier. Dogs. Fucking dogs, bro. You could be eating, a damn dog will sit in front of you and stare at you like, bitch, you better give me some of that damn food. I'm hungry. You know what I'm saying? I want some food too. You know what I'm saying? And it will stare at you until you give it some of your food. Now, I don't know if everybody else noticed this, but I just know my dog will sit there and stare at me like, and finally I'm like, God damn, you're here. Man, am I the only one the dog stares at? Like, it gets its eyes real round, or I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm like, this dog is channeling shit to me. Like, I'm like, can I have some food? Can I have what you're eating? And I'm like, okay, fine. Here. Dogs have, I'm sorry, it does. They have like telekinesis. I'm sorry. I know I sound crazy, but they do. We do. We have it. We all like channel things in our mind. We'll look at each other like, what the fuck is that? We'll say hi to each other without even saying hi. You can raise your head up and you hear hi. What's up? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. What are you going to say, Hotspot?
Yeah, you're right. I'm just agreeing with you. I'm listening. And, yeah, you're right. We have that thing where we're able to do that. We speak in code without saying. It's a very peculiar phenomenon.
But no one's gonna admit that we have that. They see us doing it. They ain't gonna say like, damn, that they just.
But that's another reason why they stopped us from. It's almost like a blood translation where when they stopped us from communicating with a drum or talking, we would do that. We could give each other looks and communicate a language without even speaking words.
Honey, don't cut your eyes a certain way. You can like cut your eye over. Boom. It's certain like eye movements we have. Like we raise your eyebrows up, look to the side, all that stuff. That's all like. Come on now, we ain't saying nothing, but you know what a certain eye to the side look like. If you move your face a certain way, don't have to say nothing. I can show you a face and you can tell me what does that mean. You know what I'm saying? What does that face mean? That's telekinesis. If I put my face, like if I put my lip to the side and I like frown, you know what that means. Let's go.
The food keeps us spiritual when you don't cook it. When you cook all of the photons out of the food, man, you can't feed spirit and you can't feed soul. You can't feed the soul. And a lot of that is associated with your food because your food breaks down into your DNA and your DNA acts as an antenna or as a light bandwidth or bandwork that actually transfer light back over into the soul. So, man, our DNA is fragmented. Our DNA is dirty. We got all these vaccines that we got when we was little. Even if I'm not even just talking about the jab. I'm talking about everything else we got when we was born. You know what I'm saying? Right. High sugar diets, hot pockets, instant pizza rolls, noodles, MSG foods, GMO foods, foods that can't break down, high meat diets, high bread diets, high carbohydrate foods. I mean, if you look at it, all of our food is moldy now. We got Monsanto, beta.
What's witchcraft? Like being able to look at each other and tell what each other's saying? According to what scripture what is witchcraft? Edward Barber, what's witchcraft? Being able to communicate without speaking is witchcraft?
DNA is not witchcraft.
Thank you. Like what? According to the scriptures, that's witchcraft. Being able to like communicate. But you have a whole like body language experts that like study that type of stuff. Is that witchcraft too? Body language experts that'll tell you if a person's lying or not? Don't worry, no person-to-person transmission, rodent droppings. Okay, yeah, the people are coming in with the bullshit now.
Beta seeds now with they patenting. If you look at what's really, really going on in the world, man, everything is so artificial, and an artificial food and an artificial reality makes an artificial you. And soul, artificial intelligence cannot have spirit, and it can mimic soul, or what I say, clone a soul, but it can't clone and mimic a spirit. Though it's right under the couch, bro.
Okay. Super deep. Yeah,
we talking about some crazy stuff.
I love it. Hey, man, they in the chat. Love it. Hey, we got more live viewers than we had last time.
All praise.
So it's going down. Hey, for those who are in the chat, yes, we are live. Yes, we do have Yaki really on the couch. Yes, he is back. He does have a book out. We are going to answer 10 Q&A questions. Put it in the chat, and then we'll get to the Q&A.
And I do not have a TikTok. If you want to see me on TikTok, I'm only going to be on this channel. If you see me on TikTok, we have over 570 million views. It's all from people either pretending to be me or just lovely fans that's uploading my content. If they selling you herbs with my face on it, it is not me. I do not have a TikTok account. I've been banned from TikTok. My only outlet that's the authentic me, not the AI version of me, because they have cloned my AI self, which is crazy, is through him. So if y'all want to see me live, I'll be on here. We're going to try to make this more frequent, but if you want to see me live on here, you want to see me talk about a product or anything, it'll be from his channel until I decide to make a new TikTok, and it ain't going to be for a while. So if you're talking to somebody named Yaki Awaken, Dr. Yaki, or whoever on TikTok, I can promise you it is not me. I do not have a TikTok account.
And there it is. So one thing I want to highlight is you built a school and a clinic. Yes. So let's talk about that because that's amazing to me. You know what I mean? Like number one, let's are you doing this alone with the team? Like that's
definitely team.
Okay,
so it's my team, my whole team. We got Dr. Kelly. She's over the administrative duties. Amazing mind, powerful mind. She's helping me with the curriculum. Amazing organizer. We got Nabi. Now, be the structural component part, the event coordinator, the event creator, putting together the event. We got my mom. My mom is over the warehouse section, all the herbs and everything going out. My big sister, Sierra, she's over the herbal medicine classes. She'll be teaching all the herbal classes. I'm over the microbiology class and the PNA class, physiology and anatomy. My little sister, she teaches you everything to do with babies. It's a school. I moved from my clinic and I moved the clinic into my school. The school is a 38,000 square feet school, sits on 7.9 acres. It's actually in Florissant, Missouri. It's only about 7 minutes away from my clinic. We just moved everything in. We just got everything set up. We just got our occupancy. So we're going to open up May the 5th. A lot of people been coming to the old clinic. I can see y'all through the camera knocking on the doors, writing notes and putting them in the doors. We're not there no more. Yes, it's still our building right now for the next 11 days. After that, we won't even have that clinic no more and all of my signs will be down. But we actually moved right down the street and I will give y'all the address in probably about a week. So we just got our occupancy permit from Florissant. Now we need our occupancy permit from the fire department. Once we get that, we're going to open up. So we open it up May the 5th. We're working on the curriculum right now. The curriculum come out the book. But y'all got an amazing team. I would not be able to do this without them. I'm not working alone. I'm not alone. I'm not by myself. Don't want to be by myself. And if I was by myself, y'all shouldn't want to follow me anyway. Straight up. Never follow a man that's by himself. I mean, he either treat his people wrong, do them bad, he ain't paying them good enough, or he too egotistical and he think he can get it all done by himself, which is a freaking lie anyway.
Now, let me ask you this, because there's going to be people obviously that want to be a part of it. Are you hiring? Is there people that can volunteer?
You can volunteer. We did a hire event in St. Louis, Missouri 2 months ago. Over 350 people showed up, man.
That's fine.
Man, I should have just did a little mini seminar, man. I should have did a mini lecture. St. Louis showed up and showed out for me. But we are doing volunteers. If you want to volunteer, you're going to go to tribe@yakiawaken.com. Tribe, TRIBE at Yaki, YAHKIAWAKENED.com. tribe@yakiawaken.com. Send us an email. We're going to start planting some stuff in our forum next week. If you want to volunteer, you can come down to the forum house. You can help us plant. If you want to volunteer at the school, you can. Especially if you got educational background, come help us teach after I retrain you and reprogram you, because we noticed that most people education are really uneducated. So you got to get uneducated to get re-educated to really know something. It's so crazy. But yeah, we take you through the training, man. Let's do it. We're building a real community. We building a brotherhood too. We up to 400 brothers now in the brotherhood. I'm trying to build it up to 1,000 by the end of the year. We vetting these brothers. We creating a very, very big community. So if you want to be a part of our brotherhood, a part of our brotherhood cause, it's called Akva. Again, tribe@yakiawaken.com. Just in the subject line, put brotherhood, and we'll get you on the Zoom calls. We're going to talk. We're talking about building. We're talking about forming, how to be better husbands, how to raise our children, be better fathers. We talk about religion. We talk about metaphysics beyond religion. We talk about everything, man. We take different questions too, where we talk about things that you're going through mentally. So it's me, my brother Uriah, my brother Masael, Yehoakim, Nabi, a bunch of my brothers. So we're building a very, very, very tight, closely brotherhood that's full of love, full of light, full of healing, and full of righteous intent. So tribe@yakiawaken.com. And we're working on the sisterhood too. We're just trying to find that righteous sister to start putting that together.
That's dope. I got 3 things that I've seen on social media that I just want you to react to. You can tell me about it. There was one that says your body heals in the dark.
Yes.
Okay, explain that.
So your body do heal in the dark. So in the daytime, your body is more functional, is more alive. This is where serotonin is present and dopamine is present, where you can do your daily work and your daily activity. At nighttime, according to the biological circadian clock, or what we call the circadian rhythm, your body between the hours of, I would say, 2 a.m. to 5 p.m. go through something called delta wave sleeping. During delta wave sleeping, the body goes through a stage of autophagy. Autophagy just stands for autophagy. Auto means self, phagy means eating. It's when the cells degradate themselves down and eat themselves and recycle all the cells to allow you to open up what you'll call detoxification pathways, where you can truly detoxify the body. If you listen to the word restore or restoration, the first 4 letters is what? Rest. So unless you rest, you can't restore. It's impossible to heal. It's impossible to turn over cells. It's impossible to go through stages of autophagy and go through healing cycles and open up detoxification pathways, whether it's NRF2 pathways or not, whether it's biological pathways of the liver getting rid of bowel, any of that, unless you sleep. The liver cleanses itself at 3 a.m. If you ain't sleep, you ain't getting no cleansing. You see what I'm saying? The pancreas go down at 6:30 p.m. Before your food can be done breaking down, for all of that energy can be utilized for actually detoxification. If you don't reach delta wave sleep, you can be sleeping only REM sleep. If you REM sleep all night, you're not detoxifying either. That's why you need deep darkness. And that's the reason why sensory deprivation is the best way to heal. Covering up your eyes, putting in earplugs, make sure all the lights are off in your house, and turning your air down to at least 70 degrees, making it real cold. This will drive you into real delta deep sleeping. And this is the way that the body truly heals and restores itself. So yes, whoever said that comment, know what they're talking about. The body only heals in the darkness.
Another one that I seen was there's human cells in food.
Yes.
Break that down.
Well, it depends on which angle they're coming from. There's human cells in food, meaning they find human DNA in all of our food. Yes. I said this 12 years ago in a lecture I did in Las Vegas. I said that they were finding human DNA in cells in McDonald's. Everybody laughed at me and thought I was lying. Just 2 years ago, they came out with the articles. I just got the articles first from a colleague of mine. Everybody laughed me off the stage. I'm like, yeah, all right. Just 2 years ago, I was proven right. So yes, he is right. There definitely is human cells and human DNA inside of your food, inside of your vaccinations, inside of your water and everything.
What does that mean?
That means, and it's baby human cells. That means.
Oh yeah, they said it from aborted babies.
Yeah,
right?
from aborted babies. This is what you call Bel Peor. Bel Peor by El is a demon. And this demon, if you read it in biblical terminology, since children used to, grown-ups used to sacrifice their children by fire to this demigod, or to this demons. Now they're doing it by they're killing babies through abortions. They basically chopping the babies up, liquefying the babies, and they put them in your foods, literally, or it's going inside of your vaccinations. And I'm not playing. That's why you see fetal tissue from a lung, and these are black babies, by the way. Yes. Fetal tissues from a lung of a black child. Fetal tissues from the kidney. Fetal tissues from the kidneys of a young child. They mix it with mercury, they mix it with barium, aluminum, and they put all these other things in them, and they'll call it inoculation, and they'll give it to you as a vaccine. So this is real stuff, real science. You can look this stuff up, and this is just a way of a sacrifice. They're sacrificing the innocent to their demon gods.
Yeah, because there was an Epstein documentary where they caught Epstein talking about aborted black babies for the melanin or something.
Yeah, for the melanin in his emails. And when you get to melanin is a whole nother topic that's very, very deep, because that is our spiritual particle that keeps us connected to God. Without melanin, it's impossible to have a spiritual connection with the Creator. And for people to say that white people don't have melanin, that's a lie too. They have pheomelanin. They just don't have neuromelanin. And they don't have.
DJ.
You go ahead.
It's not melanin, it's carbon-12. Melanin comes from fungus, and they have to use a chemical in the science lab to break it down. And basically, melanin it can mimic carbon. So, for instance, if you want to get darker, you can take that melanin, extract it from fungus, a specific fungus, and it'll make you darker. So, no, it's actually carbon-12. And I can't stand when people say melanin. It's carbon.
Carbon.
So straighten that out.
Makes sense, right? Because when you cook anything too hard, it turns black.
Exactly.
Yep. And that's carbon. And if you eat too much carbon, you can get cancer. That's another thing I found out. Like if you eat too much barbecue and it's like too much black, carbon on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. So he said, all right. So, okay. He's talking fast, but let's go.
Crystal melanin. It's many different types. You got gasified melanin. You have cosmic melanin. You got melanin. You got different types of melanin. You have anthocyanin, archaea melanin. You got fungi melanin. Melanin is beautiful because melanin is what creates the light within. The beautiful thing about melanin, the beautiful thing about leptin, and the beautiful thing about the mitochondria is the mitochondria is the sun of the body. Every cell in your body have its own sun that give out its own light. Right? Albert French Pop talks about this. He won a Nobel Prize over this, and he did it in foods where he took a picture of the photochemical resonance that come from each food, and food emits its own light. Your body emits its own light. It's very finite. It's very weak. It's called ultra weak violent light rays, but your body have its own sun. It's called the mitochondria. You have trillions of them. Each cell in your body have a actual sun, a chemical compound nucleus that literally produces its own light. And that's the reason why melanin is at the tip of your dermis or on your skin. And then under your melanin, you have something called leptos. And in your eyes, you got melanopsin. And that's why when you wake up, you never should not miss a sunrise. When you wake up, watch the sunrise. That will stimulate melanopsin, that will stimulate another protein called POMC, and this will actually help you convert all of that light over into information to heal your body. I think the number one driver of what we call so-called disease is sunlight deficiency and inner light deficiency, because you got two lights. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth and said, let there be light, right? When he said, let there be light, notice you have a different light from the beginning in Genesis chapter 1, then on the fourth and fifth day, he created two lights. Have you noticed that when you read the Bible?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So the first light was the light within. That's their spirit. We all have a light within us, man. Scientifically proven, our body creates its own electrical chemical light through ROS, oxidative species signals, man. Like, this is a fact. We literally leak light. And the more you leak and you spill light, the sicker you get. The more you contain light and you amplify that light, the happier, the healing you are. They even got certain cameras now that can read your light aura, where you can go to certain holistic practices that will take a picture of your aura, and depending on the electrical magnetic field that's emitted from your aura, they can tell you got a strong light within or a dimming light within. Based off that light, they can calculate your voltage, and based off the voltage of your cells, they can tell you if you're acidic or alkaline, and they can damn near give you your time of death based off your light that you emit. We are light beings, man. We are light beings, man. It's a book called The Body Electric. Y'all got to read that book, and it shows you how the body regenerates itself off light. Dang. Every organ in your body take a certain frequency of light to maintain homeostasis. Your food take a certain amount of light to maintain its frequency. Photosynthesis, biophotomodulation is all by way of light. Radiogenesis is by way of radio light waves. We're talking about light here. So in the beginning, when God said, let there be light, we're talking about that first initial light. Telling you, it's all about light. It's all about sound. It's all about vibrations. It's all about physics and resonant frequency. And food come third. Remember that food come first. First is the spirit. Second is the light. Third is the food. And if you eat the food right, we ain't even talking about water because the water in your food. So all of this, man, this is some real deep stuff, man. What I've been realizing these last 10 years is way more spiritual than physical, brother. And I guess that's what I'm talking about today. The spiritual side of the scientific things.
Right.
Because anything I'm saying spiritually, except the dream stuff, I can prove this with science. Only thing I can't prove is the dream stuff though. But I'm pretty sure 10 years from now, they're gonna come out with that too.
Yeah. Man, that's crazy, bro. You know, we talking so much real stuff, they kicked us off the live, bro. You seen that? That's how real it's getting. And that's how I know it's like you say, it's a setup, man. But we did get some questions from the audience before we went down. So I'm gonna ask a few. Yeah, they shut it down on us, bro. But so one of the questions that the people had was, I heard castor oil is good for preserving breast. Is this true?
Well, I wouldn't say it's good for preserving the breast. It's good for increasing circulation and breaking up any calcification that's in the breast. Castor oil is one of the only plant oils that can reach down to the bone marrow and break up any coagulation or any solidification of breast tissues, of bone spores, anything. And it's good for breaking up what you'll call tumors, which is nothing but larva houses that parasites migrate and basically go through they re-egg cycle through, they larva cycle through. So yeah, if she's talking about breaking up like a potential tumor or a cyst, yeah, castor oil packs. Make sure it's warm, massage it in first, then put a pack on the actual area. The castor oil will be absorbed all the way down into the breast tissue, into the milk ducts of the breast, all the way into the arteries and veins of the breast, and it'll break up any calcification and stagnation, and it increases blood flow and lymphatic flow.
The next one is, what can I do to reduce belly fat and bloating?
Belly fat and bloating. Bloating is going to be a microbe issue. That means you have too many Candida albicans inside of your stomach and inside of your digestional tract, and you don't have enough lactose bacillus. I would say get on a very, very strong probiotic. Not only that, make sure that you eat more fermented foods like fermented cabbage. You can do things like that. That'll be good for you. Drink more fermented drinks. Also increase your fiber intake. That'll help out with your gut. Lay off anything that's over sugary and lay off any fruits that take too long to break down in the system. Go on a plant-based ketogenic diet. Make sure that you eat them fermented foods and you'll be okay.
The next one was, what food to eat to keep a clean kidney and nervous system?
The best food to keep the kidneys clean is cilantro and parsley. The best foods or herbs to take for the actual nervous system will actually be blue vervain that will help calm the nerves. Ashwagandha will help stimulate and tone the nerves up. And lily of the valley and skullcap is very good for the nerves as well. If we're talking about an actual food though, like a real food, I would say arugula and watercress is very good for the nerves as a salad. Be careful with the watercress. Make sure that you cleanse it good because watercress be coming with a lot of translucent parasites on it.
The next one was, is eating seafood good?
Eating seafood is bad. It's saturated with a bunch of arsenic acid. They got a bunch of metals inside of it, and they are full of parasite, marine biology parasite as well. Most of them are translucent. You can't see a lot of them, and most of them break to the kidneys and the liver and attack those areas. So no, I don't think no seafood is safe. If it got eyes on it and if it bleed, I would not put it in my mouth.
And then the next one was autism.
Autism usually happens from vaccines. This is now proven. This shouldn't be nothing we get cut and took down from. Trump and his administration just revealed this with the paperwork. Most of the vaccines actually causes autism. It brings high mercury on the actual brain. To get rid of autism, which we have brought a lot of people back from being nonverbal, a bunch of people. We usually put them on an all-fruit diet and we give them a heavy metal chelation detox. Heavy metal chelation detox will actually help you out. I actually have something called the heavy metal detoxification kit off the website, which works wonders when it comes to that.
Is there anything that...
Hold on, let me just say this. He is 100% right, because my daughter, she had like a round of vaccines where they like shot her in both arms, both feet, both thighs, and like I mean they shot her up like with like about 5 or 6 like inoculations at once. And I swear to goodness, there was a smell coming off of her, and she had a high fever and was screaming, crying. I had to take her to the hospital because she was so like and the smell, there was a smell that I could smell that even her grandma was like, there's something going on with Aura. And after that, she was considered autistic. But before that, she was normal. But yeah, yep. Vaccines. Very much so. Let's go.
It hasn't been touched on that you feel like we're missing out on that information that you see that's live with people that's, spreading information, healing and things like that we haven't touched on yet.
Yes. The main one is the light within. You have a sun within inside of your body. And if that light dims, you begin to get dis-ease. If that light is brightened, you stay in the balance of homeostasis. So yeah, it's the light within, which I'm going to be talking about a whole lot, man. The light within. Mitochondria failure, which is basically sunlight deficiency or inner light deficiency. Most of these symptomologies from a lot of these diseases is sunlight deficiency and inner light deficiency. And you can help this light by way of hydration. You can help this light by way of eating right foods. You can help this light by diving deep into spirituality, meditation, breathing, spinal alignment, stretching, working out, speaking good to one another, treating each other, treating your significant other like you want to be treated, and treating your brother like you want to be treated. Love your brother as you love yourself. And spirituality is what drives physicality. And the body did not create the mind created the body. And if it don't mind, it don't matter. And once you really, really understand that, and really understand that you have a light and you have an inner eye, and you open that eye and you make sure that that light inside you is really radiant, you will see all the physiological and the biological processes really happen in your body like it's supposed to.
I have one other one. It's funny because people are inboxing us now. I have a guy that says, I'm suffering from various health problems. I have pain all over, especially in my stomach, and I sometimes vomit. I also have black spots on my tongue, which sometimes turn white. I sometimes feel burning and tingling in my hands, legs, and feet without knowing why. He got a lot going on.
All right, so let's start from one. Read it slow again.
Okay. He says, I have pain all over, especially in my stomach, and sometimes I vomit.
So that sounds like nerves, and it sounds like his vagus nerve is really messing up, and that's causing him to vomit. Usually a vomit is a reaction where the digestive system is trying to get some type of endotoxin out or cytotoxin out. So we know he's toxic. Usually it's from acids. The next one is, you said he had pain all over his body. That's coming from the nerve. So I'm pretty sure he got some damaged myelin sheaths going around in his nervous system. Let's keep going.
He says, I have black spots on my tongue, which sometimes turns white.
The black spots on his tongue, which sometimes turn white, sound like thrush, candida albicans, and a liver issue. So I'm pretty sure he's dealing with fatty liver disease and an overproduction of candida albicans because he's fermenting sugars way too long. What else?
And then he just says he has tingling in his arms and feet.
And tingling in his arms and feet is poor circulation. He's not getting oxygen and blood flow to the extremities of his body. If I was him, I would go on a raw fruit and vegetable diet for 21 days. Not only would I go on a raw fruit and vegetable diet for 21 days, I will make sure I'm drinking at least 45 ounces of spring water a day. I will go on my website and I will get something called the Blood Builder and Iron Nourisher Kit and cleanse that blood, bring more iron and oxygen and copper to the system. And I will put him on a sun prescription. See that that's what the doctors need to be prescribing when you go to the doctor. They need to be prescribing sunlight, water, and a good diet. So this is what we're gonna do. He need to be in the sun at least 3 hours a day. I will never miss a sunrise ever again. I'll make sure that I sit directly in the sun between the hours of 12 and 2 p.m. And I'll make sure I'm in bed and I'm asleep by 9:30. I'll make sure I'm drinking at least 45 ounces of water every single day. And I'll make sure that I go on my website, www.yakiawaken.com, and get the Blood Builder and Iron Nourisher Kit. Give me 21 days, brother. I'll change your life. Give me 3 months. I'll change your entire world.
Man, okay, let's see. Can you possibly cleanse the brain?
Yes, you can cleanse the brain. The only way to cleanse the brain is by cleansing what you will call the lymphatic system. The body is built off of pressures. In order to cleanse the brain, you have to cleanse the lymphatic system, and you have to cleanse the spinal fluid. The spinal fluid is what brings fluid to the brain, but it's held by something called the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is the sewage system of the brain. So how you do that, you move your lymphatic system. You can do this through lymphatic plate, lymphatic vibrations. You can do it through hydrating the body. You can do it through sunlight. You're going to need at least 4 hours of sunlight a day. If I was you and you don't have fatty liver disease, I'll go on an all-fruit diet, high in berries, because berries is high in antioxidants, which is very, very good for the brain. You need to do the heavy metal chelator, whether you got amyloid plaque protein built up on the brain, whether you got aluminum built up on the brain, mercury on the brain, and you need to go on a parasite detox. So what I would do if I was you, I would do the geogenetic therapeutic level 2 package off the website. I would do an all-fruit diet if you don't have fatty liver. If you do, I'll go on a high ketogenic plant-based diet, and I would do at least 4 to 6 hours of sunlight a day if you can, and make sure that you hydrate.
She said that would help with dementia
yes,
and Alzheimer's.
That was help with dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And dementia and Alzheimer's can be late stages of untreated herpes that's not detected too. So deworm yourself, because you can. It's possible that it's a long-term effect from herpes, and you not detected with the herpes when you get your blood checked, and you ain't had an episode, so they can't swab a culture, and it can happen from that too. So you know, them herpes, man, it's called disease mimicry, where they mimic other stuff, and it usually happens from stuff like that, and then you go get checked up on it and never show.
Man, so much game, bro. You know, every time I feel like this, it's such a wealth of information, man. You make our channel look good. You're giving back to people. You know, we get a lot of hip hop stuff, but they seem to gravitate to this, man, and they really love when we do these episodes. Like I said, it's the new Boosie and Vlad.
Yeah.
But before we get out of here, man, let's give them that book. There's people that have pre-ordered the book, so there's people that's rocking with you already, and they're waiting to get it, bro.
Thousands and thousands. They on there cussing me out. A lot of them getting refunds. We done refunded so many people. Now it's out. Now you gotta wait a long time because we got to send out the ones that we got. That's what you get to try to refund. Thinking I was playing y'all. I wasn't playing y'all.
Yeah.
It's just perfection takes time, family. Perfection takes time. But www.yakieawaken.com. Go to the book section. I only sell it on my website. It's called Healing Illusion We Call Disease. This book will change reality. This book will make the grid fall, y'all. If you read it, this book is to inspire and ignite the rebel in the Messiah within you. That's what this book is for. It's time for you to take healing in your own hands, take your life into your own hands, take your education in your own hands, take your time into your own hands. Ye are gods, whether y'all like it or not. Don't be mad at me because you running from responsibility. You hear me? Earn up to that title and do something about it. I'm not saying you the creator. The creator don't even have a name. That's why we call it Yah, which means it is what it is, it be what it be. But ye, in fact, are gods. You are a power, and you come from a powerful source. With that power, use it to free yourself from this damn matrix.
Man, with that being said, man, we can't end it no better than that. Yaki Awaken, you are a real life street star, man.
Shalom
yeah.
Man, that was very powerful. Extremely powerful. One last thing before, I don't know if I should like just end it on that or show. So they did get some people off the boat. If y'all don't know, there are some people that just got off the boat. And I don't know where they're going. But we'll just leave that at that. You know what? Let's leave it at a positive outcome. What's your thoughts, Hotspot? And what's your thoughts before we leave?
My suggestion is for people to understand how herbs work. And in this situation, since they're doing viruses, it's always some situation where they're putting nerve stuff, releasing a nerve toxin in the air. So what you want to do is, I'm not a doctor, this isn't medical information, but make sure you're up to date with cloves, with garlic, with oregano. And
the oregano oil is really good. The oregano oil,
yes.
Soursop bitters.
Yes. And you're not only going to have to get a detox, but you need to get a heavy metal removal detox.
Yep.
And those are things you're going to need to do. Also, there's some stuff called oxysilver that you can take to prepare yourself when you feel like you're going to get sick from somebody. Take something called oxysilver, and you can get it online on Amazon. I just ordered some about a couple hours ago. And it's made from a guy by the name of Dr. Lynn Horowitz. And this guy is amazing. He's a researcher, a former dentist, and he did some groundbreaking research on the HIV virus.
Is that the same thing like colloidal silver, or is that something?
Yes, different? It's a form of colloidal silver, but it has a 528 hertz frequency that he does. He has a certain process that he does, and it works. I'm gonna tell you something. When I had the CV19, it got rid of it within 72 hours.
Wow.
Yes.
Oxysilver.
Yes. So just check that out, y'all, and I hope the best. Fingers crossed, and I hope the best for y'all. Just stay safe out here because this their little same thing they did to Palestine. It's called mowing the lawn. They're depopulating, so just get ready. Right. It's going to keep going like this.
All right, so look into oxysilver. Barack Odrama, I think he might be asleep. Is he there?
He said it in the backstage message that he's just gonna leave his background on, but he's gonna go to sleep.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, much love, guys. This has been a great build. I appreciate those that stood by me this whole time. Much love. Please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. I work my behind off. I'm here for it's damn near 6 hours just to give the information. So much love and peace, guys. Peace.
Good night.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.